Section 16 of The Little Ball of Fire by George Payne, Rainsford, James. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 20. As it is not so much the history of other people that I am writing as my own, I must now speak for a few minutes of myself, and of all that had been going on during some years in this little world of my own bosom. During the last 6 months a great change had taken place in my mind and my character than I ever remember to have felt at any other period of my life, though I suppose that there is no epoch in man's existence when his feelings and disposition may be considered as so irrevocably fixed as to be insusceptible, during the rest of his days, of change or modification. The original fabric of the mind, of course, remains the same, but as education shares with nature in the character of each human being, and as life is but a continual education, I feel convinced that we go on altering from the cradle to the grave. The tree grows up and spreads, and certainly remains for ever the ash, the elm, or the oak that it first sprouted from the ground. But its form and appearance and size and strength and beauty are changed by winds and storms and circumstances and accidents and position and time. And so I am convinced it is with the human heart. We are all changed throughout our being, and were it not for a few remaining traits, a few slight traces of early predilections and original character, it would be very difficult for the old man or the man of middle age to prove, even to himself, from the state of his own mind, his identity with the young man or the boy. The alterations which had taken place in my own mind and feelings, however, within the last 6 months, had been so great and rapid that they were even more remarkable to myself, and now form in memory an epoch from which I date a new and distinct course of being. My corporeal frame, it is true, was also undergoing a change, and rising rapidly, almost prematurely, towards manhood. But my mind was also affected, in a manner totally distinct and apart, by the scenes in which I mingled, by the persons with whom I conversed, and by the deep feelings, strong passions, and awful events, in all of which I took a part. Scarcely a year before, scenes of bloodshed and slaughter, energetic attempts and dangerous enterprises, had passed around me as a sort of pageant in which I acted my part, without any deep or lasting impression, without any great thought or excited passion. It had been all a sort of youthful sport to me, which, although I suffered some inconveniences, felt some sorrows, and encountered many dangers, was, upon the whole, more a matter of amusement than of pain. My first deep grief was occasioned by the death of my father. My first strongly roused passion was the thirst for vengeance upon the man who had slain him. After that came my connection with Lord Masterton, and certainly the love and affection that I felt towards him, and the interest I took in his fate, and in that of the Lady Emily, prepared the way for what I was now feeling. But still it was all very, very different from my intense participation in the passions and sorrows of Monsieur and Madame de Villardin, and equally so from the sensations of gloom and awe, which the sad events that were passing around me impressed upon my mind. The effect of my conversations with Father Ferdinand I have already related, and under the influence of the whole together I found my heart losing rapidly its boyish lightness, and becoming, day by day, susceptible of more deep and powerful sympathies than I ever dreamed it was possible to feel. If I may use the expression, during the last 6 months I had been educated in the school of dark and vehement passions, and the lessons that I had received had been at least so far instructive as to teach me, whatever I felt, to feel deeply. The boldness and decision of my conduct in former times had proceeded both from the promptness of determination which my father had inculcated, and from the habit which I had acquired amid scenes of turbulence and confusion, of valuing human life and all connected with it as a mere nothing. But now, although I had learned to estimate almost everything differently, yet, by having been taught to feel a deep and personal interest in all with whom I became connected, I had acquired a new and stronger motive for exercising the same promptitude in all circumstances, and employing even more vigorously than before all the best energies of my mind. Such had become my feelings at the time when Monsieur de Villadin recovered, and even in watching by his sick bed I had experienced the greatest difference between the sensations which I then felt towards him, and those which I remembered having undergone in attending upon Lord Masterton under somewhat similar circumstances. For Lord Masterton, indeed, I had felt as much affection and more esteem, but towards Monsieur de Villadin pity and regret, and many other mingled sensations, rendered my feelings of interest far more deep and intense. There were memories and ties between us that could never be broken. There was the confidence of dark and secret acts that could never be forgotten. There was many a deed of kindness and of feeling, too, which no conduct towards others could cancel as regarded myself, and even my very suspicions in respect to the last terrible catastrophe were in themselves a source of mournful, painful, but profound interest. Such, then, as I have said, were my feelings when Monsieur de Villadin recovered, and if I had sympathized with him even under his madness and his errors, how much more was my affection increased towards him by the conduct that he subsequently pursued. The deep grief, the bitter remorse, the stern self-condemnation which he evidently felt, increased my esteem without diminishing my interest, and his conduct to myself, which I have related in the last chapter, scarcely gratified me so much, I confess, as his contemptuous dismissal of her who had traduced his injured wife. The absence of Madame Suzette was most indubitably a relief to the whole house, with the exception perhaps of one person in it. Even Mademoiselle de Villadin, young as she was, seemed to take a part in the general satisfaction, for she had already, though why I know not, acquired a distaste to the soubrette, which had been strongly apparent even before her mother's death, as well as a partiality for the Duchess's second woman, Lise, who now became the young lady's principal attendant. The departure of Suzette was followed close by that of another person, who, though not so generally disliked in the household, was but little more amiable, at least in my eyes, than the soubrette herself. This was Gaspard de Belleville, but it would seem that Monsieur de Villadin had various motives for not dismissing him at once from his family with the same unceremonious decision which he had evinced towards the woman, and therefore waited for an opportunity of placing him in a situation where the road to honour and distinction was open to him, if he chose to follow it. The first occasion that presented itself also gave rise to a temporary separation between Monsieur de Villadin and myself, and may require some further explanation than can be afforded by a mere detail of the circumstances which took place at the château. When Monsieur de Villadin had quitted Paris in haste, he had left the Regency triumphant. The Parliament had become the devoted slave of the court. The generals had made their peace. The young king, the queen mother, and the cardinal had entered Paris, and regained greater power than ever, and the only shadow of an independent faction that remained constituted in the union of the lower classes, led and headed by the Cardinal de Retz and the Duke of Beaufort. Mazarin ruled everything, but he soon began to find that a friend to whose services he owed everything might be more difficult to manage than even an enemy. The Prince de Condé had restored him to authority, and brought back the court in triumph, but, young, vehement, and hasty, he considered his claims as inexhaustible, and the slightest opposition he looked upon as an insult. Supported by his brother-in-law, the Duc de Longueville, by his brother, the Prince de Conti, and a number of the first nobles of the land, he soon aimed at governing the state, opposed the court in all its proceedings, dictated to the regent, and insulted the minister. The crafty Italian, however, now feeling himself more secure, determined at once to coalesce with his former enemies, in order to punish one who, from his protector, had changed into his tyrant. To the party of the Fronde, led by the Cardinal de Retz, the great Condé was, for the time, as much an object of hate and jealousy as he was to Mazarin himself, and for the purpose of revenging upon him the former defeats of the Parisians, de Retz willingly joined with the minister, for whom he entertained the most thorough contempt. Taken by surprise in the very palace itself, the Princes of Condé and Conti and the Duc de Longueville were arrested by the captain of the Queen's Guards, and were hurried off as fast as possible to the castle of Vincennes. Terror immediately seized upon all their partisans, and one half of the nobility of France fled from Paris on the day of their arrest. Mary de Bourbon, Duchess of Longueville, breathing indignation against the enemy of her brothers and her husband, made her escape into Normandy, accompanied by about 60 horsemen, and declared that she would once more raise the standard of civil war. The Duc de Bouillon fled towards the south with the same purpose. The Maréchal de Luxembourg took the way to Burgundy, and the celebrated Turenne himself, proceeding into Champagne, instantly avowed himself the partisan of the princes, and levied troops for their deliverance. Though such was the general feeling of the principal nobles of the French court, very different indeed were the sentiments of the people of Paris upon the arrest of the princes. Led by De Retz and Beaufort, and remembering the insults and defeats which Condé had inflicted upon them, the citizens of the capital could hardly find means sufficient to express their joy at the indignity offered to the greatest man of the country. Shouts and songs signalized his downfall. Bonfires blazed at every corner. Even the obnoxious minister himself was enthusiastically applauded for his ingratitude to his deliverer and protector, and every one declared that after this act the cardinal himself was no longer a Mazarin. Various rumours of these occurrences which had taken place early in the year had reached us in our retirement at Dumont, but I need not tell the reader that we had quite sufficient matter in the events of our private life to occupy all our thoughts. Even had it not been so, it is more than probable that M. de Villadin would have avoided taking any part in the civil dissensions of the time, as he might have found some difficulty in choosing the party to which he would give his support. Bound by ties of intimate regard to the Prince de Condé, he felt, of course, anxious for his liberation, and although he had opposed the prince himself in the cause of the Parliament, he was naturally of a loyal disposition. It is true that, like all the rest of the world at that time, he was destined to change his party more than once, but beyond doubt his own feelings naturally led him towards the court. Under these circumstances, in all probability he would, as I have said, have remained neuter, notwithstanding that continual desire for activity which Lord Langley had noticed at the time I was first introduced to him. But about the period of which I speak, an application was made to him which, coming as it did at a moment when any sort of employment offered the prospect of relief from those bitter and consuming thoughts that preyed upon him, proved irresistible. About 3 days after the dismissal of Madame Suzette, I was riding by the side of the Duke in one of the roads leading direct from the château, when we were suddenly encountered by a horseman coming at full speed, who paused and drew up his horse as soon as he perceived our party. Singling out Monsieur de Villadin, he at once rode up to him, and delivered a sealed packet, which was received with that sort of listless air which a combination of sickness and despondency had left upon the Duke, who demanded carelessly, "From whom?" "From the Princesse de Condé and the Dukes of Bouillon and Rochefoucauld," replied the courier. 3 names so friendly to his ears caused Monsieur de Villadin to show a greater degree of interest than he had done at first, and, turning his horse, he bade the messenger follow, and rode back to the château. After dismounting, he retired to read his letters, alone, and, as our proposed ride was thus brought to an end, I proceeded to join Father Ferdinand, whom I had seen walking in the park as we passed. I strolled up and down the different alleys with him for nearly an hour, and though, of course, the deep shadow of the past still overhung us both, our conversation was lighter than usual, and the arrival of the messenger from the Princesse de Condé furnished us with a subject which soon led us to the political events of the day. With these Father Ferdinand was much better acquainted than myself, and in his brief but perspicuous manner he gave me a clear view of all that had been lately passing in the capital. The detail was over, and we were moralizing upon the facts, when a servant approached in breathless haste, telling me that he and several of his fellows had been seeking me everywhere, as the Duke had demanded to see me some time before. I followed at once, and found Monsieur de Villadin in his library, with the letters still before him. "Here are important tidings and important requests," he said, pointing to the papers as I entered, "and among other things to which they give rise, there is an expedition for you to perform, if you will undertake it." He looked up as he spoke, for my reply, and I answered that anything with which he might think fit to charge me, I should feel honoured in performing. And he thus went on: "No, no, you must follow your own judgment, when you have heard what it is, John Marston. There may be danger in the case, my boy, and certainly some fatigue and exertion must be expended on the task. Tell me first what you know of the events which have lately occurred in the capital. Are you aware that the Prince de Condé and his brother, as well as Monsieur de Longueville, are both in prison at Vincennes?" I replied that I was well aware of the facts he mentioned, and added several others which I had learned both from general rumour and from the more correct account of Father Ferdinand. "Well, then, you know fully sufficient to judge of the risk," replied Monsieur de Villadin. "You can easily conceive that this notorious piece of injustice, committed in the case of 3 such distinguished persons, has set all France in a flame, and almost every man of honourable feeling is now putting his foot in the stirrup to compel the Cardinal to liberate the princes. Monsieur de Bouillon here informs me that the cause in Guyenne is in the most hopeful state, and adjures me, both by my regard for him and by my regard for the Prince de Condé, to join him immediately with what force I can collect." At the same time, the Princess de Condé, while making a similar request, does not conceal that, by the influence used in Paris, she trusts to see her husband at liberty in a few weeks. Now, as the only motive which could induce me to join the party of the princes would be their continued imprisonment, I much desire, without calling attention upon myself, to ascertain the real state of the negotiations in Paris. He then explained to me that it was his wish I should instantly set out for the capital, and conferring with Gourville, an attendant of the Duc de Rochefoucault, then in Paris, employed in endeavouring to effect the liberation of the princes, that I should make myself fully acquainted with every particular of their situation. At the same time he proposed to send Gaspard de Belleville to the Duke of Bouillon and the Princess de Condé, charged with a message to the purport that he would join them at the end of 3 weeks, if he found that the princes were not likely to be liberated within a month. Of course I willingly undertook the task, and I could plainly see also that Monsieur de Villadin, although he was unwilling to commit himself again with the court, was secretly delighted with the prospect of once more entering upon an active course of life, which, by constant employment, would afford the means of withdrawing his thoughts from all the painful subjects on which they now rested. Eagerly and rapidly he drew up a letter to Gourville, bidding him confide entirely in me, and having given it to me, he made me remark that he had written on the back, "By the hands of Monsieur de Juvigny." "You must on no account," he added, "appear as a foreigner, which in Paris would instantly call upon you a degree of attention that is to be avoided by all means. You have now no longer the slightest accent, except, indeed, it be a touch of the patois of Bretagne, which, however, will the more confirm the Parisians in the belief that you are a Frenchman, and you may boldly pass yourself as a Breton, even upon Gourville himself. I must furnish you, however, with plenty of that golden oil which makes all doors turn easily upon their hinges. And remember, spare no expense to reach Paris soon, and to return quickly, for every hour spent upon the road is lost to better purposes. Not so, however, with your inquiries. Let them be diligent and minute. Do not come away without knowing everything that can be known. And remember that should fortune, which has been favourable to you in many instances, put it in your power to aid or serve the Prince de Condé, you have my strongest injunction to do so." Whether he suspected that such would indeed prove the case, I do not know, but he 3 times spoke of the chance of my serving the Prince as not impossible, and reiterated his charge to take advantage of it, if it did occur. He then added a great many cautions and explanations for the direction of my conduct, and gave me a larger sum of money than ever I had possessed before. To all this he joined a number of billets of introduction to different persons of his acquaintance in Paris, conceived in the following terms: To Monsieur de —— Know and put full confidence in my young friend, Monsieur de Juvigny. Signed, de Villardin. I found that this sort of letter of credit had been common in the times of the former war, and as it committed no party to anything, even if seized, was of course very convenient. Everything else, apparently, being arranged, I was taking my leave, intending to set out instantly, and alone, when Monsieur de Villardin, to my surprise, bade me take 2 of the servants, whom he named, to give me assistance in case of need. No, no, my lord, I said, for heaven's sake do not inflict such shackles upon me. I shall be much better by myself, and as to assistance, I shall want none, depend upon it. I have always been able to make my own eyes find my own way, and my own hand keep my own head, since I was 8 years old, and with your permission I will go alone. Besides, if I took any of the servants from this place, I should have my English birth and education known to every one they came near in 5 minutes, especially if we bade them keep it secret. Well, well, do as you please, replied the Duke, but if you go alone, you had a great deal better ride post, for as I know you are an indefatigable horseman, you will by that means be able to double the distance in the same space of time. To this I willingly agreed, and it having been arranged that I was at least to take a servant with me as far as the next relay, in order to bring back my own horse, I left Monsieur de Villardin, and proceeded to make my preparations, which, I need not say, were brief enough. End of chapter 20. Section 17 of The Little Ball of Fire by George Payne Rainsford James. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 21. I could not but feel melancholy as I rode away from the château, and passed by many of the spots which were engraven upon the tablet of my memory by acts and feelings that could never suffer them to be effaced. It was not indeed that I entertained any sad or gloomy anticipation in regard to the future, for through life the noblest blessing of all the many with which heaven has heaped up my lot has been that indestructible hopefulness of disposition which always presents a bright prospect in the coming years. But it was that memory, as if stimulated by the act of leaving the place, called up again, and passed in long review before my eyes all those dark hours and terrible deeds which had filled up my residence in Brittany. It was against my will that these recollections swarmed upon me, but there are moments when we have no power to bid memory cease her recapitulations, when our heart often from some mere trifling accident is cast prostrate before the past, and cannot struggle up against the torrent of remembrances that pour over it. And such was then the case with myself. If I had given a world, I could not have banished from my thoughts the violent death, the dying countenance, the bloody grave of the Count de Mesnil, the gentle looks, the melancholy fate of Madame de Villardin, the gloomy swimming down that fatal stream in the endeavour to find her, the long torch-lit search for her body, and the terrible nights of watching I had spent by the bedside of her delirious and culpable husband. As memory would have way, I strove to return it to some gentler course, and tried to fix it upon something sweeter in the past. There were only 2 or 3 acts, however, which I could recall, that afforded a pleasant resting place for thought in all that had occurred to me since I first entered the house of Monsieur de Villardin. The efforts I had made to remove from the mind of the Duke the wild suspicions that he had then entertained of his wife were now, of course, most grateful in remembrance. Nor indeed do I recollect, amongst all that I ever did in my life, anything which gave me greater pleasure than I experienced at that moment. In calling to mind the rescue of sweet little Laura de Villardin from the same stream that had afterwards proved fatal to her mother, though, after all, it was but the service of a water-dog. Neither, indeed, did the memory of all the little kindnesses I had shown to Jacques Marlot prove at all ungrateful to me, though I confess they had been done more in a spirit of merriment, perhaps, than benevolence. One is almost always beneficent when one laughs, with one exception perhaps of a few human hyenas, who scarcely deserve the name of men, and notwithstanding all his misfortunes and distresses, the worthy printer was always connected in my mind with associations of a gay and jocose character. It was upon him, then, by this train of associations, that my thoughts last rested as I rode away from the château of Dumont, and as my constant attendance upon Monsieur de Villadin had prevented my seeing Maître Jacques for nearly 6 weeks, I was suddenly seized with a great desire to take leave of him ere I went to Paris. The road by his house was as near, though somewhat rougher, and I turned my bridle thitherward almost as soon as his image rose up before my mind. At his door I met with Father Ferdinand, whom I had left a couple of hours before in the park, and after explaining to the good priest that I was bound to Paris on the business of Monsieur de Villadin, I received his benediction and 1 or 2 injunctions in regard to my conduct, and while he pursued his way back to the château, I knocked loudly with the butt of my whip at the door of the ci devant printer. He came out immediately, and but few words passed between us, as I had not time to dismount; nor indeed did he ask me to come in when he found out that I was bound upon an errand of importance, but wishing me all prosperity, and that I might live long enough to save a great number of honest men from the gallows, he bade me adieu, and suffered me to depart. I have marked this visit, for, strange enough to say, it was the last time that I saw the good printer for nearly 6 years, and by the end of that period I need hardly say that we had both undergone many changes, at least in personal appearance. From Juvigny I rode on as fast as possible to the next post relay, and there leaving my horse with the servant who had accompanied me, I set out with my postilion for Paris as fast as I could go. Remembering the directions which I had received, I certainly did not fail to make all speed, and I found it no difficult thing to induce the postboys to put much more celerity into their beasts than the law required, or indeed allowed. By this means, and by utter forgetfulness of all personal fatigue, I reached Paris full 2 days sooner than I should otherwise have done, and much earlier, I am convinced, than Monsieur de Villadin himself anticipated. The moment I arrived, I found the residence of Gourville, who was then lodging at a small house in the Rue St. Thomas, and after some difficulty, which showed me that he was not very much at his ease in regard to his own situation, I was admitted to his apartments, and found a young man of a shrewd, intelligent countenance, and simple but not vulgar manners. Following a habit I had acquired of examining every face closely ere I said a word myself, I paused a moment or 2 before I delivered the letter with which I was charged from Monsieur de Villadin, and I could easily see that Gourville was annoyed and alarmed by the visit of a person so completely a stranger to him, and whose manners, I believe, appeared somewhat extraordinary. The moment, however, that I had explained to him the object of my coming, his countenance cleared, but still he said not one word which could have committed himself in any way, till he had first read Monsieur de Villadin's letter, nor was he even satisfied with that, without first speaking to me himself upon various matters which I very well understood were more designed to draw out my character and ascertain whether I were really trustworthy, than to gain any information of another kind. As it was not at all unlike the conduct which I should have pursued myself under similar circumstances, I did not certainly feel in the least offended, and after about half an hour spent in this sort of spider-like investigation, which did not take place less upon my side than upon his, we began more clearly to understand each other, and the conversation turned to the objects which brought me thither. "Well, Monsieur de Juvigny," said Gourville at length, "plainly and straightforwardly, what is it you want to know?" "Plainly and straightforwardly, then," I replied, "what I want to know is, whether there is any chance of the liberation of the princes, and whether that chance is immediate or remote." Gourville smiled, and paused for a moment or 2, and then assuming an air of frankness which I never saw put on suddenly but when it was intended to deceive, he replied, "Oh, indubitably, there is every chance of their liberation. The Princess Dowager, as you well know, is every day presenting some new petition either to the court or to the Parliament, and undoubtedly her just complaints will be in the end attended to. The princes will be restored to that liberty of which they have been most unjustifiably deprived." As I have said before, from the very air of candour with which he began to speak, I had perceived that Gourville intended to deceive me, and therefore I only smiled incredulously as a reply. "It is very true, I can assure you," he added, and I saw that, either from doubting my judgment, on account of my youth, or from some suspicion of my character, he was so far determined to give me no real information that I must employ other means to extort it from him than any I had hitherto used. As I knew, however, that he could be depended upon for secrecy at least, I affected at length to receive what he said as truth, and replied, "Well, well, since such is the case, and of course I cannot doubt your word, I will immediately write to Monsieur de Villadin, informing him that there is no necessity whatever for his committing himself by joining the Princess and Monsieur de Bouillon at Bordeaux, as the princes are certain of obtaining their liberation, without his taking step which might embroil him with many of his best friends, as well as with the court." This, of course, did not suit Gourville's plans at all, and, as I had foreseen, it forced him into an explanation. "No, no, sir, no, no," he replied. "Do not do that too hastily. Wait at least a day or two, that we may see the effect of the means we are using at present." "That, I am sorry to say," replied I, "is quite out of the question. I came here, as you well know, to investigate for Monsieur de Villadin what were the chances in favour of the immediate liberation of the princes, and I promised him to write immediately after I had seen you, to give him such information as would determine the part that he was to take. Come, come, Monsieur de Gourville, you are not acting candidly with me. If you speak frankly, you have nothing to fear. If you do not speak frankly, you may prevent Monsieur de Villadin from throwing his whole weight into the scale of the princes. You may speak freely to me, I assure you. I am not so much of a boy as I may seem." "It appears not, indeed," replied my companion, "and therefore I suppose I must speak frankly with you. But there is one thing, young man, I would have you remark, which is, that if I do admit you to my confidence, you must take your part also in the schemes which I am pursuing, and as I tell you that they are just as likely to conduct every one concerned in them to the gallows as to produce any other result, you may judge whether this is the sort of confidence that you would like." I smiled at his reply, and said that I was too much accustomed to danger of all kinds to fear the gallows more than any other sort of death. "Well, well, if that be the case," he replied, "the matter will soon be settled. Monsieur de Villadin here tells me to trust you entirely, and Monsieur de Rochefoucault enjoins me to trust in him in the same manner; so that of course I must obey, whatever be the consequences; though I do not, I confess, like to confide secrets of such vital importance to more people than necessary." He then proceeded to inform me, though with a great deal of difficulty and hesitation, even after having made up his mind to do so, that a plan was at that moment in progress for the liberation of the Prince de Condé, by means of the soldiers of the guard in garrison at Vincennes, where the prince was at that time confined. These men, many of whom had served under Condé, and all of whom admired and loved him, Gourville represented as uniformly favourable to the scheme, and I learned that the execution of the whole was merely put off till the Sunday following, in order that the attempt might be made while the governor and officers were at vespers in the chapel. "The only difficulty," he continued, "which presents itself in the course of the whole undertaking, is to prepare the princes themselves for the effort that is to be made in their favour. No one is allowed to see them except Palou, the surgeon of the Prince de Condé, who visits him 3 times a week, in order to dress the wound in his arm. Now Palou is himself as much attached to the prince as any man can be, but he is as timid as a child, and notwithstanding all my persuasions, will not be the bearer of a message to his highness." "But cannot you contrive to introduce some one else?" I demanded. I should think that might be easily done." "Indeed," said Gourville, with a smile, "I have turned it in my head in every way I can think of, and yet I not only do not see any easy method, but I confess that I perceive no possible means of conveying the information to Monsieur le Prince. We are, therefore, preparing to execute our scheme as well as we can without." I mused a moment ere I answered, and then merely asked what was the post which Gourville intended to assign me in the matter, and which he had declared was dangerous. "Simply this," he replied, "and you will see at once that it is not more perilous than that of any other person concerned. We are about to station 20 or 30 cavaliers in the different villages around Vincennes, divided into parties of 3 or 4, and each provided with led horses, to afford the princes the means of escape, whatever direction they may judge fit to take. If any of the parties are caught, they will be hanged, to a certainty, but each man must of course make his mind up to his risk, and what I proposed was, that you should be joined to one of these bodies, and act as guide to the princes into Brittany, in case they should determine upon pursuing that road. For I judge by your tongue that you are a Breton, and doubt not that you know the country well." "That I do, most assuredly," replied I; "but nevertheless I think I can serve you better in another way, and not without exposing myself," I added, seeing a slight smile curl my companion's lip, "fully as much, if not more, than any of you." "And what way do you propose?" he said. "Simply," I answered, "to convey the tidings of our design to the princes themselves." "Impossible," he replied. "Depend upon it, that is quite impossible." "Not near so much so, rest assured, as you imagine," I answered. "The fact is, I know Monsieur de Palu well, for he attended long upon a gentleman to whom I was much attached, and I saw him regularly every day. Now I know all his manners and his habits so well, that I could fearlessly take upon myself to feign myself one of his assistants, and to give such an account of himself and his person, if by any chance I should be questioned, that I am certain I should escape detection. I doubt not in the least," I added, seeing Gourville's countenance begin to brighten as my plan developed itself, "I doubt not in the least that, although he cannot be prevailed upon to deliver the message to the princes himself, he may easily be induced to neglect his visit to Vincennes for one single day. As soon as that is determined, I will take advantage of the fact, and dressing myself as a garçon apothecary, I will present myself at Vincennes, with dressings and plasters, and declaring that Monsieur de Palu is ill, or called by some urgent case elsewhere, will demand to see the Prince and dress his arm." "Bravo, mon cher Breton!" cried Gourville, catching me in his arms and actually embracing me. "Bravo! bravo! Palu will consent, of course, and if he do not, a little gentle force, or some good-natured ruse, will easily bring the matter to bear, as far at least as he is concerned. Diable! I will keep him in his house with a pistol at his throat sooner than such a hopeful enterprise should fail. But are you sure, my good young friend, that your courage will hold out?" he added, as he began to reflect, the very delight he felt at my proposal making him apprehensive lest it should fail. "Remember, for heaven's sake, that Vincennes is a terrible looking place, and what with its drawbridges, its guards, and its chains, its gloomy passages, and frowning stone walls, you may lose your presence of mind at the very moment when it is most necessary, and not only forfeit your own life, but overthrow our whole scheme." No fear," I answered, smiling. "I am more accustomed to such work than you know of, and have no apprehensions." "Well, well," answered Gourville, "have your will then, though I must say you look to me very young to have much acquaintance with proceedings dangerous in themselves, and 10,000 times more dangerous in their consequences. You cannot be above 16. "Not so much," I replied, "and yet for many a year I have lived amongst scenes to which all that is passing in these foolish wars is but child's play. But now let us concert our plans, that nothing may go wrong." After some more conversation on the subject, Gourville proceeded to the house of Palu, and finding him at home, went in, while I remained in the street. On his return he informed me that all was arranged with the worthy surgeon, who consented to show an apparent neglect to the Prince de Condé, but required that, in order to screen himself completely from the ire of the court, in case of our detection, a fictitious letter demanding his immediate presence at Saint Germain should be sent to him at the very hour in the evening that he usually visited his patient in Vincennes. All this was settled with the surgeon, and nothing remained but for me to play my part. The time of executing my design was, of necessity, 3 o'clock on the following day, as that was the usual period of Palou's visit, and having proceeded to the house of the well-known fripier Martin, where every sort of dress under the sun was to be procured for a little more than its real value, I furnished myself with the complete equipment of a surgeon's élève. I spent the rest of that evening in concluding my arrangements with Gourville, who gave me all that minute information which was necessary to the accomplishment of what I had undertaken. On the following morning, early, I rode out to St. Maur to see Lord Masterton, but found that both Lord Langley and himself were absent in Normandy. I saw the Lady Emily, however, and could not but feel what a contrast her bright and smiling looks afforded to those which had latterly appeared upon the countenance of poor Madame de Villardin, once as gay and happy as her own. On my return to Paris, it was nearly time to set out for Vincennes, and mounted on a little sturdy horse, which seemed made on purpose for a surgeon's pony, furnished with ointments and plasters in boundless profusion, and habited as a garçon chirurgien, I rode off upon my expedition, and soon approached the prison of the princes. The castle had nothing very formidable in its aspect to my eyes, but nevertheless, in gazing up at the donjon, and remembering the purpose of my visit, I felt more as I used to do in days of old than I had done for some time. I was little ball of fire all over, and I could almost have fancied myself upon some of my expeditions during the civil wars of England. This feeling tended to put me much more at my ease than I might otherwise have been, and as there is nothing so serviceable as effrontery under such circumstances, it proved of real use to me. On entering the gate, the first question asked me was by a grim-looking guardsman, who came up as the sentry stopped me, and demanded what I wanted there. I answered, with all the naivety in the world, that I wanted to see the Prince de Condé. "Indeed!" exclaimed the guard, not a little astonished at my coolness. "And pray, what may be your name, my good youth?" "I am called Jerome," I replied, "and I am assistant to Monsieur de Palou, the surgeon, who sent me here because he was obliged—" "Oh, if that be the case," cried the soldier, interrupting me, "you must come to Monsieur de Bar. We cannot let you in without his authority, for we must not even speak to the prince ourselves." From the man's tone, I doubted not that this was one of the sergeants of the guard, whom Gourville had spoken of as in the interest of the princes. But, of course, I had nothing to do but go through with my part as garçon apothicaire, and therefore, assuming as stupid an air as possible, I suffered myself to be led to the presence of Monsieur de Bar, the governor. I never saw a less prepossessing fellow, or one better framed by the hand of nature for a gaoler. As soon as I had informed him that Monsieur de Palou, having been sent for to Saint Germain on a case of life and death, had dispatched me to dress the prince's arm, which he thought could not remain till the following day. The governor knit his brows and stared me all over with a heavy frown, as if I had committed some offence; but without taking any notice, or showing the slightest agitation, I stood upon one leg like an awkward boy, and looked round the room with an air of stolid curiosity, which completely deceived him. "Monsieur de Palou should not have gone away on any pretext," said the governor abruptly, when he had satisfied himself with his examination of my person. "It is disgraceful of him to send a stupid boy like you to dress the prince's wound. I have a great mind to send you back." I gazed at him for a moment with open mouth and eyes, and then assuring him that I could dress the wound as well as Monsieur de Palou himself, I proceeded to detail exactly that surgeon's method of proceeding, which I had watched attentively during his attendance on Lord Masterton. The governor cut me short, with an oath, however, and telling me that he did not want to learn surgery, rose, and took the key of the apartments in which the princes were confined. Throwing open the door, he pushed me in by the shoulders, bidding me to knock loudly at that same door when I had done, and not to stop longer than necessary. I now found myself alone in a little antechamber, and as it had but one other door, of course I advanced towards it, and entered the next room without ceremony. Here, seated at a table which was covered with pots of beautiful carnations, sat a young man of about 5 or 26, busily tending and arranging his flowers. He was alone, though I heard voices in a chamber beyond, and from the whole appearance of the apartment, the neglect and poverty of the furniture, and the simplicity of the young man's own attire, I might have imagined that he was some valet de chambre, admitted to the prison in order to attend upon the princes, had he not looked up. As he did so, however, the eagle eye could not be mistaken, and I felt that I must be in the presence of the great Condé. "Who are you, my boy?" he asked as soon as he saw me. "Good faith, this is a pleasing novelty. I have not seen a new face these 2 months. Let me look at you." And rising from his seat, he approached the window near which I passed, as I entered from the anteroom. He was neither very tall nor very strongly made, but there was the promise of extraordinary activity in every limb. His features were slightly aquiline, and in general good, without being very striking. But his eye was indeed remarkable. It was deep set, it is true, and not particularly large, but there was a light and a keenness and an intensity in its slightest glance, that are quite indescribable. It was quick, too, as the lightning, and I observed that at almost every other word the corner of the eyebrow next the nose was drawn forward, and rounded, as it were, so as to shade the eye in a degree, and to cut off every ray of light but those which fell upon the object at which he was looking. "Who are you, my boy? Who are you? Who are you?" he repeated quickly. "Has Monsieur de Bar forgotten himself and learned to believe that gentlemanly conduct is consistent with the office of a gaoler?" For a moment I was in doubt how to answer, but as I still heard voices in the other room, I thought it best to be cautious, and being obliged to speak loud, on account of my distance from the prince at that moment, I told him the same story that I had passed upon the governor. "Ha!" he said, "Palou should have come to me first. He forgets that he is my oracle as well as surgeon, and the only human thing that I see from week's end to week's end, except the grim visages of my gaolers, and the gloomy ones of my fellow prisoners. However, if there was a life or death in the case, as you say, of course he could not come." While he was speaking, I advanced quietly to the table, and putting down the packet of salves and dressings upon it, I approached closer to the prince without saying a word. He looked at me sharply as I did so, seeming to comprehend at once that there was something extraordinary in this manoeuvre, and when I was within about a yard of him, he put out his hand to stop my further advance, saying, Stay, no nearer, if you please, till I hear more of your business." I bowed low, and replied in a tone that could only be heard by himself, "If your highness will sit down and permit me to dress your arm, or at least to seem to do so, I may prove more oracular than Monsieur de Palou. I come from your highness's faithful friend and servant, Monsieur de Villardin, and from your no less faithful servant, Gourville." "Hush!" he replied, "hush!" And advancing to the door which led into the other room, he said, speaking to the Prince de Conti and the Duc de Longueville, who were within, "Messieurs, I am going to have my wound dressed, and therefore, unless you wish to learn surgery, you may stay where you are for half an hour." He then closed the door, and returning to his seat near the table, stripped off his coat, and drawing back his sleeve, presented his arm to me, saying at the same time, "Now." I, on my part, busied myself with the dressings, and while I did so, proceeded to explain to him in a low tone, but as distinctly as possible, the measures that had been taken for setting him at liberty on the Sunday following. I told him that the guards, who had entered into our plan, were already provided with the means of fastening the officers into the chapel during the vesper service, that horses would be ready at each of the villages within 4 miles of Vincennes, that the whole garrison was in his favour, and that nothing was wanting but preparation on his part to take advantage of the opportunity when it occurred. "Fear not," he replied in the same tone. "Fear not that I will be found unprepared. No, no. As soon as that door is open, I will be quite ready to walk out of it. But tell me," he added, "who are you that you have been trusted with such an important communication, and have had the courage and address sufficient to execute it?" "I am one, your Highness," replied I, "for whom you were kind enough some time ago, at the intercession of Monsieur de Villardin, to obtain some favours at the hands of the court." "What! the young Englishman," he cried, "who saved his daughter's life? Is it so?" I replied in the affirmative, and he added, "Well, then, they were the last favours that I obtained for anyone, for not 3 days after my arrest took place." "Most grateful I am to your Highness," I replied, "and I thank Heaven that the commission with which Monsieur de Villardin has entrusted me enables me to be of some slight service to your cause." "Of inestimable service, young gentleman," he replied, "for in truth I know none, except yourself and perhaps Gourville, who would have undertaken the dangerous task which you have accomplished. Should you be successful, which I will not doubt, since the scheme is so well devised and so well conducted, I shall not be found wanting in gratitude to any one who has served me, especially to one who has served me so well as you have. And now, as it is clear enough that you know nothing of dressing wounds, get you gone as speedily as possible, lest Palou himself should come, and worse should befall you." "There is no fear, my lord," I replied. "We have taken good means to keep Monsieur de Palou away." "Indeed," he answered, "then it would seem that you have forgot nothing; but nevertheless I am anxious for your safety. Tell Gourville and the rest that I shall be ready to a moment at the hour of vespers, and once beyond these prison walls, the court and Mazarin shall have something to remember which they may find it not easy to forget. Fare you well, young man, and be sure that whether we succeed or not, Condé will not be found ungrateful." My errand was done, and of course I did not feel inclined to linger in such dangerous circumstances. Gathering up all the trumpery which I had brought with me on the pretence of dressing his wound, I took my leave, and retiring into the antechamber, I knocked hard, as I had been told to do, in order to call some one to the door. During nearly 10 minutes, however, I knocked in vain, and of course gradually increased the vehemence of my application, till the whole passages rang again with the sound. At length the governor appeared, and showered upon my head no mitigated abuse for the noise that I had made. As it was necessary, however, to proceed with the same caution in effecting my exit as I had employed in procuring admittance to the prison, I resumed my air of stupidity, and muttering something about having knocked for 10 minutes, I glided past him as he locked the door, and walked on towards the stairs. With a few more abusive epithets he suffered me to depart, and passing down into the court, the wicket gate was thrown open for me to go out into the park. As the soldier at the gate maliciously refused to open it any farther, I was obliged to lead my pony through the wicket, and as the aperture seemed much less than the animal conceived in its own dignity and magnitude required, it cost me nearly a quarter of an hour to force it through. When this was at length effected, amidst the merriment of the soldiery, I mounted and proceeded on my way, nor did anything occur in the course of my ride towards Paris which was worthy of remark, except the fact of my meeting, at about 20 yards from the gate of the château, one of the sergeants of the guard, who, with downcast looks and a rapid but unsteady pace, was returning towards the castle which I had just left. Chapter 21. Section 18 of The Little Ball of Fire by George Payne Rainsford James. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 22. It was late in the day when I returned to Gourville's lodging, and I thought he would have gone mad with joy when I told him the success of my attempt. He frankly avowed to me also that, though well accustomed to dangerous enterprises, he had listened during my absence for every sound, expecting each minute to find that I had been arrested, and that a lettre de cachet had been sent for his own apprehension. "And did you really think, Monsieur Gourville," I demanded, "that even had I been stopped myself, I would have implicated you?" "There is no knowing, monsieur, there is no knowing," replied he. "The question is not a pleasant thing, and I have never been able to tell how I should myself behave under its infliction. I acknowledge that it is just as likely that I should yield all sorts of secrets to its potent influence as that I should conceal them. Of course, then, I can neither be surprised nor offended, I replied, at your attributing to me the same feelings. But to speak of other matters, tomorrow early I shall go out to Saint Maur to see if a friend, whom I expect there, has returned. But I shall be back in the evening, and you will find me at my auberge by 5 o'clock. Thus ended our conversation, and we parted. It is wonderful what changes a few hours produce in this life. On leaving Gourville that night, we were both as fully persuaded as mortal men could be that our scheme was going on better and better each hour, nor did we entertain a doubt that we should be able to carry it forward successfully to a close. Ere I had risen from my bed, however, the next morning, I was surprised by some one knocking sharply at my chamber door, and on opening it, the first thing I saw was the face of Gourville, apparently many shades paler than it had been when I left him the night before. "We are lost," he said. "Some unfortunate accident has discovered our whole design." "Unfortunate indeed," I answered. "But let me hear, my good friend, what it is that has filled you with such sad tidings this morning, when I left you last night borne up upon the very pinions of hope." "I have just discovered," he replied, "that after a long consultation before daylight this morning between the Duc de Beaufort, the Archbishop Coadjutor, the Cardinal, and the Duke of Orleans, Monsieur de Beaufort himself, with 3 troops of cavalry, set out for Vincennes a little before the dawn, and after searching every village in the neighbourhood, proceeded to the château, and there remains." This information was certainly alarming enough, but still it seemed to me necessary to obtain some more correct intelligence in regard to the causes of these movements on the part of the court than Gourville had yet obtained, ere we decided upon abandoning an attempt, which, as far as it had proceeded, had been conducted with great success. Gourville coincided with me in opinion, but the difficulty was, where and how to obtain the information that we required. "At all events," he said, "it is my duty to communicate immediately what has occurred to the poor fellow Francoeur, through whom I have carried on my correspondence with the soldiers at Vincennes. He belongs to another company of the guards, who are now in Paris, and as the matter may touch his life, should we be actually betrayed, I must give him instant notice, that he may betake himself to a place of security. As I go, I will endeavour to obtain all the information I can, and will return in less than an hour, and let you know my discoveries." He was as good as his word, and returning even paler than before, seemed somewhat surprised to find me quietly eating my breakfast, as if nothing had occurred to derange my ordinary habits, or affect my appetite. He now told me that he had found the sergeant not only informed of all the particulars with which he himself was acquainted, but also possessed of a knowledge of their cause. This he had communicated to Gourville, who now related it to me, and it appeared that one of the soldiers who had been trusted with the scheme for delivering the princes had taken fright the day before, and pretending to confess himself at the church of Notre Dame, had given the penitentiary a billet informing him that on the following Sunday at 3 o'clock the princes were to be set at liberty by means of an understanding between their friends and some persons within the castle of Vincennes. "Now," continued Gourville, "although Francoeur declares that, notwithstanding this piece of treachery, he is sure his comrade will not betray us any farther, yet, as it is clear that our scheme is now hopeless, and as I never put great faith in any man's resolution under the influence of the question, I think it will be a great deal better both for you and me to leave Paris as fast as possible." "Certainly, as the scheme is hopeless," I replied, "I see nothing that should detain us, and therefore I shall return with all speed to Brittany, where perhaps it may be advisable," I added with a laugh, "to tell Monsieur de Villadin by no means to put any trust in all those fine petitions and remonstrances of the Princess Dowager, of whom you boasted so much when first I saw you." "No, no," replied Gourville, smiling in return, "let him not rely upon them for the liberation of his princely friend. Tell him rather, for me, that I now look upon it as absolutely impossible to obtain the freedom of the princes by any means but the sword. The Parliament and the Queen are alike resolved not to give them their liberty, and it is to the efforts of their friends alone that we must look for their deliverance." After a few more words to the same effect, we parted, and mounting the sturdy little horse which I had brought to carry me to Vincennes, I rode away as hard as I could on the side of Brittany. When I had completely tired out my beast, I again took the post, and pursued my way towards Dumont, with very little rest or cessation. It is true, when I arrived I was desperately fatigued, for 9 days had taken me to Paris and back, a distance of more than 700 miles, and during the period of my absence I had spent 2 whole days and part of another in the capital, nor had I any very consolatory remembrances to make me bear up with spirit under my corporeal weariness, having been foiled in my endeavours to serve the Prince, at the moment that success seemed within my grasp. But, at all events, I felt that I had some reason to be satisfied with my journey, inasmuch as I had obtained every information that Monsieur de Villadin could require, and had found an opportunity of personally seeing and attempting to aid his friend, though our scheme had ultimately proved ineffectual. The chief mortification, indeed, which I experienced arose from a fear that the Prince de Condé, who would, of course, remain ignorant of the events which had taken place without the walls of the prison, might imagine that I had deceived him, and I could only console myself by remembering that one day he must learn the truth. On arriving at Dumont, everything I saw announced that Monsieur de Villadin had not waited for the information which he had sent me to seek, ere he formed his determination. The desire of a change of scene and thought, and the wish to deliver his friend, had overcome every other feeling, and he was in fact actually in arms when I arrived. At first he would scarcely believe that I had performed the journey, and when he learned all that I had done besides, he loaded me with thanks and praises. He then told me his own plans, and informed me that he could but allow me 1 day for repose, as on the Thursday morning following he was about to march, with all the forces he had been able to collect, for Bordeaux. "I sent off Gaspard de Belleville to Bordeaux," he added, "the morning after your departure for Paris, charging him with a letter for the Princess, and another for Monsieur de Bouillon. In each of these I said that unless the princes were liberated within 3 weeks, their friends might expect to see me in Guyenne. As Gaspard is now of age too," he added, in that sort of peculiar discursive tone which a man assumes when he wishes to communicate a matter of particular interest, as if it were one of no interest at all, "as Gaspard is now of age too to enter the service, I have requested Monsieur de Bouillon to give him a commission in one of the regiments at Bordeaux. But I have not forgotten you, and as I wish you always to be near me, I propose to give you a troop in the regiment of cavalry I am now raising. Monsieur de Turenne had a company of infantry at your age, and I see no reason why I should not do the same for you, especially as I have a great lack of officers who have stood fire. Although, to tell the truth, I would much rather have entered the service on the part of the king and the court than on the part of their adversaries, yet the idea of activity and enterprise seldom came amiss, and I thanked Monsieur de Villadin sincerely for his kindness, but added that I trusted he would find the means of keeping me near him. "I will make you my aide de camp," he replied, "but we have a number of other arrangements to attend to. Go, therefore, and lie down for 2 or 3 hours, and then join me in the esplanade at the end of the park." I did as he bade me as far as the lying down went, but, though tired to death, I could not sleep. I was much refreshed, however, even by the sort of repose I obtained, and as soon as I thought the time was expired, I got up and walked out to the esplanade, where I found that Monsieur de Villadin was occupied in reviewing, or rather drilling, the regiment he had been employed in raising during my absence. 400 men made the extent of his force, and amongst them only 2, who had served in the wars of Paris, could give any assistance in matters of discipline, if we except half a dozen wild young nobles of the neighbourhood who had joined the corps of the Duke, but who were not present on this occasion. I may say, then, that I was of no slight assistance to Monsieur de Villadin on that and the following day; for though he was undoubtedly an excellent officer, yet of course he could not drill 400 men without help from some one. The cavaliers with whom we had to deal with were in general tall powerful men from the upper districts of Brittany, and though they looked stupid enough at first, yet when what they were to do was explained to them, they proved neither dull of comprehension nor slow in execution. That which pleased me more than anything else in the whole scene was to observe that, while in actual exertion and activity, the deep heavy gloom which had overshadowed the countenance of the Duke ever since the death of his wife passed away, and for the time he was himself again. This change only lasted for the time, it is true, and the moment he turned from the esplanade, the cloud was as dark and stern as ever. Indeed, this observation may apply to the whole of the rest of his life. In the field I have often seen him cheerful and even gay, but the moment that the temporary stimulus was withdrawn, he would fall back into a deep and bitter melancholy, which I never saw enlivened even by a smile. Generally, after supper, he retired to a solitary chamber, and there remained alone for several hours. At first I fancied that he occupied himself in reading, for which he always had a strong taste; but being obliged on more than one occasion, in the course of the civil strife that ensued, to break in upon his retirement, I almost always found him immersed in deep thought, with his cheek resting on his hand, and never saw a book near him during those hours of the night that he thus passed alone. On our return from the esplanade, which did not take place till after a late hour in the evening, we found Father Ferdinand walking in the flower garden with Mademoiselle de Villadin, and smiling upon all her young and graceful sports with that bland expression of reflected enjoyment which sits so well upon the lip of age. As soon as the little Laura beheld me, she sprang up as usual to my neck, and, making a sort of seat of my arm, scolded me with childish vehemence for my long absence. "He will be absent from you still longer, my sweet child," said Monsieur de Villadin, kissing her cheek, "and therefore you must remember to keep far from the water, as there will be no one there to save you. Do you know, my good father," he added, turning to the priest, "that child would soon make me a very coward. The only thing I fear, in going to do what I conceive my duty, is, that I may never see her again." He waited for no reply, but turned to the house, and we followed. After supper, Father Ferdinand and myself were left alone, and I now learned more of the arrangements which Monsieur de Villadin found it necessary to make, than he had himself communicated. As Brittany was in general loyal, and the governor most decidedly attached to the court, against which the Duke was now in arms, he had determined upon sending his whole household with Mademoiselle de Villadin, and everything easily movable, both from the Prévalet and from Dumont, to the estates of his late wife at Vermont in the Orléanois, where his daughter, being in the immediate neighbourhood of her granduncle, Monsieur de Laurie, would, he fancied, be much more safe than in Brittany. "They have already arrested the wife and sister of the Duc de Bouillon," said the confessor, "and Monsieur de Villadin thinks that if they imprison women as a sort of surety for their relatives, they may equally well imprison children. He has prevailed upon me," added the good priest, "to go to Vermont also, and to superintend the education of his daughter, though God knows I have every inducement to stay in this province, and no worldly motive has ever been able to make me quit it hitherto. Here I was born," he continued musing. "Here are all the associations of my infancy and of my age, nor did I think to leave it, though the Duke has frequently asked me. But I have now yielded to another voice more persuasive than his." "Indeed," I said in some surprise; and he instantly added, more in answer to my look than to the exclamation, "The voice of my own heart, my son." The conversation then rambled on in a desultory manner, and the worthy father, ere we parted, gave me an infinity of good advice, which, of course, I was the more willing to take, because he put it less in the dogmatical form of directions in regard to my own conduct, than under the semblance of the results of his own experience and general observations upon man and the world. He exacted from me a promise, also, that I would write to him continually, giving him not only an account of the general events in which I was about to mingle, but also detailing my own actions, thoughts, and feelings, as far as it was wise and prudent to do so, by the insecure conveyance of the post. "In your letters to me, my son," he added, "you cannot be too minute, for believe me, everything that concerns you, your health, your welfare, the progress of your mind, and the success of your fortunes, are all matters of interest to me in no slight degree." He has acknowledged to me since that his chief motive in exacting from me this promise was not so much the desire of watching over my conduct himself, as the wish to add a sort of safeguard to all the good principles he had endeavoured to instil into my mind, well knowing that the sense of moral responsibility is seldom so vivid in youth as greatly to affect our actions, unless some co-operating restraint compels us continually to examine our own hearts minutely. He did not choose to suffer his motive to appear at the moment, however laudable he knew it to be, fully understanding that my disposition was not one to submit to any checks but those I chose to impose upon myself. I noticed this fact, indeed, more as a slight trait of that petty policy which the good father suffered to mingle with his other more estimable qualities, than from any effect that was produced upon myself, as my absence at Bordeaux was too short, and the circumstances in which we were placed were too difficult, to admit of any extended correspondence between us at that time. On the Thursday morning we began our march, and advanced rapidly towards Bordeaux, crossing an immense extent of country, which was at that time in a state of disorganisation and confusion, which nobody who did not see it at that period can possibly conceive. Indeed, I will not attempt to describe it, for no one living under an orderly and well-conducted form of government would believe that such a complete state of anarchy and misrule could be produced, throughout a whole country, by the follies and dissensions of half a dozen unruly and ambitious men. Although a single regiment would at any time have stopped us on our march, it not only seemed that no regiment was to be found in the whole tract which we traversed, but such was the state of apathy and confusion that reigned in every part of the kingdom, that no town or village through which we passed appeared to have had the slightest intimation of our approach till we showed ourselves in the streets. Monsieur de Villadin himself, quite accustomed to the sort of warfare which we were pursuing, advanced direct upon Bordeaux with very little caution, taking care indeed to avoid those towns which he knew to be garrisoned for the court, but heedless altogether, at least so it seemed to me, in regard to the movements of our enemies, who were certainly marching in considerable force towards the same point with ourselves. The whole business, indeed, was conducted in so different a manner from that which I had seen in our civil wars in England, that I could not but come to the conclusion that the French were decidedly a better tempered people than my own countrymen, and without being braver, that they bore every sort of misfortune, fatigue, and danger with a degree of light carelessness that no Englishman could have affected, much less felt, under similar circumstances. How it happened that we did not encounter the army of Monsieur de Meilleraye, I cannot at all explain, as we certainly must have passed within 5 miles of his camp. So, however, it did happen, and after a march of rather more than 10 days, we entered the city of Bordeaux, amidst the acclamations of the people and the rejoicings of our friends and partisans. We found the town, indeed, in a very unpromising condition for undergoing a siege. Provisions and stores, it is true, were most abundant, the people were zealous in the cause of the princes, and considerable force of veteran troops were within the place, and the generals were experienced and determined, but the fortifications of the city itself were, to all appearance, incompetent to resist for a single day the attack of a regular army. The inhabitants would not hear of the suburbs being destroyed for the defence of the rest of the city, and it became necessary to protect them also against the enemy, who was now approaching rapidly. Diligence and activity, however, remedied many defects. Several redoubts were thrown up on the upper side of the Garonne. The old castle of Blanfort, which had seen the days of the Black Prince, was destined once more to receive a garrison, and numbers of the citizens worked day and night at the wall and trenches, in order to put them in a state for resistance before the approach of the royal army. By this time the Duke of Épernon was within a few miles of the city, and the first active operations were undertaken on the side of Blanfort, from which place Monsieur de Chambon, our Maréchal de Camp, was forced to make a precipitate retreat. An effort was made on the part of the Bordelais to support him, in which our regiment took a share, but the nature of the ground which the enemy now occupied was so strong, that all we could accomplish was to cover the retreat of the Maréchal de Camp, which was now effected without difficulty and in good order. On that side the Duke was held at bay, but the King and Court were by this time at Libourne, while Monsieur de Maillery was advancing towards the Faubourg Saint-Saurin, which seemed quite untenable, and it was evident that he intended, if possible, to take advantage of its total want of defences, in order to storm the city by the Porte de Digo. It so happened, however, that in advance of the gate was a dunghill, on which had been thrown a considerable quantity of rubbish, left by some improvements which had been carried on about 2 years before in that quarter of the town, the whole forming an elevation of a few feet, at a short distance from the Porte Digo. On visiting the spot to see what might best be done for the defence of the gate, the Dukes of Bouillon and Rochefoucauld, together with Monsieur de Villadin and several others, advanced to the top of this little mound, in order to gain a better view of the surrounding objects, when it suddenly struck someone, I do not know whom, that the very heap on which they were standing might be converted into a half moon for the defence of the gate. No sooner was this plan proposed than it was executed. What little additions the time permitted were immediately made, and though it was utterly impossible either to erect a parapet or to dig a fosse, a dunghill and a pile of rubbish thus became the principal defence of the city of Bordeaux. Scarcely were these preparations complete when the attack upon the Faubourg commenced, and while the Maréchal de Maillery himself proceeded to force the barricades which had been erected in the streets, and were defended vigorously by the Duc de Rochefoucauld, a detachment was sent round by the vineyards and cornfields in order to turn the Faubourg, and attack the half moon from the west. This part of the plan, however, had been foreseen by Monsieur de Bouillon and Monsieur de Villadin, and although the Maréchal succeeded in forcing the barricades in the Faubourg, the detachment which I have mentioned got entangled amongst the hedges and walls of the vineyards, which had been previously garnished with several corps of infantry, and was glad to effect its retreat with the loss of nearly 700 men. The events of the day gave great encouragement to the people of Bordeaux, and though we found it very difficult to prevail upon the men to defend the half moon with any degree of regularity, yet whenever it was attacked by the enemy, a sudden sortie from the Porte Digo and one of the neighbouring posterns succeeded, in all instances, in repelling the assailants and sweeping their trenches as far as they had been conducted. I do not suppose to give any minute detail of this well-known siege. The part I took in it was little more than that of common soldier, though by volunteering my services upon all occasions and in every sort of occupation, I was continually in the midst of the fire. By a species of stupidity, or perhaps from early initiation into such schemes of peril, I have never been able to remember, when actually engaged in battle, that there was any sort of danger to be apprehended; and though, when Monsieur de Villadin and the Duc de Bouillon, who about this time took a great deal of notice of me, reprehended me for exposing myself madly, as they called it, I used to make very strong and sincere resolutions of prudence and circumspection. Yet whenever the next day came, and I found myself in the Sally, or in the half moon, I quite forgot to look out for danger, and never remembered my resolutions till I was once more within the walls. Little occurred to me of a personal nature during the whole of my residence at Bordeaux, that is at all worth relating. In the defence I endeavoured to do my duty, and under such circumstances it is very difficult to do more. I was fortunate enough, however, to please those who commanded, and received more praise for my conduct than I at all deserved. As I was scarcely ever absent from the point of attack, my more peaceful operations consisted principally in eating, drinking, and sleeping, and as I knew nobody in the whole town besides the personal attendance of Monsieur de Villadin, with the exception of Gaspard de Belleville, who had now obtained a commission in the regiment of the Duc de Bouillon, very little occurred to divert my thoughts even for a moment from the operations of the siege. Gaspard I saw but seldom, but when I did so, we met upon perhaps better terms than we had done in the house of Monsieur de Villadin. He had acquired a great deal of strut and swagger, it is true, upon the strength of his new situation, but by this time he knew me too well to provoke me deliberately, and therefore always maintained a degree of civility with which I was quite satisfied. I fancied, indeed, now he had left Monsieur de Villadin, and had embarked in an entirely new course of life, that the jealousy with which he had regarded me on account of the Duke's preference for myself had become extinct, and that his hatred was consequently at an end. But in this I afterwards found that I was mistaken. I had but little opportunity of observing his general conduct, but from that which I did see of it, I should say that, though not wanting in courage, he was at this time anything but enterprising, and that the great favour which he obtained with his commander was principally acquired by those somewhat servile and insinuating manners which he knew well how to put on towards his superiors, though he was insufferably insolent and domineering to every one below him. One little adventure I certainly did meet with, which, though it produced no results at the time, I could not help connecting in my own mind with the presence of Gaspard de Belleville in Bordeaux. Having returned to my own lodging in the evening of the 6th day of the siege, in order to get something to eat, as I had not tasted food since the night before, I was suddenly disturbed at my supper by a cry of "Alerte! Alerte! To the walls! To the walls!" and hurrying out as fast as possible, I was proceeding towards the Porte d'Igot, when, at the corner of one of the narrow streets, I ran accidentally against a lady handsomely dressed, and nearly knocking her down, struck out of her hand the black velvet mask called a loup, which was then very generally used by women in the higher classes, under the pretext of defending their complexion from the sun or from the sharp air. Stooping hurriedly down, I picked up the mask and returned it to the lady, raising my eyes to her face for the first time as I did so. My surprise was not a little, I confess, to see in such gay habiliments Madame Suzette, the suivante of the late unhappy Duchess de Villadin. She had recognised me sooner, and was gazing on me with an expression of countenance which I did not easily forget. Such a strange mixture of coquetry and hatred and self-satisfied vanity did it display. Taking back her mask, she continued to gaze at me till she saw me about to speak, and then applying it to her face, she turned upon her heel with an air of insolent scorn, and tripping down the street, left me to pursue my way to the walls. Nor during the rest of the siege did I see her again, although I think I should have recognised her, in despite of her loup. For 13 days the siege was continued with great activity. The half-moon remained in the hands of the Bordelais, provisions were plenty, and the determination of the populace was but little shaken. However, the Maréchal de Meillerie, finding his attack upon the Porte d'Igot unavailing, entered upon a new plan of operations, and pushed his trenches on the other side of the town, in the gardens between the Archbishop's palace and the convent called the Chartrons. Our proper quarters in the town lay in that very neighbourhood, Monsieur de Villadin having been assigned a house by the side of the Cathedral of St. Andrew, and his men being billeted in the streets round about him. We could do nothing, however, to stay the progress of the besiegers. The trenches were carried on rapidly, and notwithstanding sallies innumerable, a battery of 6 pieces of cannon opened upon the curtain, and very soon effected a practicable breach. Of course, all was now anxiety in the city, and though the generals did everything in their power to keep up the spirits of the Bordelais, assuring them that the breach was not practicable, that internal work should be thrown up during the night to remedy the evil, and that they themselves, with their own followers and the volunteers from the town, would undertake to make good their defence against all the troops which could be brought to act upon that point, The people evidently lost heart. Tumultuous meetings were held in different parts of the city, and I acknowledge that the only choice left for us appeared to me either to be given up by the inhabitants as a sort of peace offering to the court, or at least to die in the breach, defending a town that was no longer defensible. Such, I believe, was the general opinion also of the principal officers and gentlemen engaged in the cause of the princes, and it became a very difficult question how to act. Nor were the Bordelais themselves more decided. A number of generous voices were raised against the very idea of delivering up the noblemen who had trusted them to their bitter enemies, but the great multitude, which never knows any means between rashness and timidity, called loudly upon their rulers to make peace with the court at every sacrifice. From this unpleasant situation both parties were suddenly and unexpectedly relieved. While the magistrates were in debate in one place and the generals were in debate in another, and while the people, collected in every street and market-place, were murmuring at their fate, and shouting against those who had brought it upon them, the news suddenly reached us that a deputation from the Parliament of Paris had arrived at the gates, offering to negotiate a treaty between the defenders of Bordeaux and the besieging force. Every one caught gladly at the idea. A suspension of hostilities was immediately granted, and deputies both from the city and the generals returned with the Parisians to the town of Bourg, at which place the whole court was assembled. The queen, timid and vacillating, did not understand or believe how completely the city was in her power. Mazarin, unwilling to bring upon himself the overwhelming odium of destroying such a number of the noblest families in France as were then cooped up in the city, did not press for any hard conditions, and I rather suspect that the Maréchal de Meilleray, having a great number of friends amongst the besieged, rested satisfied with feeling that he had the city in his power if he were forced to proceed, without making known the full advantage of his situation to those who might have been inclined to use it ungenerously. The result, however, was that the truce was extended to 6 days, and that during that time negotiations were carried on, which terminated in a treaty of peace infinitely more favourable than the defenders of Bordeaux could have hoped or expected. It was agreed that full and free pardon should be given to all the inhabitants of the town, into which the court should enter, unaccompanied by any other troops than an ordinary guard, that the Princess de Condé and her son might retire in safety to Montrond, and that a general pardon should be given to all the other persons concerned, directly or indirectly, in the resistance offered by the city to the royal forces, upon the sole condition that the leaders should solemnly pledge themselves never to bear arms against the king again. End of chapter 22. Section 19 of The Little Ball of Fire by George Payne Rainsford James. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 23. As soon as the treaty had been duly signed, the Princess de Condé, with 4 of her principal supporters, of whom Monsieur de Villardin was one, set out for Bourg, where they were as kindly received and as hospitably treated by the court as if they had never borne arms against the throne. The whole party was splendidly entertained at the lodging of the Cardinal Prime Minister, and on Monsieur de Villardin's return to Bordeaux, I found that no slight impression had been made on his mind by the gracious and unexpected reception he had met. The young king himself, he informed me, had condescended to press him to take an active part in his service, and I gathered that the Duke had replied in such a manner as to leave no doubt that, as soon as the princes were set at liberty, there would be none more zealous and indefatigable in the royal cause than himself. Determined upon conducting his troops back to Brittany in person, the Duke dispatched me with 3 or 4 servants across the country to Vermont, for the purpose of giving notice to Father Ferdinand and Mademoiselle de Villardin that he was safe and well, and would speedily join us in the Orléanois. Very well comprehending how glad the Duke was to find a fair excuse for taking up his residence in a part of the country which was less painfully associated in his mind than that which he had lately inhabited, I ventured to press him to be the bearer of his own good news to Vermont, and to suffer me to conduct the regiment back to Brittany, which I argued he might very well do, as almost all other commanders were at once dismissing their men, and suffering them to find their way home as best they might. His ideas of duty, however, were in this respect far more strict than those of the other generals, and adhering to his determination, he began his march on the following day, while I set out for Vermont. I had now to travel through a part of the country I had never seen, and a rich and splendid land it was. No armies had passed for several years along the exact track which I took, and as I compared the smiling abundance of everything around me with the scenes of devastation and ruin I had so often seen, new estimations of many things on this earth began to present themselves to my mind, and I got even as far as to admit that, whatever charms a military life might have, it would be a sad and terrible act to change such prospects of beauty and happiness to scenes of ruin and desolation. The gradual progress of all these slow alterations in my own mind and feelings, working themselves out one after another through life, has been the subject of curious investigation to myself, and as I write for my own amusement, I shall continue to put them down as they occur to my remembrance. The first feeling that in my bosom tended most certainly to soften all the rest was a growing taste for the beauties of nature, of every kind and description, and as I approached Vermont, the warm and luxurious banks of the Loire struck me with the same pleasurable sensations as I had experienced on seeing the deep shades and tranquil stillness of the Pré Valais. Crossing the Loire at Gien, I turned to the right, and a little beyond Blenau was directed by the peasantry to the Château de Vermont, which was situated in a dry and sandy soil, and surrounded by some rich but rather wild scenery. The house itself was not a very large one, but it possessed various advantages which were not to be found at either Dumont or the Pré Valais, and, especially in my eyes, was preferable to either of them, from being totally unconnected with the dark and gloomy remembrances that hung like a boding cloud over both the others. Here I found Mademoiselle de Villardin with both Father Ferdinand and her worthy relation the good old Count de Laurie, and great was the joy of all parties on hearing, not the successful issue of our undertaking, but the safe and fortunate manner in which it had terminated, after promising much less pleasant results. I think the 10 days that followed were amongst the happiest of my whole life. I was in the society of 3 people, each of whom, though very different from each other, I loved. I was in a beautiful scene where all was new. I was myself caressed and applauded by everyone. There was no violent passion, either good or evil, in my bosom, and there was no restraint upon my actions. Even after we were joined by Monsieur de Villardin, although the deep melancholy which had now resumed its place in his demeanour, of course cast a degree of gloom over the whole household, and though I especially felt grieved and pained to witness the bitter sorrow that preyed upon the heart of a man to whom I was sincerely attached, still the days passed pleasantly enough, and treated in every respect as if I had been the Duke's own son, I had every reason to be content with my condition. The passing of such days do not bear detail, but, in the meantime, events were taking place in other parts of France that again called us into active life. In Paris, the popular faction called the Fronde, at the head of which, as I have before said, were the Archbishop Coadjutor de Retz and the Duke of Beaufort, had begun to take umbrage at the kindness which Mazarin and the court had shown to the defenders of Bordeaux, and knowing very well that the minister had only employed their party for the purpose of delivering himself from the Prince de Condé and his friends, the popular leaders began to suspect that Mazarin, as soon as it suited him, would make what conditions he pleased with the imprisoned princes, and set them at liberty without the intervention of the Fronde. The success of the war in Guienne had raised the minister higher than they liked also, and the cardinal, foolishly believing himself quite secure, soon began to treat the Frondeurs with very little ceremony. The Viscount de Turenne, it is true, was still in arms in Champagne, but the good fortune of Mazarin was again triumphant in this instance, as if on purpose to make him think himself beyond the power of fate. The Maréchal du Plessis-Praslin, an experienced officer, but one certainly inferior to Turenne in every respect, was sent against the only formidable opponent of the court that now remained, and after various manoeuvres on both parts, completely defeated Turenne, who fled to Bar-le-Duc, accompanied only by 500 horse. This success increased the pride of Mazarin, and taught him vainly to imagine that he could at length put down the faction which had so long either ruled or disorganized the state; and although the parties of the court and the Fronde had, for a time, unnaturally united for the ruin of Condé and his family, they now found that the moment was come when the struggle between themselves was to be renewed. Each determined upon the liberation of the princes, but Mazarin sought to obtain more from the prisoners than the Fronde were inclined to demand, and he consequently temporized too long, while De Retz and Beaufort stirred up the people and the Parliament, and the cry of the liberation of Condé became as general amongst the Parisians as the rejoicings for his imprisonment had been about a year before. The Duke of Orleans also, lieutenant general of the kingdom, always weak and always false, abandoned once more the cause of the minister. The cry for the liberation of the princes was succeeded by a clamour for the exile of Mazarin, and after many ineffectual struggles the Queen Regent was obliged to yield her favourite to popular turbulence, and the minister fled from the court, happy to escape with life. The very next morning the Parliament of Paris, which not long before had condemned a man to death for publishing a libel against the cardinal, now found reasons for declaring him a disturber of the public peace, and for passing sentence of outlawry against him, and the people and the Parliament prepared to liberate with joy the princes who had so lately been the objects of their execrations. Mazarin, however, outstripped them in that very design, and wishing to take the credit of the act to himself, no sooner had he quitted the capital than, proceeding to Havre, whither Condé and his companions had been removed, he threw open their prison doors and himself announced their liberation. The princes treated him with the contempt he merited, and the disgraced minister, finding himself without resource, fled from a country to which he was destined to return, after a very short lapse of time, more powerful than ever. One of the first acts of the Prince de Condé was to write a letter of thanks to Monsieur de Villadin for the part he had taken in the late events, and he condescended especially to notice my somewhat dangerous enterprise in finding my way into Vincennes, for the purpose of communicating to him the plan framed by Gourville for his deliverance. He added that he might have supposed I had deceived him, as the scheme was never put in execution, but that he had learned from other sources the cause which prevented the attempt, and he concluded by assuring Monsieur de Villadin that, if he could point out any object which either he or I deserved, the whole influence of the house of Condé should be exerted to obtain it for us. This probably might have led me into other scenes, and indeed might have changed the complexion of my whole after-life, had not events arisen which soon placed the prince in a state of fiercer opposition to the court than ever. Anne of Austria resolved to recall her favourite Mazarin. Condé himself, aspiring to govern the state, was determined that the minister should remain in exile. Means were soon found to embroil him with the party of the Fronde, and the prince at length made up his mind both to revenge himself upon those who had caused his imprisonment, and to strike boldly for the supreme power by force of arms. Having once taken his resolution, he pursued it with all that fearless decision which rendered him a great general, but more than once made him a bad subject. Retiring from Paris, he negotiated with all his former friends and adherents, and carrying his measures still farther, treated with Spain itself, the open and declared enemy of his native country. From that crown he received every assurance of assistance that he could desire, which assurances were fulfilled to the letter. But with his former partisans in France he was not by any means so successful. His causes of complaint against the court were not at all such as to justify the violent and ruinous measures he was pursuing. His own ambitious motives were apparent to every eye, and an immense change of circumstances had been effected by the simple fact of the young king having attained his majority. What people might affect to consider a struggle amongst the different powers of the state for the administration of the realm during the infancy of the king could now be looked upon in no other light than as actual rebellion against the royal authority. The Duke of Bouillon, tied by the engagement made at Bourges, and seeing the present situation of the prince in a very different light from that in which his position while under imprisonment had appeared to him, positively refused to take part in his rebellion, though the regiment he had raised, officers and soldiers, went over to the party of Condé. Turenne followed the example of his brother the Duc de Bouillon, and declined to act with the prince against the court. Monsieur de Villadin also, in reply to a letter from Condé upon the subject, while he assured him of his unabated personal regard, informed him plainly that he not only would refuse all participation in new schemes against the court, but would consider himself bound to serve against any one found in rebellion to the royal authority, now that the monarch had attained his majority. Condé still, however, pursued his plan, and but too many were found to give him support in its execution. Nor did he calculate alone, it would seem, upon his present partisans, and upon the assistance of Spain, but knowing the levity of all political characters in that day, he reckoned boldly upon a great number of his present enemies coming over to his side, and foresaw, it would appear, that the approaching recall of Mazarin would soon induce the Fronde itself to co-operate directly or indirectly in his schemes. Retiring upon Guienne, which, from various causes, was almost always ready for revolt, he at length absolutely raised the standard of rebellion against the king. A large body of troops, called the Corps de Condé, abandoned the royal army on the frontiers of Flanders, and went over at once to the Spanish force, which was now leagued with the prince. Considerable bodies of troops joined him in Bordeaux. A great part of Berry took arms in his favour, and once more the flame of civil war was lighted throughout the land. Negotiations were immediately entered into between the court and all those officers who had refused, on the present occasion, to serve with the prince. Of these Monsieur de Villadin was, of course, one, and full powers were given to him to raise a regiment in the name of the king, with a great many other marks of the royal favour and confidence. He accepted the task without hesitation, and declared his positive determination never to suffer any circumstances to induce him again to oppose the royal authority; but, at the same time, in the vain hope that other events would cause Condé to make his submission, he delayed as long as possible taking any active part in the warlike operations against his friend, under the pretence of requiring some time to complete his preparations. In the meantime Condé had lost no time, but was making such progress in Guienne that the whole country began to take alarm at his success. The Count de Harcourt, however, soon after checked his advance on the side of Cognac, and the Maréchal de Gramont, marching with a considerable body of troops towards Langon, threatened to turn the flank of the prince's army. Each of the royal generals commanded more men and better disciplined forces than those which followed Condé, and the prince found himself obliged to choose between fighting under disadvantages which must have proved fatal, or temporizing with the court in order to give time for a diversion to be effected in his favour. He accordingly, with consummate policy, made overtures to the queen for permitting the return of Mazarin. The queen, whose partiality for her minister did not permit her to see what Condé, as I have before said, had at once perceived, that the recall of the cardinal would immediately throw the whole party of the Fronde, together with the Parliament and a great body of the people, entirely into the hands of the rebellious prince, caught eagerly at the idea of the minister's return, Not only did she give Condé both time and repose by negotiating, at a moment when her generals might have pushed their advantage to his complete overthrow, but, blindly running before the negotiation, she dispatched courier after courier to Mazarin, without at all requiring that the prince should commit himself with the Fronde by joining in the recall of the obnoxious Italian. Mazarin lost no time, but at the head of a body of troops which he had raised in Germany, he entered France, and being immediately joined by the royal army in Champagne, he advanced at once across the country towards Poitiers. All that Condé had foreseen now took place. The Fronde, the Parliament, the people, were astonished and indignant at the unexpected return of the hated minister. The Duke of Orleans obtained a decree from the Parliament of Paris, commanding all governors of towns to arrest him in his progress. A reward of 50,000 crowns was offered for his head. An army was raised by the Duc de Beaufort, who effected his junction with the Duc de Nemours, the strongest partisan of the Prince de Condé, and their united forces were joined by a large body of Spaniards, which had been promised some time before. At the same time the Duc de Rohan, governor of Anjou, declared for Condé, and the whole province that he commanded, and every part of the empire, seemed rising at once against the authority of the court. Monsieur de Villardin now found that it was no longer a time for hesitation, and that if all the royalists remained inactive, the constitution of the country itself must be overthrown. The greater part of the regiment which had served with him at Bordeaux had been again collected by his orders in Brittany. 3 or 4 more troops were easily raised in the Orleanois. The whole had been more perfectly disciplined during the time he had remained in inactivity than they had ever been before, and the moment that he heard of the general revolt, he dispatched couriers to the court at Poitiers to announce that he was on his march to support its cause, with an effective force of 1,200 men. This reinforcement was a matter of no small consequence to the royal army in those days, and the pleasure that this news occasioned to the young king and his court was greatly increased from the circumstances of the time at which Monsieur de Villardin's declaration arrived, and from the hope it held out of others following his example. A new era was now opening for me. One of the troops of Monsieur de Villardin's regiment, raised by the authority of the king himself, had been given to me, and the high road to honour and promotion was now thrown wide before me. The political events which I have narrated above had occupied a considerable space of time, so that I was now more than 17. The little property which the kindness of Lord Masterton and of Monsieur de Villardin had bestowed upon me was more than sufficient for all my wants and wishes. My troop was as fine and well disciplined a one as any in the service, and on the 28th of February I commenced my march with Monsieur de Villardin, full of all the hopes of youth, although I had been prematurely taught the experience of manhood. I do not know that such a combination of the two is either pleasant or beneficial to him who possesses them, and I do believe that nature's plan is the best in joining youthful inexperience to youthful passions. For my own part, I may safely say that having by the circumstances of my early days been carried too far forward all through life, I have always found that it was painful to be older than one's years. We conducted our march as rapidly as possible towards Poitiers, and I remember nothing worth relating that occurred on the way. We found, however, at that town, that the court and army had proceeded to Saumur, and following it thither, with only a day's halt, we again approached the Loire. We were welcomed with infinite joy, and I was presented by Monsieur de Villardin to the minister and to the young king, by both of whom I was treated with great kindness. The former was an elderly man of mild and insinuating manners, but with nothing either impressive or graceful in his demeanour. The latter was a youth of a fine intelligent countenance, but apparently far more occupied with the thoughts of field sports and courtly gallantries than affairs of state or war. The royal army at this time was commanded by Marshals Turenne and d'Auquincourt, and M. de Villadin immediately received such an appointment under the command of the former as suited his rank and experience. We found, however, that our long march to Saumur might have been spared us, for within 4 days after our arrival it was announced that, quiet being restored in Anjou, and the Prince de Condé being kept in check by the Count de Harcourt and the Maréchal de Gramont, the king intended to return immediately to Paris, in order to take measures against the combined force of Spaniards and insurgents, which was rapidly traversing Champagne, and advancing towards the Nivernois. The next morning the order to march was given, and following the course of the Loire for the purpose of securing the large towns situated upon that river, we passed through Tours, Amboise, and Blois, finding the country in general loyal, and willing to receive the royal army. Orléans, however, shut her gates against us, and as our own force was small, while the enemy, to the number of 15,000 men, had already entered the Orléanois, the attempt to reduce the city by force would have been in vain. Both the court and the generals were now eager to meet the Dukes of Nemours and Beaufort, who commanded the adverse force on the other side of the river, and between whom dissensions were said to exist which were likely to neutralize entirely the superiority of their forces, but none certainly was more desirous of dislodging them from their post than M. de Villadin, inasmuch as they occupied a position extending from Montargis to the Loire, in a line drawn directly between Lorry and Vermont, at the latter of which places we had left Mademoiselle de Villadin, now a pretty little girl of about 11 years old. Ere anything else could be attempted, it was necessary to secure the bridge of Gergeau, lest the enemy should pass the river and fall upon our rear. This, however, was not to be done without some trouble, as the bridge had already been seized by M. de l'Étouffe, lieutenant general of the enemy's force, who had found time to effect a lodgment and place his cannon before sufficient troops could be brought up to dispute the possession. Here, however, the genius of Turenne at once remedied all difficulties. Without ammunition, and with only 200 men, he kept possession of the little town, erected a barricade upon the bridge, defended it for 2 hours against an immensely superior force, and yielded not a step till a sufficient reinforcement arrived to enable him to drive back the enemy and blow up the bridge. Although not present at the beginning of the affair, I obtained leave to ride on before the party destined to support M. de Turenne, and brought him the first news of its approach. Nor throughout all the scenes of the kind that I have witnessed did I ever behold a man who, in the midst of danger and excitement, displayed such calm, unmoved tranquillity. He neither looked vehement, nor heated, nor anxious, but in the midst of the enemy's fire, which was tremendous, listened to my report as if I had been giving him an invitation to dinner. As soon as we had secured our rear by the destruction of the bridge of Gergeau, we marched directly upon Guisnes, and, passing the Loire by the bridge at that town, took up a position at the distance of about 15 miles from the enemy, in order to ascertain their exact situation before hazarding any very bold stroke with our inferior force. The court established itself at Guisnes, and Turenne fixed his headquarters at Briare, while the Maréchal d'Auquincourt took up his at Blenau. But it was now discovered that forage, which had been scarce along the whole line of our march, was not to be had in any sufficient quantity, and the cavalry was obliged to disperse in troops amongst the villages, in a semicircle of about 20 miles to the right, left, and rear of our general position. M. de Villadin was obliged to remain with Turenne, but he directed me to post my troop as near as possible to the park and château of Vermont, though, as a part of the enemy's advance guard occupied the little village of that name, I could not approach so near as I could wish. We found, however, upon inquiry, that our adversaries were behaving with much courtesy to the people of the country, and that the château of M. de Villadin had as yet been respected. But nevertheless he was extremely anxious to withdraw his daughter and household, if possible, from so exposed a situation, and on taking my leave of him I promised to negotiate with the officer who occupied the village in order to carry his wish into effect. Thus long I have been obliged to pause upon the general history of the times, which has been much better detailed by others, and as I am now about to return to my private life and personal adventures, I shall close this chapter here and begin my narration of the events which followed on a fresh page. End of chapter 23. Section 20 of The Little Ball of Fire by George Payne Rainsford James. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 24. Leaving Monsieur de Villadin to set out with Turenne for the purpose of reconnoitring the enemy's position, I put myself at the head of my troop and advanced towards Virmont. It was the 5th of April, and as beautiful a spring morning as ever was seen, and winding away from the banks of the Loire, I led the troop through the shady and obscure roads in the neighbourhood of Briare, every inch of which I well knew. The Duke had left the choice of my quarters to myself, as we were not yet sufficiently acquainted with the enemy's dispositions to enable him to decide for me. But before quitting headquarters I had fixed in my own mind upon the ground that I would select, if I found it practicable, on nearer inspection. I soon learned that it was so, for as we proceeded I met several peasants on the road, from whose report I was convinced that the post I proposed to take up was sufficiently removed from the enemy's line to permit of my occupying it with little risk. Without further hesitation, then, I advanced to the top of the hill above Virmont, and entered the village which I had already fixed upon for my quarters. The hamlet itself was situated in the midst of a grove of tall trees, upon the slope of the hill looking towards Briare. But on the other side of the highway, commanding a view down into the valley on the side of Virmont and Montargis, was placed a little auberge at which we had frequently paused upon our hunting expeditions, and to the landlord of which I was consequently well known. The enemy's extreme outpost was, as I have said, at Virmont, with the exception of a few cravates thrown forward to a farmhouse by the side of the river. Thus the village that I occupied, being on the other side of the hill, was out of sight of any of their quarters, while the whole ground covered by their avant-garde could be seen from the back window and garden of the little auberge at which I took up my abode. The grove of trees already mentioned hid the village itself from Briare, but I had remarked as we came that a windmill, detached from the rest of the houses, was clearly to be seen at the headquarters of Monsieur de Turenne. The landlord of the inn was evidently delighted to see me, as he expected every hour to be put under contribution by the enemy, and he soon gave me a complete insight into all their movements since their arrival at Montargis. He set my mind at ease, too, in regard to the household at the château, assuring me that the officer who commanded at the village of Virmont had not suffered his men to commit any excess, nor even to penetrate within the walls of the park. All this was very satisfactory, but of course I determined to follow exactly the orders of Monsieur de Villadin, and sending down a flag of truce, I demanded an interview with the commandant in the village. This he immediately granted, and riding down with 2 or 3 men, I met him in one of the meadows by the side of a stream, across which our conversation was carried out. Explaining to him that it was the object of Monsieur de Villadin to remove his daughter and household to a place of greater security, I asked him, for courtesy's sake, to permit me to carry that purpose into effect. To this he at once replied, that having the pleasure of being slightly acquainted with Monsieur de Villadin, he should be delighted to give him any proof of his high consideration and respect. He added that I should be at liberty to pass the river with the sergeant's guard, if I thought it necessary, in order to escort the young lady to Briare or Gien. As it was now near 5 o'clock, however, it was too late to take advantage of his offer that evening, and the officer charged himself to communicate to Father Ferdinand that I would be at the château the next morning, in order to guard himself and his charge to a place of security. Some farther conversation ensued in regard to the hour, and in the midst of it a horseman, followed by several attendants, came up at full speed to communicate something to the officer with whom I had been speaking. The newcomer sprang to the ground at once, and, amidst feathers and plumes and lace and embroidery, I recognised immediately my old enemy, Gaspard de Belleville. I saw that his remembrance of me was not less quick, but as he turned his back towards me and seemed desirous of avoiding every appearance of recognition, I assumed an air of perfect unconsciousness, and, bidding the officer adieu, with many thanks for his courtesy and politeness, I mounted my horse and again rode up the hill. The distance was about 2 miles, and almost all the farmers who occupied the ground from the river to the village were either tenants or vassals of Monsieur de Villadin and Monsieur Laurie, and consequently completely at my command. At each of the farmhouses, as I went, I paused for a few minutes, and explaining to the farmers the necessity of keeping an acute watch upon the enemy, I made them promise that in case they saw, during the night, any movement in advance, they would each, one after another, set fire to a pile of brushwood in their courtyard, and for the purpose of rendering our intelligence more secure, 2 or 3 of those in the immediate vicinity of the river agreed to take it by turns each night to sit up and mark the motions of the adverse force. On my arrival at the village, also, I rode directly to the mill, which luckily proved to be built of stone, with a little sort of platform near the top, by means of which the miller reached and regulated the sails. Much to his surprise, and somewhat to his consternation, I caused this little parapet to be loaded with brushwood, and then explaining to him that it might be necessary to set fire to the pile, I told him to do his best to prevent the building itself from catching fire, in the event of our being compelled to use his mill as a stand for our beacon. Leaving 6 men to give him assistance in removing the sails and everything combustible from the neighbourhood of the platform, I returned to the little inn and wrote a letter to Monsieur de Villadin, telling him what I had done, and informing him that if he saw my beacon lighted on the mill, he might be sure that the enemy were making some decided movement, preparatory to an attack upon the royal army. This I instantly sealed and sent off, though not without letting the Duke know that I had seen Gaspard de Belleville at the enemy's outpost, but leaving him to draw his own deductions. Although these precautions might be very well justified by the general circumstances of the case, I confess that I should not have been so prudent as to take them, had no particular suspicion been superadded. But the simple fact of the appearance of Gaspard at the adverse avant-garde had set my mind upon forming a train of conclusions, which I shall now state, and which, though wild enough in themselves, ultimately proved correct. I have before said that on being sent to Bordeaux by Monsieur de Villadin, the page, at his lord's solicitation, had received a commission in the regiment of the Duc de Bouillon. That regiment, officers and soldiers, had afterwards gone over to the Prince de Condé, and the last that we had heard of Gaspard de Belleville was, that he had gained considerable favour with the prince, and had distinguished himself highly in his service during the revolt at Guienne. Every one believed that Condé was still in that province, hemmed in by the Count de Harcourt and the Maréchal de Gramont. But Gaspard de Belleville, who was not the brightest genius that ever lived, had contrived to effect his passage through the forces of Harcourt and Gramont, and had joined the army of the Dukes of Beaufort and Nemours. Where he could pass, I thought, surely Condé could pass also, and I asked myself if there were not 1,000 reasons for supposing he would make the attempt, if the enterprise were feasible. He could do little or nothing at Guienne. The Dukes of Nemours and Beaufort were wasting their time and ruining a fine army by their dissensions. No one could put an end to those disputes but Condé, and if he could but contrive to join their force, instead of being cooped up in a distant corner of the kingdom, without power to act, he would be at the head of a superior force, and interposed in an advantageous position between the capital and the royal army. Thus I thought there was very little inducement for him to make an attempt. That it might be made with success was proved by the appearance of Gaspard de Belleville, and I doubted not that the great Condé himself was by this time at the head of the troops opposed to us. The next conclusion was, that if he really were so, we should not be long without having reason to be quite certain of his presence, and such were the motives that induced me to take the precautions I have related. Nay, more, so strong was the impression upon my mind that many hours would not elapse before we should have cause for activity and exertion, that I would not take off my own clothes, but, after having suffered the horses to rest for 5 or 6 hours, I ordered them to be again saddled towards 9 o'clock, and placing a sentry at the end of the garden, I lay down for an hour or two on the table in the inn kitchen, the door of which was left open, that I might hear the first alarm. Everything remained quiet, however, till midnight, when the sentry paused by the door to inform me that he had seen some lights moving through the wood in the direction of Montargis. I instantly sprang up and went out into the garden, but the lights had disappeared, and though I gazed out for several minutes, I could see nothing to confirm the soldier's account. As I was about to turn away, I heard a dull sort of sound coming up from the valley, and the moment afterwards a small spot of light appeared in the direction of the farmhouse nearest to the stream. In a moment it grew larger, increased into a blaze. My other watchers took up the signal. Fire after fire blazed up along the side of the hill, and ordering the beacon on the mill to be instantly fired, I commanded the men to mount and draw out upon the high road, while I went down to reconnoitre what was passing in the valley. Scarcely had I taken a dozen steps in that direction, however, when one of the farmers on whom I could depend came up in breathless haste, to inform me that the avant-guard of the enemy had marched out of the village, and were taking their way down the course of the stream. Another large body, he said, was advancing by the high road in the same direction, and as I doubted not now that the lights which the sentry had seen towards the northwest had been a third division following the road from Châtillon, it seemed clear that the enemy's whole force was advancing upon the quarters of the Maréchal d'Auquencourt at Blenau. Instantly sending off a trooper with this intelligence to Monsieur de Turenne, and another to Monsieur Auquencourt with the same news, which the last courier, by the way, I chose because he was famous for speed, I prepared to lead my troop into the valley, in order to take advantage of anything that might occur, rather choosing to risk a little without orders than to remain in inactivity. When I had proceeded half-way down a steep and narrow lane which conducted directly towards one of the gates of the park, I caught a glimpse of a large body of the enemy winding over a hill, which lay flat and dark against the sky, now faintly lighted by the beams of the rising moon. From what I saw, I concluded that it was their rear guard, which was thus accidentally exposed to my sight. But the moment after, a dull reddish colour began to tinge the clouds just above the chateau of Vermont, growing brighter and brighter every moment, with a sort of flickering reflection which showed that some large mass of buildings was on fire in that direction. The trees of the park prevented us from seeing what was the precise cause, but, filled with apprehension in regard to Mademoiselle de Villadin and good Father Ferdinand, I hurried our advance as much as the nature of the ground would admit, forded the river opposite the park, and forcing the gate, which was locked, soon found myself in one of the alleys that led directly to the chateau. The light we had seen no longer wanted any explanation. Through the long perspective of the trees I saw the house and all its offices in one general blaze, while on the terrace in front of the chateau a small body of infantry appeared, drawn up in military array, contemplating the spectacle which their own hands had produced. We were at such a distance, and the noise in the neighbourhood of the burning building was so great, that the enemy neither saw nor heard our first entrance into the park, although the bright light in which they stood enabled us to remark their movements as well as if it had been day. I had at this time about 80 men with me, almost every one of them born in the neighbourhood, and well knowing what are the feelings of those who see the flame of warfare brought to their own homestead, I merely said, "Now, my men, if you have the feelings of men, follow me, to avenge your lord and your commander. You, Bourdon, lead your men round by the alley on the left, where they will not see you. I will take round by the right, and when we get to the sloping ground which leads up to the terrace, let us charge them on both flanks, and drive them into the flames they have kindled." This plan was executed as soon as proposed. Bourdon, my lieutenant, led one half of the troop to the left of the terrace, at the same moment that I appeared on the other side; and though the enemy had by this time become aware of our approach, and received us with a severe fire of musketry, we charged them with all the determination of hatred and revenge, and cut them down almost to a man. At that moment, however, an event occurred which, in the passion and heat of the circumstances, I had not at all anticipated. A much larger body of infantry than that which had occupied the terrace drew out from the court behind, and I had just time to recognise in their commander my old enemy, Gaspard de Belleville, when the word was given to fire. 10 or 12 of my men dropped round me in a moment. A violent blow seemed to strike my right shoulder, and with a strange feeling of faintness I fell headlong from my horse. I made one ineffectual effort to rise, but as I did so, the terrace, the park, the conflict that was still going on, and the burning château swam round and round before my eyes. The feeling of faint sickness increased more and more, and in another instant complete forgetfulness of everything came over me. Nearly 2 hours must have passed as I lay in this state, and when I recovered my senses I found myself cast carelessly upon a baggage waggon, stiff, bruised, and in great pain, though a number of bandages round my neck and shoulders showed me that I had been tended with some degree of care. It was still night, but there was a slight tinge of grey in the sky, which spoke that morning was not far distant, and by the noise of other waggons and the tramp of marching men, I judged that I was carried along with a retreating army. In the front part of the waggon, at a very short distance from me, sat a female figure, the countenance of which I could not distinguish in the darkness; but a groan breaking from my lips, as the jolts of the vehicle gave me a degree of agony indescribable, caused her to approach and take my head in her lap, adding a few words of comfort. The voice I recognised at once as that of Suzette, who had been the servante of Madame de Villadin. But it was so changed in its tone, so low and sad, that I was almost led to doubt whether my ear had not deceived me. A feeling of abhorrence towards the woman, excited certainly more by my suspicions than by my knowledge, would have made me shrink from her, had it been possible. So weak, however, had I become, that I could neither move hand nor foot, and the pain of the attempt only called another groan from my bosom, which drew her attention still more towards me. Whether she had any particular motive in the care she took of me, or whether it sprung alone from that tender-heartedness which even the worst of women feel on beholding suffering and distress, of course I could not tell. But to do her but justice, she certainly tended me most kindly, and just as day was breaking, we found ourselves at a little town of Château Renard. Here she descended from the waggon, and was giving directions to the drivers to lift me gently into a little auberge, when Gaspard de Belleville himself, riding up at full speed, caught her by the shoulder, and giving her a rude shake, exclaimed, "Get up, you're not going to halt here." And then, turning to the waggoners, he cursed them brutally for having paused at all, ordering them to make all speed onwards towards Champagne. "What in the devil's name have you there?" he exclaimed, pointing towards me, whose face he could not very well see. "Only a wounded officer," replied Suzette. "And what business has a wounded officer in your waggon?" cried he sharply. "But get up, and lose no time." And riding on to the waggons which had preceded us, and which had likewise halted, he apparently gave more particular orders, and then galloped back, calling to Suzette as he passed to make the best of her way to Marou, and wait his coming there. As I had never heard of Marou in my life, I was of course at a loss to know in what direction I was about to be borne; but, to tell the truth, in the state of feebleness and pain in which I then was, I cared so little what became of me, that I did not give the matter a second thought. The waggon rolled on, but at a little village about 5 miles farther on, we were obliged to pause till fresh horses could be procured; and as this was not to be done without compulsion, a good deal of time was lost, while, lying on the top of the packages with which the vehicle was loaded, wounded, exhausted, and feverish, I suffered more than it is possible to describe. It luckily happened that the sky was dull and cloudy, for had it been one of those hot oppressive days which are sometimes met with in April, I do not think I should have been alive at night. Suzette, however, was kinder than I imagined she could have been, brought me drink several times to assuage the burning thirst that now consumed me, assured me that before night I should have a surgeon to dress my wounds, and did all in her power to keep up my spirits and to soothe my pain. A change had apparently taken place in her feelings since last I had beheld her, and a change had also taken place in her appearance, for I saw, and remembered afterwards, though it made but little impression on my mind at the time, that her dress was very different from that in which she had appeared in Bordeaux, and indeed the only mode of conveyance which was assigned to her would have rendered any other apparel than that of the simplest kind both ridiculous and cumbersome. Through the whole of that day we travelled on, accompanied, as it appeared to me, by a small party of horse, but nevertheless Gaspard de Belleville did not again make his appearance, and towards night we halted at a village near Joigny. Here a surgeon was procured for me, who, though none of the best, contrived to extract the ball out of my side, after putting me to terrible torture for nearly half an hour. The relief, however, that I experienced was immediate, and the wound being properly dressed, I fell sound asleep, even before I was removed from the table on which the operation had been performed. The next morning, early, I found Suzette again by the side of the straw bed on which I was stretched, and by this time I had recovered sufficient strength to ask her what had become of Father Ferdinand and Mademoiselle de Villadin, when the chateau of Virmont had been burned. She replied that she could not tell, as she had not come up till afterwards, and she added at the same time an injunction not to trouble myself about other people, but to keep as quiet as circumstances would permit, out of consideration for myself. This warning was uttered with a touch of that flippancy which had been her characteristic while in the service of Madame de Villadin, but it was the only remaining trait of that kind that I now remarked. It was sufficient, however, to make me turn from her again in some degree of disgust, by awakening all the memories of the past, but she did not seem to perceive any emotion of the sort, and the party being once more prepared to set out, I was again placed on the waggon, though a pile of straw had been spread to form a sort of bed for me on the top of the packages, and a piece of canvas had been drawn across as an awning for my head. Another day's journey brought us about 20 miles further in Champagne, and towards 4 o'clock the waggon in which I was placed stopped at the turning of a cross-road, near which was a farmhouse. A number of the peasants were called up to the side of the vehicle, and under the directions of Suzette several of the packages which it contained were carried down the road. A couple of planks were then procured, and being tied together, I was placed thereon, and lifted up from the ground by 4 stout men, who proceeded to bear me in the direction which those who carried the baggage had already taken. At the distance of about 1.5 miles from the high road we came to a house, which, though distinguishable in every respect from a farm, did not at all deserve the name of a château. It was indeed one of those dwellings which at that time were commonly called in France a gentilhommerie, and which were generally inhabited by persons of gentle birth but small fortunes, who, having served in the army the customary 5 or 6 years, retired to fit their younger children for becoming lawyers, abbés, the soldiers of fortune, while the heir to the estate prepared to tread exactly in his father's footsteps, and follow the same laudable and quiet path. Up the steps of this building was I carried by my sturdy bearers, and in the hall I found Suzette, who had preceded us by some minutes, giving orders for my accommodation to 2 or 3 servants, male and female, who called her Madame, and acknowledged her commands as those of their mistress. Carried into a neat small chamber on the ground floor, I was undressed by the hands of the lackey, and put to bed. In a few hours more a surgeon visited me, and I saw no one else but himself and the servant for 2 or 3 days, except when, once every morning, Suzette visited my bedside, asking briefly whether I was getting better, and left me as soon as I had replied. On the 4th day, however, when she appeared, she sat down by my bedside, and instead of addressing me in the usual hurried manner, she paused thoughtfully and looked anxiously in my face, even before she inquired after my health. Her whole manner, indeed, was absent and agitated, and after 2 or 3 remarks on indifferent subjects, she said abruptly, "I have something to tell you, Monsieur Hall, which must be told, and which shall be told, though I had intended to wait for 2 or 3 days longer, till you were well enough to hear it, and I had got courage enough to tell it. But he is coming home to-morrow, and heaven knows if I do not tell it now, whether I shall ever be permitted to tell it at all." As there was much that she had in her power to communicate, which I would have given my right hand to hear, I assured her that I was quite well enough to attend to and remember everything she might say. She hesitated, however, long, although it was evident that it was the question how to tell her tale, not any doubt in regard to telling it, that embarrassed her, and after beginning and breaking off at least 20 times, she at length summoned courage and proceeded with her story as follows. Suzette's Confession. "I must make what I have to say a sort of history," she said, "in order that you may understand me clearly. In my early life you, of course, would find no manner of interest, and I shall therefore only tell you, as some excuse for much that happened after, that both my parents died young, and left me, before my education had commenced, to the care of a brother, who, though a daring, clever, courageous young man, was wild, obstinate, and headstrong himself, and therefore but little fitted to guide or direct me. He served early in various capacities in the navy, but as he never thought of saving anything which might have put us in a better station in life, the best that he could do for me was to fit me for the station of waiting woman to a lady of high rank, and to obtain for me that situation in the family of Madame de Villardin. I followed my mistress to Paris, where I learnt from other women in the same situation all that is bad and foolish in the character of a Parisian soubrette, and added a vast quantity of conceit and obstinacy of my own. My mistress was gay and light, but in those respects she was not more so than every other woman in Paris, while at the same time she differed from all of them in never suffering herself to believe that it was possible to wrong her husband, even by a thought. This purity of mind, however, which should have made me admire and love her, had, I am sorry to say, quite the contrary effect. Almost every other suivante with whom I was acquainted in Paris was the confidante of her mistress, and the depository of a number of secrets which would not have well suited the public eye. I had learned too from the femme de chambre of Madame de Montbazon, and several others, that a woman was never sure of her place, secure of her perquisites, or, in short, was half so well treated as when her mistress was engaged in some affair which put her in a degree into the power of her soubrette. Thus those qualities in Madame de Villardin which best entitled her to respect and affection produced quite a different result with me. I confess, too, that I often did my best, as far as I could, without ruining myself in her opinion, to lead her to follow the examples set her by so many of her friends and acquaintances. But though at first this would have appeared an easy task from her apparent thoughtlessness and great love of admiration, yet I found that the endeavour was in vain, and I soon learned that if I risked any bold counsel of the kind, I should soon be dismissed in disgrace. About that time Monsieur de Belleville, the only son of the gentleman to whom this property then belonged, was admitted, as a great favour, amongst the pages of Monsieur de Villardin. He was but 15, and I was 20. He was the son of a gentleman, I of the classe bourgeoise; but notwithstanding all these obstacles, I determined, from the moment that he entered the family, to make it my business so to captivate him as to relieve myself from a situation that I detested by becoming his wife. To obtain this end, there were few things that I would not have done, and I soon found that, thanks to his natural disposition and my own address, I was very likely to succeed as soon as Monsieur de Villardin obtained for him that commission which it was understood he was to receive at the age of 17 or 18. Such was the state of things when you entered the dwelling of Monsieur de Villardin, and some quarrel took place between you and Gaspard, which ended in his conceiving a hatred for you, which never was and never will be quenched. He, of course, communicated his hatred to me, and more than one scheme did we form between us for the purpose of compelling you to quit the dwelling that we inhabited. This was the extent of our design at first, but it soon spread out to baser and more criminal purposes, which, for motive that I may hereafter explain, I am now about to reveal to you fully. The highest estimation in which you were held by Monsieur de Villadin, of course acted upon Gaspard in adding envy to dislike, but before 2 months were over he found an opportunity of gratifying both, which he did not fail to seize. You communicated one day, it seems, to Monsieur de Villadin in his presence, that you had rescued a man from the gallows, and without well knowing whether the consequence would be your own death in place of the malefactor, or your imprisonment in the Bastille for life, he found means of informing against you that very night, and had you not been promptly sent from Paris, you would have been arrested the next morning. About that time the Count de Mesnil first began to visit at the hotel of Monsieur de Villadin, and I soon saw that regard for his friend was rapidly giving place to admiration for his friend's wife, and of course I had no objection to promote his views, though I perceived from the first that Madame de Villadin looked upon him with, if anything, less complacency than she did upon the other gentlemen who frequented our house. As I knew, however, that the estates of Monsieur de Mesnil were in the immediate vicinity of those belonging to Monsieur de Villadin in Brittany, and as my brother, whom I was very anxious to see, and whom I truly loved, was in that province, I determined to try whether I could not bring about a removal of the whole family thither, and taking advantage of Monsieur de Villadin's jealousy, which I had long marked as an engine to be made use of in case of necessity, I contrived by a few well-directed hints and words to make him quit Paris in haste and proceed to the Pré-Valais. His jealousy indeed went farther than I had intended, and he was foolish enough to give way to a vehement fit of passion with his wife, which inflicted the first deep and painful stroke upon her domestic happiness. Although I had not intended this, I confess it did not give me any great pain, for I sincerely disliked my mistress, while affecting to be very much attached to her. In the meanwhile, the hatred of Gaspard towards you increased rather than diminished, as well as his passion for myself, which had by this time become as ardent as I could desire it. Some of our love meetings, however, in the woods of the Pré-Valais had, as it seemed, been observed by someone, who communicated the facts to the Duchess. She immediately spoke to me upon the subject, and that in too severe a manner to be forgotten or forgiven by anyone of my disposition. On her accusing me of lightness of conduct towards a boy like Gaspard, I replied, what if he chose to marry me? But this only called down upon me a more severe proof, and she pointed out the difference of age and station in such a tone as made my blood boil, adding, ever I was seen walking with him again, she would instantly communicate the whole affair to Monsieur de Villadin, and at once dismiss me from her service. All of this, of course, informed Gaspard, and our prejudice against you led us to conclude, though I now know that we did so erroneously, that you had acted as a spy upon our conduct. The consequence was that we determined upon a plan, the object of which was at once to revenge ourselves upon you and upon my mistress. I must not paint myself or him, however, in worse colours than we deserve, and I must say that we neither of us contemplated the full extent of evil that was likely to ensue from the very designs that we formed. Neither Gaspard nor myself had ever received any strict or powerful principles, and therefore much that was really wrong we did not regard as any evil, while that which we really did know to be improper, our passions induced us to undertake at all risks. The plan which we formed I will now tell you. But you are fatigued, she added, and the surgeon warned me to keep you from all conversation. I am obliged, indeed, to disobey his directions, for I shall have no other opportunity than that afforded me by to-day, to relate to you events which you must promise me faithfully to recapitulate, word for word, as far as you can remember, to Monsieur de Villadin. However, to-day is still ours, and as you are now fatigued, I will leave you for a couple of hours, and finish my story when I return. I would fain have persuaded her to conclude it at once, and endeavoured to make her believe that I was really not fatigued, but I rather imagine that my appearance contradicted the assertion, and, adhering to her determination, she left me to repose. Chapter 24. Section 21 of The Little Ball of Fire by George Payne Rainsford James. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 25. It may be easily conceived that every word I had just heard had interested me deeply, and Suzette might certainly have continued her history without agitating me more than my own thoughts did while she was absent. I counted every moment till her return, and when at length she reappeared, I eagerly besought her to proceed with her explanation, which she did at once, in a brief, even abrupt style, that led me to imagine that she was under the constant apprehension of interruption. As I had anticipated, she continued, the Count de Mesnil was not long in following us to Brittany, and having seen how easily the mind of Monsieur de Villardin was to be worked upon, Gaspard and myself determined, as we would not render the Duchess guilty, to render her husband jealous. Nor did we now seek to do so incompletely by raising vague suspicions, but we proposed to give him such evidence of the conduct of Madame de Villardin, and of your connivance in the views of the Count de Mesnil, that we should rid ourselves of you for ever, place the Duke entirely in our power, and gain the highest place in the confidence of our lord. Monsieur de Mesnil was not at all unaware of the influence of the maid in such pursuits as that in which he was then engaged, and on his first visit to the Pré-Valais, he found an opportunity of holding a long conference with me, the result of which was no small increase of hope on his part and considerable profits on mine. Although he was, it is true, one of those men who call themselves men of pleasure, and who make intrigue not only a business, but a toilsome one, in the present instance I found that he had been drawn beyond all cold calculations, and that he was certainly in love as deeply and passionately as any boy. He besought me eagerly and anxiously to obtain for him but a lock of my mistress's hair, and of course this was no very difficult undertaking. The lock was easily cut away unperceived, while I was superintending her toilet, and having enclosed it in the locket which the Count had given me for the purpose, I took the liberty of adding thereto part of a broad blue riband which my mistress had brought just before we quitted Paris, trusting that the ingenuity of Gaspard and myself would easily find some means of bringing these objects under the notice of Monsieur de Villardin. The next thing was, if possible, to make you the bearer of the packet to Monsieur de Mesnil, and Gaspard caused one of the younger pages to give the locket itself, carefully wrapped in numerous envelopes, into your hands, begging you, the first time you passed in hunting near the chateau of the Count, to deliver it to his intendant. The outer paper was addressed to the intendant, the inner bore the superscription of Monsieur de Mesnil, written in a hand as nearly similar to that of the Duchess as I could make it. The boy who gave it to you was told, in case of after inquiry on the part of Monsieur de Villardin, to say boldly that Gaspard gave it him. Gaspard was to put it upon me, and I was at once to avow that I had received the packet from Madame de Villardin, each declaring our ignorance of the contents, but Gaspard vowing that he had heard the Duchess direct me to place it carefully in your hands, as you would know what to do with it. In addition to this, I was to excuse my not having given it to you myself, on the score of my dislike to you, and Gaspard was to make the same apology, adding that he had seen too much of your cogging with Monsieur de Mesnil to have anything to do with the business. The next part of our plan was to have you so well watched that we should obtain information of when you were likely to deliver the packet, which we well knew you would do boldly and without concealment, and then to excite the suspicions of the Duke, who, we doubted not, would instantly stop the packet and examine the contents. Such was the scheme we formed, adding thereto 1,000 minor touches in order to make every part tell against you and the Duchess. But the impatience of the Count de Mesnil ruined all. He returned to the Pré-Valais the very day after you had received the commission, and taking me off my guard, led me foolishly to acknowledge that I had obtained the lock of hair he sought. Under those circumstances there was nothing farther to be done than to get the packet out of your hands, which was effected by means of the boy who had given it to you, and the Count, who on that occasion stayed 3 days at the château, received it with both delight and gratitude, of which last affection I received golden proofs. On the very day of his departure, Gaspard discovered that the Duke was called to Rennes on business which would detain him in that city many hours, and of course, through my intervention, this piece of news was communicated to Monsieur de Mesnil before he took his leave. He did not inform me what use he intended to make of these tidings, but I took good care to see that all doors were open, and the 2 younger pages out of the way. About half an hour after the Duke's departure for Rennes, I saw the Count approaching on foot, and turning from the window to my embroidery, I left the rest to take its course. In less than 10 minutes the Duchess entered her chamber, with her cheek flushed and her eye flashing, and I easily discovered from her whole appearance that Monsieur de Mesnil had received a rebuff, for which I determined to console him by calling to his mind all that perseverance can do with woman. In this purpose, however, I was disappointed, for I never saw the Count again. I suspect, she added, gazing on me steadily, that you could tell me more in regard to that affair, but no matter, I am making a confession, not receiving one. Shortly after the disappearance of the Count de Mesnil, Monsieur de Villadin sent for me one evening, and directed me to obtain for him, without appearing to do so, a lock of his lady's hair, but conscience making me think he suspected what I had done, I cried, "Lord, sir, it is impossible without her discovering me." Nothing I could have said would have tended more to aggravate his suspicions in regard to his wife, and he bade me sharply do as he directed, whether she discovered me or not. His orders were obeyed without difficulty, and the same night I gave him a small portion of the Duchess's hair, which, I assured him, was all that I could obtain without being found out. He took it eagerly, and forgetting in his jealous vehemence that I was in the room, he drew forth a locket and a riband, which showed me plainly enough that he at least must have seen Monsieur de Mesnil since I had set eyes upon him. He caught me gazing at the locket as he compared the hair within it with that he held in his hand, and angrily bade me quit the room. But the discovery did no harm to our plans, for once having suffered his feelings to appear before me, he was less scrupulous afterwards in questioning me upon the subject. Gaspard was the agent by whom I was generally called to his presence, and while we left his suspicions against our lady in the same state as we found them, we endeavoured, as far as we could, to inculpate you, and to make him believe that you had been a confidant and a favourite of the Count de Mesnil. In this, however, we were always frustrated, and seeing that there were facts within his own knowledge which rendered our most artful insinuations in regard to you ineffectual, we were of course obliged to proceed carefully. After our change of residence, however, and the fresh degree of favour you acquired at Dumont, we determined upon laying some new scheme for your destruction. Madame de Villadin, I thought, had been punished enough, and I began almost to be sorry that I had done as I had done, for I believe a woman is never altogether without compassion for the sorrows of a woman, unless she be jealous of her. I saw peace and a certain degree of happiness restored between the Duke and his wife after the arrival of Father Ferdinand, and more satisfaction than I had imagined I could have done a month before. But Gaspard felt differently, and was continually urging me to proceed with our former plans, and still endeavour to rouse the suspicions of the Duke against you in regard to the Count de Mesnil, asking whether I could not place some of the riband which had been attached to the locket in your apartments, and suggesting many another scheme of the kind. I resisted, however, till at length one unfortunate evening we were seen together walking after dark in the park, with my arm clasped in his, and his arm round my waist. The next day the Duchess again spoke to me in even more severe terms than before, and told me that I must prepare to leave her service at the expiration of a month. My resolution was now taken. I soothed, flattered, lamented, expressed my contrition, and promised a different conduct, but still she adhered to her determination, though at the same time she assured me that she would take care to place me well in Paris. Affecting to forget all her severity, I the next day engaged her in the examination of her wardrobe, and taking care to fix her attention particularly on that fatal blue riband which had been curtailed by my hands in order to attach a part of it to the locket, I made a sudden pretext to leave her, ran to Monsieur de Villardin, and told him that I felt it my duty to acknowledge that I had just seen in the hands of my lady a part of the very same riband which I had once beheld in his own, fixed to a locket that seemed to give him great uneasiness. He scarcely heard half of what I said, but, flying to his wife's dressing-room, gave way to a fit of passion which was fearful even to me. The result you well know, and probably are better acquainted with many of the particulars than I am. All I will say on that score, she added somewhat sternly, is that it was a strange thing a bridge which had borne horses 3 or 4 days before should give way under the weight of 2 people on foot. Do you think, young gentleman, that the weight of Monsieur de Villardin's suspicions and the Duchess's sorrows was sufficient to break it down? However, if you had any hand in that deed too, my confession may make you feel some part of the remorse that I have felt since. In regard to the matter you speak of, I replied, I know no more than you do. It was an extraordinary thing that the bridge should break, but yet such circumstances have happened before, and will again, without anyone being able to tell why the structure that was firm at one moment should give way the next. She shook her head doubtingly, and then went on, I have now told you all that matters much for you to hear, and you must promise me to repeat the whole to Monsieur de Villardin, word for word, as far as you can recollect it. I do not well see, I replied, what object is to be gained by doing so. The Duchess is dead, his suspicions were unjust, and I see no reason why I should wring his heart by recalling events to his memory, of which time itself has scarcely been able to soften the remembrance. If you do not tell him, she cried vehemently, you shall not return to him for years. But stay, she added, perhaps recollecting that I was not easily moved by threats. Have you so little the feelings of honour, so small a portion of chivalrous spirit, as not to think it worth while to clear the reputation of an injured lady, even though she be dead? I should certainly think it worth while, I replied, did her reputation require any defence, even to her husband, but such is not the case, and at this moment Monsieur de Villardin is as completely convinced of his wife's innocence as you have ever been. Indeed, she replied, indeed, and gazing on my countenance for a moment or two, with a look in which surprise was mingled in some degree with disappointment, she repeated more than once the word indeed. The instant after she added, however, still you must tell him what I have said, for the mind of a suspicious man can never have too conclusive an evidence to remove his doubts. And if there be one point left uncleared, suspicion will hang round it still, and haunt him to his very last day. I knew what she said to be true, but her eagerness in the business, joined with the traits of art and deceit which she had just before acknowledged, made me also suspicious of her motives, and as I did not wish, without cause, to be the instrument of inflicting deep pain on Monsieur de Villardin, I resolved not to undertake the commission, till she had explained the anxiety she manifested to induce me to do so. If you will tell me, I replied, what are your real motives, and why you cannot make this confession by letter as well as by my intervention, I will undertake what you desire, should I find your explanation satisfy me, but I will undertake it on no other terms, and should you wish to communicate farther with Monsieur de Villardin, you must do so in writing. My heart is better than you think it, young gentleman, she answered somewhat bitterly, but I forgive your doubts, for my conduct was evil enough when you knew me, and I fear is not over good even now. However, my motives for desiring you to bear this confession to Monsieur de Villadin, and for not trusting it to a common letter, are easily explained. You can choose the moment and the manner of making the communication, and I do not seek to pain, any more than necessary, one I have already pained too much. In the next place, my letter might never reach him, for though I seem to command all here, in some things I am watched as closely as a prisoner. The letter, too, might, and probably would, fall into the hands of one who would inflict upon me a bitter enough punishment for the crime of having written it. And therefore it is that I choose this means rather than another. As to why I make the confession at all, if you still need other motives, I can give you many, but you are too fatigued to hear them." I assured her that such was not the case, and begged her, if she were really sincere, to assign the true causes for her conduct, in which case I promised to do exactly as she would have me. "Well then," she said, "you must hear out my story, and it shall not be a long one. When I was dismissed from Dumont in disgrace, I retired to the little neighbouring town of Saint-Étienne, whence I wrote immediately to Gaspard de Belleville, who came to see me that night, and desired me to remain tranquilly where I was, as beyond doubt Monsieur de Villadin would soon obtain for him a commission, which he had long been of an age to hold. From him I learned that the information which had first caused my disgrace with the mistress, and had afterwards ruined me with the Duke, had not been given by you, as we had suspected, but by Jérôme, the old major domo. I found, however, that Gaspard had luckily escaped his lord's indignation, and as a consequence of all this I remained at Saint-Étienne in some degree of concealment, it is true, but in great tranquillity regarding the result. As I saw that no separation was likely to take place between myself and Gaspard, which would diminish his passion or thwart my schemes respecting him. Suddenly, however, about 4 days after my dismissal, Gaspard himself appeared on horseback, and in a hurried manner informed me that he was about to set off instantly for Bordeaux, bearing letters from Monsieur de Villadin to the Duc de Bouillon, in whose regiment he was immediately to have a commission. He offered at the same time to take me with him, if I would consent, and to endeavour to obtain his father's permission to marry me, after we had arrived at Guienne. Hitherto I had always wisely avoided putting myself in any degree in his power, but now the fear of seeing all my plans overturned by his removal from my influence, joined to his entreaties and persuasions, induced me weakly to consent, and that very night we set out together for Bordeaux. Monsieur de Villadin had liberally supplied my lover with the money necessary both to perform the journey to Bordeaux and to meet all the first expenses of 2 years' service in the regiment of Monsieur de Bouillon, without trusting at all to his pay. I myself also had accumulated no small sum during the 5 or 6 years I had remained with the Duchess, so that on our arrival we found ourselves enabled to live not only in comfort but in profusion. Splendour, dress, and admiration became my passion, but the arrival of Monsieur de Villadin and yourself, about a month afterwards, soon obliged me to seek retirement once more. Although I felt the necessity, for the sake of Gaspard's interest, of concealing my connection with him from his former lord, yet my meeting with you in the streets of Bordeaux was not displeasing to me, as I felt a degree of amusement in fancying that I had dazzled you with the splendour of my appearance. As soon as the gates of the city were opened after the conclusion of the siege, Gaspard, who was left behind by Monsieur de Bouillon to make a great number of arrangements which the Duke himself had not time to complete, received intelligence of his father's death, and I instantly pressed him to perform his promise and legitimate our union by marriage. Gaspard, however, by this time had acquired new ideas from his commune with the world, and he evaded my request in such a manner as to leave very little doubt upon my mind in regard to his determination of breaking his promise. This opened my eyes to my weakness, and a fit of illness followed, which, though but of short duration, yet had the good effect of making me think very bitterly of many things that I had done. A good priest of the city took advantage of my state of mind to direct my repentance aright, and made me promise, ere he would grant me absolution, that on the very first opportunity I would clear the character of Madame de Villadin in the eyes of her husband. I forgot this promise, it is true, in after events, but I remember it now and seek to fulfil it. In the meantime Gaspard became alarmed at my situation, and all his former tenderness returned. But still, I am sure that he would have evaded the fulfilment of his promise had not a circumstance fortunately occurred to change my situation in regard to him. After your departure from Bordeaux, it became no longer necessary for me to use any concealment, and my loup was very generally laid aside. Thus it appeared that I was walking with Gaspard without any covering to my face, one day shortly after my recovery, when to my surprise, upon the bank of the river, I was suddenly met by my brother, whom I had not seen for several years, nor heard of at all since I returned to Brittany. I was recognised by him instantly, notwithstanding my fine apparel, though, to say the truth, the splendour of his own appearance had almost made me doubt his identity. He embraced me tenderly, and the questions he asked concerning myself and Madame de Villadin, as well as the brief account he gave of his late adventures at sea, and of his having been driven by stress of weather into the Gironde, where he had little expected to find me, soon disclosed our relationship to Gaspard, who had often heard me tell tales of my brother's fierceness and prowess, which did not render the rencontre very palatable to him. It was even, I confess, somewhat terrific to myself, and when my brother asked who that gentleman was on whose arm I was leaning, and boldly concluded that it was my husband, I thought I should have fainted. Our silence and our confusion soon made him aware of our relative situation, and the moment that he became so, he touched the hilt of his sword slightly with the forefinger of his right hand, saying, in a tone that was not to be mistaken, "Be so good as to follow me, sir. That lady will be able to find her way home by herself, nor shall I have any difficulty in discovering her abode, after I have done with you." Gaspard looked down and hesitated, although his honour as a soldier was concerned, and my brother was beginning to speak more loudly, and in a tone which might have called general attention upon us, when my lover replied, "Have but a moment's patience, sir, and I think I can give you such an explanation of this business as will prove satisfactory to you." He then bade me return home, whispering that no harm would happen, and left me, while he walked on with my brother towards the Chartreux. I returned immediately to our lodgings, where I remained in very great anxiety for nearly 2 hours; but at the end of that time my lover and my brother returned, accompanied by a priest, who asked me a number of questions in regard to my own and Gaspard's freedom from all ties, and at length being satisfied, accompanied us to a neighbouring church, and pronounced the nuptial benediction. What might have been the consequences had we remained unmarried, I cannot tell, but since the ceremony, a rapid though gradual decrease of all sorts of kindness has taken place on the part of my husband. Rude and brutal usage is now all that I receive from him, though heaven knows he is in no degree jealous. Yet I one day said a few words, which have made him, during the whole of the last campaign, drag me about with him from place to place, and never till the last affair at Virmont has he suffered me to be out of his sight for a day together. The fact is, that, wearied with his ill usage, and seeing that patience and forbearance did nothing to remove it, I determined to try if I could not influence his fears, and took a solemn vow in his presence, that, if he did not change his conduct, I would reveal all I knew to Monsieur de Villadin, of whom he still stands in great dread. The threat had the effect for some time, but, not being able to conquer his morose and vindictive temper, he soon relapsed into greater unkindness than ever, and to prevent me putting in execution what I menaced, he will not suffer any of the servants even to deliver to the couriers a letter, the contents of which he has not seen. Ever since he has kept me in his sight, treating me with cruelty and rudeness on all occasions, and even when, by order of the Prince de Condé, every sort of encumbrance was sent away from the army at Montargis, and Chateau Renard, he gave me in charge to a party from his company, with strict orders not to suffer me to pause or quit the direct road till I reached this place, which is the dwelling he inherited from his father. He it was who prompted me first to retaliate upon others any pain that was inflicted upon myself, and though I certainly should not accuse him, did not other motives combine to make me reveal all to Monsieur de Villadin, yet in doing so I but make him reap the fruits of what he himself has taught. You have now 3 motives assigned you in explanation of my conduct. In the first place, my promise to the priest at Bordeaux. In the next place, a sincere desire of clearing every shadow away from the character of a virtuous lady whom I wronged and traduced. And in the third place, my determination to punish a man who ill treats me, and whom, she added with set teeth and a flashing eye, and whom I hate from the bottom of my heart. I have another motive, she proceeded after giving way to this burst of passion. I have another motive too, but I will not tell to anyone. This, however, I solemnly declare, as I hope for salvation, that very motive involves more than any other thing the desire of truly serving Monsieur de Villadin, and of doing that for which he himself hereafter may bless me. Now are you satisfied? I am, I replied, and will certainly undertake the task, if ever I recover. But to put the matter beyond all doubt in the mind of Monsieur de Villadin, to-morrow you must give me a note to him under your own hand, desiring him to believe fully all that I shall tell him, in regard to your conduct towards Madame de Villadin. Not to-morrow, she said, not to-morrow. This very night, or it will be too late. I will write it in a moment. And she left me abruptly to execute what she proposed. End of chapter 25. Section 22 of The Little Ball of Fire by George Payne Rainsford James. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 26. In a few minutes Suzette returned and gave me a billet signed with her name, in the course of which she prayed Monsieur de Villadin to believe all that I should tell him in regard to his unhappy wife. She seemed anxious now to leave me, and to drop the conversation, but I detained her for a short time to explain to me how and where she had found me on the night that I had received my wound, and she was in the act of telling me, hurriedly, that it was by mere accident, when steps sounded in the saloon which opened into my apartment, and she started up with evident marks of alarm. Her apprehensions were not without cause, for she had not time to quit the room ere Gaspard de Belleville entered, booted and spurred, as he had dismounted, and after giving a glance towards my bed, which evidently showed him who it was that had been the object of his wife's care, he struck the unhappy woman a blow with his open hand that made her reel, asking her how she dared to bring one of the enemy within his doors. I was in no condition to offer her any protection, but a person who had followed Gaspard into the apartment, though he did not very decidedly resent the blow, interposed to prevent another, and, taking her by the hand, he led her weeping to the door, saying at the same time, "Come, come, Monsieur de Belleville, you must not strike a woman, and that woman my sister." As soon as he had led Suzette out of the room, her brother returned, and approaching her husband, who stood gazing upon me in sullen silence, from which I augured no very hospitable treatment, he turned his face full upon me also, when, not a little to my surprise, I recognised in Suzette's brother my old acquaintance, Captain Hubert, of whose achievements in the forest I had been a witness and nearly a victim. He was evidently not much slower in his recognition than myself, and although I had given him sufficient proofs of my discretion in regard to one of his professions, yet the exclamation of "Diable!" which broke from him before he was aware, showed me that he did not yet feel safe, and would willingly have avoided any fresh rencontre with such an inconvenient acquaintance. The prospects which my situation afforded were certainly not very consolatory at that moment. There I lay, incapable of offering resistance or of attempting escape, in the presence of two men, one of whom hated me with a good old inveterate enmity, which was quite sufficiently mature to bear fruits of as bitter a kind as heart could desire, while the other knew his life and reputation to be in my power the moment that I issued forth from those walls. I had also enjoyed the means of learning by experience that neither of these worthy personages were very scrupulous as to their actions, and certainly, if ever I calculated fully and seriously upon having my throat cut in cold blood, it was at that moment. I took good care, however, not to make the matter quite certain after claiming my acquaintance with Captain Hubert, while at the same time I resolved to treat Gaspard de Belleville, whom I looked upon after all as the worst of the two, in the same manner that I would have treated any other officer in the service of the Prince de Condé. "Monsieur de Belleville," I said, after having given him plenty of time to speak without his uttering one word, "I claim your protection and hospitality as an officer and a gentleman, and I beg also that you will have the goodness, if the armies are in this vicinity, to send a trumpet to Monsieur de Villadin or to Monsieur de Turenne, informing either of them that I am a prisoner in your hands, and requesting them to negotiate my liberation." The impudence of the request seemed to strike him dumb, and after staring at me for a minute longer, with a curling lip and contracted brow, he turned upon his heel, and taking his brother-in-law by the arm, walked out of the room without saying one word, shutting and locking the door behind him. That I was not numbered with my fathers that very night was probably owing to 2 or 3 circumstances, which, affecting the brothers-in-law differently, prevented them from doing together what each separately might have been very desirous of executing. In the first place, my residence in his house was known to too many people for Gaspard to put me out of the way without a great chance of discovery, and it is also probable that he did not at that time know how easy and unceremonious Suzette's brother was in the disposal of obnoxious personages. On his part, Captain Hubert had some touch of humanity in his nature, and though the dislike which every man must feel to living in a state of apprehension might have made him forget his better nature, yet, as Gaspard was not aware of all his worthy relative's former occupations, and it would have been necessary to communicate them to him, in order to arrange my destruction as a joint enterprise, there can be no doubt that the captain was wise in refraining. Indeed, it is more than probable that he looked upon me at that period as a safer depository of his secret than his brother-in-law would have been, and I think he was right, for no man that I know was more likely to use an advantage ungenerously than Gaspard de Belleville. These motives I have only, of course, assigned upon guess, but they were the fruits of my reflections after I was left alone, and very much they certainly did console me, as I lay helpless enough in the house of my bitter enemy, with the door locked upon me, and no means of making my situation known to any friend in the world. Many a time, however, did I wish that Suzette had left me where she found me, to take my chance of death or recovery. But all such wishes were in vain, and as the best thing I could do, I banished thought as soon as I could, and fell asleep, feeling, at the same time, very doubtful as to what world I should wake in when I next opened my eyes. No one, however, disturbed my slumber, and I was roused only by the daylight streaming into my room. I felt myself better and stronger for my long sleep, and much need, indeed, had I to be so, for after lying for 2 or 3 hours without any one bringing me meat or drink, a trooper entered my room and told me that I must get up and dress myself. It was vain to resist, and therefore I made the attempt, but I was far too weak to accomplish the task myself, and it was only with the continual assistance of the soldier, who acted as a valet de chambre, that I was enabled to put on the same torn and bloody habiliments in which I had been brought thither. When this unpleasant sort of toilet was completed, the progress of which had perfectly satisfied my attendant that I was not capable of walking even across the room, one of the servants was called in, and between him and the trooper I was carried out through the saloon into the courtyard, in which a light carriage with 2 horses was standing ready prepared. Although I was certainly not in the very best condition for travelling, Yet, well knowing that opposition would be in vain, of course I offered none to the proceedings of those into whose hands I had fallen, and was speedily lifted into the chaise, without much ceremony or consideration. Gaspard de Belleville, however, seemed to think that my companions were showing me too much lenity, and I heard his voice from an upper window ordering them in no very measured terms to put me in anyhow, and above all things to make haste. As soon as I was finally thrust into the machine, the trooper got in beside me. The man who had aided to carry me took his seat on the coach-box, and away we went, at a pace more fitted for a cavalry regiment at the charge than for the carriage of a wounded man. While undergoing the operation of being dressed, I had discovered that the purse which was on my person when I was wounded had, by some fortunate accident, been suffered to remain in my pocket, and this had been perceived by my new attendant also, and though he did not absolutely transfer the purse at once from my hands to his own, he soon gave me notice that he intended to make a gradual appropriation of its contents. Beyond all doubt, Gaspard de Belleville, who could not tell whether I had any money about me or not, had not given the man a sufficient sum to defray his expenses on the road, and equally beyond doubt, as the fellow was evidently a trooper in some regiment of horse, he was paid for his services as usual. Nevertheless, scarcely had we proceeded 3 miles when he informed me that Monsieur le Capitaine de Belleville expected me to discharge the score at all the cabarets where we stopped on the road, and likewise to give him, my guard and attendant, the reasonable sum of 4 crowns per diem for his good company and assistance. Weak and uncomfortable as I was, this method of proceeding amused me. An English blackguard would have committed robbery, and taken the purse without more ado. The Frenchman, however, was more moderate, and contented himself with cheating me out of the greater part of its contents. Though the result appeared likely to be much the same, yet there were conveniences attending the Frenchman's mode of proceeding, of which I did not fail to take advantage, and representing to him civilly my weak state, and the pain and discomfort which I suffered from the furious jolting of the carriage, at that quick rate of progression, I pointed out to him that the more days we were upon the journey, the greater would be the amount of crowns to be given to him, and having discovered that his orders were to carry me to Stenay, a town on the Meuse, belonging to the Prince de Condé, I did not scruple to assure him that if he would turn the horses' heads the other way, and drive to the quarters of Monsieur de Turenne, wherever they might be, 1,000 crowns and a sergeant's post in my troop should be his immediate reward. The man expressed himself highly obliged by my polite offer, as he termed it, but informed me at the same time that he had 3 strong reasons for acting honestly in the present instance, and obeying the orders he had received. These were, that, in the first place, he would in all probability be hanged if he went near the quarters of Monsieur de Turenne, as he had lately come over from his army to that of the Prince de Condé. In the second place, that the other party, to which he now belonged, might sooner or later hang him if he again changed sides. And lastly, and even if he could make up his mind to run all these risks, the man who was driving had his orders also, and would not suffer him to deviate from the prescribed route. I could not help acknowledging that these were all potent reasons, and as I saw that it would be in vain to combat their influence on his mind, I suffered myself to be rolled on towards Stenay, with no farther discussion than merely what was necessary to induce my conductors to give me as much repose as possible. My brief communication with the trooper had, however, established a sort of friendly intercourse between us, which rendered him extremely civil during the rest of the journey, and from him I learned that, although Condé had completely defeated the Maréchal d'Aucancourt at Blenau, Turenne had, by the most splendid manoeuvres that it is possible to conceive, arrested the progress of the victorious army with a force of not 1/3 its number. The prince himself turned his steps towards Paris, and Gaspard de Belleville, as well as several superior officers, had been left to bring up a number of scattered parties, which had spread over a part of the Champagne and the Orléanois, during the unsteady command of the Dukes of Beaufort and Nemours. He could tell me nothing, however, in regard to Monsieur de Villadin, his daughter, or Father Ferdinand, though he had been at no great distance, he said, from the chateau of Virmont at the time that it was fired, which was done, he declared, by the command of the Duc de Nemours, in order to give notice to another division of the army that the Prince was on his march. Notwithstanding this assurance of my companion, I could not help thinking that Gaspard de Belleville had fully as much to do with the conflagration as the Duke of Nemours. 5 days' journey brought us to Stenay, and in spite of my wounds and my weakness, thanks to a constitution of iron, and an early hardening in the fiery furnace of the English civil wars, I was far better at the end of the time than on the day when we first set out. After being admitted within the walls of the town, which was not permitted without manifold challenges and investigations, the carriage drove direct to the prison, where I was delivered into the hands of a man whose countenance was certainly as rugged as the stone walls amidst which he dwelt. Nor can I boast of having found his heart much softer, for though the trooper who had accompanied me had recommended me to his notice, in my hearing, as a bon garçon, no sooner were the doors closed upon me than a course of ill usage began, which was not destined to terminate for some time. My purse, rendered meagre by the frequent demands of the road, was the first thing attacked, and from that moment vanished entirely. I was then thrust into one of the dungeons, with a pile of straw for a bed, and a little grated window of about 9 inches square, looking out upon the ramparts, as my only source of light and air. Bread and water became my diet, and as the floor of the dungeon was not particularly dry, it was with no small difficulty that I kept myself from the effects of the damp. In reply to all my questions in regard to the authority by which I was there detained, the gaoler merely told me that I was considered as a deserter from the army of the Prince de Condé, found fighting against him, and that I might think myself very well off that I had not been shot immediately. Although this was evidently a pretext, and I very well understood that both Gaspard de Belleville and the good Captain Hubert might greatly approve of my detention, yet I could not bring myself to believe that this state of things would continue long, and for the first 2 or 3 days of my imprisonment I consoled myself with the expectation of its speedy termination. My health also, I must confess, improved greatly under the severe regimen to which I was subjected, and the healing of my wounds proceeded more rapidly than I could have at all anticipated. Nevertheless, as day went by after day, and no relief came, my spirits fell, and my heart, hitherto so buoyant under all the adversities and challenges which I had met with, sunk oppressed beneath that most horrible of all inflictions, solitary confinement. No language can describe in the slightest degree the state of my feelings in that prison, by the time that 10 days had passed over my head within its walls. The lingering weariness of the moments, the faint chillness of apprehension, the utter vacuity of each heavy day, the changeless unceasing pouring of thought upon the one subject, the want of every event, however small, the burning thirst for freedom, and activity, and change, and the fresh air, and the fair face of nature, all combined to make a state of existence which was the very essence of hope delayed that maketh the heart sick. Often I asked myself, when was this to end, or would it ever end? Put in there by 2 men, to one of whom my freedom might be dangerous, and to the other of whom anything which afflicted me would be delightful, how could I tell that I might not be kept there for years? In the state of the country at that time, no investigation was ever likely to take place. No one would, in all probability, hear of my imprisonment. Nobody would strive to obtain my release. Monsieur de Villadin, doubtless, by this time, thought me dead, and I might feel perfectly sure that neither Gaspard de Belleville nor any of his household would suffer my situation to be known, so long as they could by any means conceal it. Such thoughts formed the only occupation of my mind, while I could neither find nor devise any other exercise for my limbs than that which could be obtained by traversing in every different direction a chamber of 10 square feet. It is true I could occasionally hear the steps and voices of people without, passing along the ramparts, but the little window was so high that I could not amuse myself by the view, which it might otherwise have afforded, and the merry tones of people at large, as the wind brought them to my ear, seemed but a mockery of my solitude and captivity. At length a slight change was afforded me. After I had lingered on in this manner for some months, the gaoler fell sick, and his wife brought me the daily loaf and pitcher of water in his place. She was not the most prepossessing person I ever beheld, it is true, but it is scarcely possible to describe the pleasure I felt at even seeing a new face. The joy that I expressed, it seemed, melted her heart, and on the second day of her coming she brought me a meat meal, the first that I had tasted since I had entered the prison. Anything that was in the least degree new was, of course, delightful, but this mark of her kindness induced me to ask for more, and showing her that it was perfectly impossible, from the size of the aperture, that I could escape by the window if I were permitted to reach it, I begged hard that she would let me have a chair or a stool or a table, in order to amuse myself by looking out. To this she consented, telling me, however, that she was sure her husband would take it away again, as soon as ever he was well enough to resume his official duties. Nevertheless, every day's amusement I looked upon as something gained, and in a few minutes after she brought me a large settle, by means of which I instantly climbed up to the window and gazed out. No words can express the delight which the first sight of the world without afforded me, and yet, strange and absurd as it may seem, this delight was occasioned by a prospect which did not extend to the space of 200 yards in any direction. Underneath me were the ramparts, and beyond them again, in a straight line, were some other parts of the fortifications, which bounded my view in that direction. To the left was a square tower, projecting, I believe, from the body of the prison, and to the right, at the distance of about 150 yards, were some sheds and houses which had encroached upon the defences of the place. But it was all something new, something different from the black solitude of the dungeon, something that I had not seen for months, and consequently it was all delightful. There was nobody to be seen upon the ramparts at the time I first looked out, but there was a man washing his face at a window of the house I have mentioned, and a cat creeping along with stealthy pace from tile to tile of the roof, in order to catch a sparrow that was perched upon the ridge. And it would seem childish and frivolous thus to dwell upon the pleasure with which I watched both of these very ordinary occurrences, did it not give some idea, though a very faint one, of the dull horror of that situation, compared to which such sights were the most enchanting visions. Standing on my settle, I remained there for hours, and could almost have wept when the sun went down. With the first ray of morning I was again at my post, and remained there the greater part of that day, which, from what the gaoler's wife told me in regard to his convalescence, was the last day I could count upon for that indulgence. Few people indeed passed along the ramparts, but still every one that did so afforded me new pleasure. At length, towards evening, when I had got down for a few moments in order to rest myself, I caught the sound of several cheerful voices speaking, and starting up again to my loophole, I soon saw 4 or 5 gentlemen coming round the angle of the projecting tower. They seemed officers belonging to the garrison, and as soon as I set eyes upon them I determined to endeavour to make my situation known to a party, amongst whom, as officers and men of honour, I doubted not that I should find someone to compassionate my situation, and perhaps to afford me relief. Such being my resolution, it will be easy to conceive my joy when, as they approached, I perceived in the person nearest to the prison none other than Gourville, whom I had known and acted with in Paris. "Monsieur de Gourville!" I cried. "Monsieur de Gourville, stay a moment, and listen to me, for God's sake!" I had forgot that he could not see me as well as I could see him, but nevertheless he paused and looked round, exclaiming, "Who called me?" "It was Monsieur de Juvigny," I replied, giving myself the name by which he had known me in Paris. Stay and speak to me for one moment." "But where are you?" cried Gourville, looking up towards the aperture through which I spoke. "Here, in the prison," replied I. But ere I could add another word, I found myself suddenly grasped by the arm and thrown down upon the floor of the dungeon, with a degree of violence which hurt me much in the fall, though my head luckily lighted on the straw which composed my bed. The first object on which my eyes lighted after my compelled descent was the grim and unshaved face of the gaoler, which, however, showed me, without further explanation, that my voice had been overheard by his jealous and watchful ear. He deigned no observation, but a few curses pretty equally divided between myself and his wife. After snatching up the settle, he turned away from the dungeon and locked the door. End of chapter 26. Section 23 of The Little Ball of Fire by George Payne Rainsford James. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 27. Although this was a sad and bitter disappointment to me, yet I could not help still entertaining a hope that I had made my situation sufficiently known to Gourville to urge him at least towards farther inquiries, and with that thought I consoled myself for the rest of the evening. No one came, however, and when the next day rose and set without the appearance of my acquaintance, I began again to give myself up to despair. The more dark for the ray of light that had broken in upon me for a time. The sun rose and set, I have said, and sitting down upon the straw which had been given me for my bed, I covered my eyes with my hands, and could have wept. But the very fountain of tears seemed dried up, and I could only brood over my situation with a sort of gloomy horror, which I do believe would have ended in depriving me of my faculties. But about an hour after nightfall the bolts and bars of the dungeon began to move, and I started up with joy, for the hour was not one at which the gaoler ever visited the cell, and the slightest change in the usual current of events seemed to speak of hope. As soon as the door was opened, a light broke in from the turnkey's lantern, and his own face was the first thing I beheld. But the moment after I perceived another figure behind, and to my inexpressible satisfaction saw, as soon as my eyes were a little more accustomed to the light, that it was Gourville himself. He embraced me most kindly, and ordering the gaoler to leave us in a tone of authority which was instantly obeyed, he surveyed me from head to foot by the light of the lantern, which the man had set down on the floor of the dungeon ere he departed. My imprisonment and all its consequences had not improved my appearance particularly, and I saw a slight smile pass over Gourville's countenance as he made his examination, and contrasted, I dare say, in his mind, the object that now met his eyes with the gay lad who had visited him in Paris several years before. He suppressed all signs of merriment, however, for fear of giving me pain, and then made me recount all the adventures which had brought me into that situation. In my narrative, I certainly did not spare Gaspard de Belleville, but Gourville shook his head, saying that my enemy enjoyed a considerable share of favour with the Prince de Condé. Nevertheless, he continued, beyond all doubt your liberation must and will take place as soon as it is communicated to the prince. Sorry I am that I have not the power of ordering you to be set free at once, but as I depart for Paris early to-morrow, I will take care that his highness shall immediately know the treatment you have received. In the meanwhile that treatment shall instantly be changed in some degree, for I have authority enough for that at least, and you shall have every comfort that ever exists in a prison. A little money, too, is not a useless thing in any situation. Here, take my purse, my young friend. You can pay me when we meet again." I assured him that if I were permitted to write to Monsieur de Villardin, I should soon receive sufficient supplies, and, therefore, that I needed not to take advantage of his liberal offer, if he would obtain for me that permission. He replied that he would take care that no obstructions should thenceforward be thrown in the way of my writing to whom I liked, but at the same time he pressed the loan of his purse upon me, saying that I might want it before I could receive any reply to my letters. After some farther conversation, which he, who well knew what imprisonment is, took care to make as cheerful as possible, he summoned the gaoler, and after rebuking him sternly for the treatment he had shown to an officer of the king, he ordered him to let me have everything which could make me comfortable, consistent with my safe custody, and especially both to furnish me with materials for writing and to give the letters which I did write to the post with his own hands. By the gaoler's humble tone it was very evident that he well knew the influence which Gourville possessed with the Prince de Condé, and as soon as my kind friend had left me, he made 1,000 excuses for his former harshness, telling me that he had but obeyed the orders of those who brought me thither. A great change in my situation was the first result of Gourville's visit. I was removed to a warm and dry chamber, from which I could see over the whole country round. Good food, books, and writing materials were allowed me, and my gaoler, now become civil and complaisant enough, purchased for me, with part of the money which Gourville had lent, various articles of clothing, of which I had long stood in need, and for which he did not charge me much more than double the value. My first care was to write to Monsieur de Villardin, and the gaoler undertook to see the epistle dispatched. But certain it is the letter never reached its destination, and whether it remained for ever within the walls of the prison at Stenay, or lost itself when it got out into the wide world, I cannot tell. It mattered but little, however, for 8 days after Gourville had left me, I was visited by one of the officers of the garrison, who informed me that he had received orders from the Prince de Condé to conduct me to Paris, and that if I had no objection, he proposed setting out the next day. I assured him that nothing on earth would give me greater pleasure, and a little after daybreak I had to thank God for seeing the gates of that accursed prison thrown open to give me egress. The officer and his party were waiting me in the street, with one led horse for myself and another for my baggage, but as all the clothes I had were those which the gaoler had purchased for me, they were easily so arranged as to go on the horse that carried myself, and the other was consequently sent back. During the last week I had been permitted to walk every day in the court of the prison, and had, in consequence, regained, in a great degree, the use of my limbs, but still I was very much fatigued when I arrived at the end of our first day's journey. The officer who conducted or guarded me was a very quiet, civil personage, and as we rode along he told me that he was ordered to require my parole not to attempt an escape, and then to give me every sort of liberty. My parole was, of course, willingly given, and after a slow and, as it appeared to me, a tedious march, we arrived in Paris just 3 days after the battle of the Faubourg Saint-Antoine. We had nearly, it is true, been cut off by a body of royalist cavalry, who passed us in the neighbourhood of Charonne. But it is probable that, never dreaming a party attached to the Prince de Condé would show itself on that side of the town so immediately after his defeat, they took us for some of their own partisans. At all events, they passed within 100 yards of our little troop, and their commander even shouted a good morrow to the officer at our head, which, on his part, was returned with great courtesy. Such was the method in which war was carried on in those days. On our entrance into Paris, we found the whole town in one universal gabble concerning the battle of Saint-Antoine. Distiches, sarcasms, and epigrams were flying in every direction, and the gay tone and witty repartee of each Parisian, from whom we even inquired our way, would but little have led a stranger to conclude that within 3 days an engagement had taken place at the very gates of the town, in which 4,000 or 5,000 men had been killed, and some of the noblest and bravest gentlemen of France had left their bodies on the field. Still less, indeed, did the gaiety and good humour which were observable amongst the people indicate in any degree the fierce and sanguinary passions which were soon to be called into action, and we rode on through the streets amidst a crowd of as merry faces as ever I remember to have seen. Although we inquired repeatedly, no one could tell us anything certain concerning the Prince de Condé. Some said that he was even then in the town. Some said he was with his army encamped without the walls, just beyond the Faubourg Saint-Victor. Some said that he had gone to effect his junction with the Spanish force, and the officer, whose orders were merely to join him, thought it best to proceed to the Hôtel de Ville in order to gain further information. It is not impossible, indeed, that the vicinity of a famous sutling house, known to every bon vivant in the army, at the corner of the Rue de la Mortellerie, might be an inducement to my conductor, and at all events certain it is that he directed his steps to the sutlers in the very first instance. Here, however, he learned that the prince was, at that very moment, in the Hôtel de Ville itself, and after taking care to refresh his men and himself with the choicest stores of the sutler's larder, he left me at the house on the strength of my parole, and proceeded to seek the prince for the purpose of obtaining further orders. As I remained in the high room in which we had dined, and had nothing else to occupy my attention, I amused myself by gazing out of the window upon the various groups that were now thronging into the open space before the town-house. It was a hot, sultry day in July, and all the crowds of Parisians who, like butterflies, come forth whenever the sun shines, were filling the streets, and all seemed to me pouring on in one direction. The masses in the Place de l'Hôtel de Ville became every moment more and more dense, so that it was difficult at length for those whose business called them to the town-house to make their way thither. A number of petty affrays took place, in consequence of the endeavours made by several individuals to force their passage through the crowd, and a spirit of riot began to manifest itself, which it was not difficult to divine would end in more serious disorders. I remarked, about this time, that almost every one I saw in the crowd had 1 or 2 wheat straws stuck into his hat or cap. The greater part also appeared armed, and I could not help anticipating very unpleasant results from the assemblage of such a number of the lower classes at a moment of general excitement and licence. After a time, however, the people seemed to become more quiet, and before long I saw the Prince de Condé, with a number of other noblemen and gentlemen, come out of the Hôtel de Ville, and ride away amidst the acclamations of the populace. I now expected the return of the officer every moment, but nevertheless he did not appear, and, still gazing forth upon the dark masses of the multitude, fluctuating hither and thither like the waves of a troubled sea, I soon after beheld a party of gentlemen, preceded by a royal trumpet, enter the Place de Grève, and endeavour to make their way through the people. At the head of this little body I at once recognised Monsieur de Villadin, riding beside a gentleman whom I did not know, but who, I found afterwards, was the Maréchal de l'Hôpital. With much difficulty they gained the steps of the town-house, amidst the execrations and insults of the people, and every moment, while waiting the return of a messenger whom they sent into the building, they were exposed both to danger and offence. At length, when, as it appeared, the order for giving them admittance was returned, and they dismounted from their horses and entered the doors, a general rush of people took place, apparently for the purpose of enveloping and massacring the king's officers, though they had come with a flag of truce. The doors, however, were closed promptly upon them, but the fury of the populace now passed all bounds. Yells, more like the cries of demons than those of human beings, issued from the multitude. The signal for strife was given by the discharge of a musket, and while a number, who had possessed themselves of firelocks, kept up a scattered fire at the windows of the Hôtel de Ville, I saw a large body rush away towards the quay, from which they returned in a few minutes, bearing bundles of the firewood which was there piled up for sale. Before any measures could be taken to prevent them, a mass of these faggots, between 6 and 7 feet in height, was heaped up against the great door. Some lighted embers were procured from the neighbouring house, and in a moment the whole was in a blaze. It was now evident that the purpose of the multitude was to massacre all those that were within the Hôtel de Ville, and the cries of "Death to them all," "Down with the Mazarenes," "Spare not the traitors," "Take none to mercy," which rose up in deafening shouts as the people continued firing in at the windows of the town-house, and piling up fresh logs of wood upon the fire before the door, convinced me that, if something could not be done to save him, the life of Monsieur de Villadin would be lost within 10 minutes. The guards, indeed, within the building, fired a few shots from time to time upon the people, but their number was too few to offer any serious resistance, and the efforts that they did make only served to irritate their assailants to a pitch of frenzy. There was no time for consideration. The life of Monsieur de Villadin depended on the turning of a die, and running down the stairs as hard as I could, I caught up for a badge of partisanship some straws which I found under a pile of cheeses in the kitchen, and rushing forward towards the door of the Hôtel de Ville, I determined to force my way into it amongst the very first, in order to take advantage of whatever opportunity might occur to save the life of my friend. As I pushed on, elbowing my way through the crowd, one of the rioters, who was armed with a musket, turned fiercely upon me for disturbing his aim, and he seemed about to strike me with the butt end of his piece, when a shot from the windows of the building settled our dispute by going through his head. He fell forward upon me, but throwing him off, I snatched the musket out of his hands, as it could be of no farther service to him, and might be of great service to me. And thus armed, I soon forced a passage for myself up to the very door of the building. My eagerness and haste, though inspired by very different motives from those which actuated the rest of the crowd, caught the attention and excited the applause of a number of persons in the multitude, and was afterwards of great service to me in effecting my object. Lucky it was that all these circumstances combined to facilitate my advance, for scarcely had I reached the doors when they gave way, and fell thundering and blazing into the entrance hall. A number of those cooped up within rushed forth, and plunging into the crowd endeavoured to effect their escape, while I, darting through the midst of them, sprang up the stairs towards those spots where Monsieur de Villadin had been generally found upon former occasions. He was not in the great hall, however, nor in the grand chamber where the Parliament usually assembled, but I found him in one of the buvettes with Monsieur de l'Hôpital and a young man whom I had remarked amongst the most vehement of the rioters without, but who had outstripped me by passing the shortest way, and was now engaged in rapid conversation with the Maréchal de l'Hôpital. The moment I rushed in, with my face covered with the smoke and dirt of the fire which had been kindled at the gate, and the musket in my hand, Monsieur de Villadin drew his sword, not recognising a friend in the figure before him. But as soon as I had entered, I closed the door between the buvettes and the passage leading to the great chamber, and turning the key, which I put in my pocket, I thus shut out those who, I knew, could not be far behind me. By this time the Duke had recognised me, and was exclaiming, "Good God, de Juvigny! I thought you dead, my dear lad. How came you here?" "There is no time to tell you," I replied. "Instantly change part of your clothes with me, and throw away that scarf, or you will be murdered directly. If you wish to save that gentleman," I added, turning to the young man who was speaking with the Maréchal de l'Hôpital, "make him change his dress." Monsieur de Villadin had at that moment a filmo-covered cloak, lined with light blue, and light blue plumes in his hat, but without pausing for any ceremonious consent, I tore the cloak from his shoulders and threw over him my own, which, having been purchased by the gaoler at Stenay, and having passed through a long journey in July, was neither very fine nor very clean. The blue plumes were next scattered upon the floor, and as there was a procureur's gown hanging over one of the benches, I tore off the cord to fasten a few of the straws which I had assumed as the badge of the popular party into the front of Monsieur de Villadin's hat. The white scarf was then disposed of, and as we could hear the shouts of the multitude coming from the side of the grand chamber, we took our way, as fast as possible, to the small door which led from the buvettes into the outer hall. Here, however, we were met by a dense mass of the populace, who instantly assailed us with cries and hootings, and one fierce-looking savage drew back his pike to run it into my chest. But calling him boldly an accursed Mazarine, I pointed the firelock at his head, and would certainly have shot, had he made the slightest movement. But at that moment one of his companions recognised me as having shown great activity in the crowd below, and catching my adversary by the arm, assured him that it was I who had first proposed to burn the doors. This honourable reputation, though founded on a falsehood, gained me instant applause, and knowing that the best means to manage a mob is to employ it on any mischief, I told the rascals that some Mazarines in the grand chamber had barricaded the doors of the buvettes, and leading them back to the one I had myself locked, I set them to work to demolish it, well assured that they would meet a party of their friends on the other side. In the meanwhile, Monsieur de Villadin had been pushing his way on towards the door, and I found him held at bay by half a dozen of the rioters, who would have cut his throat within another minute. But as I approached, I shouted with the full strength of my voice to bring sledge-hammers, and taking him by the arm, asked if he had found any. He replied, smiling in the midst of the imminent danger which surrounded him, that he could not even seek them, for that the gentry before me would not let him pass. Strong in my reputation as a leader of the tumult, I now set to work to curse them with my whole heart, asking if they were partisans of the court and friends of Mazarin, and bidding them, if they were followers of the Fronde and the princes, immediately to seek sledge-hammers to knock down all the doors. This seemed so laudable an undertaking in their side, that, shouting, "Des marteaux! Des marteaux! Vite, des marteaux!" they rushed away in search of hammers, while, seizing Monsieur de Villadin by the arm, I cried, "Come, come, I know a blacksmith's where we shall find plenty." And thus boldly taking upon ourselves the character of chief rioters, we made our way down the stairs and out into the Place. Our situation, however, was still more dangerous here than ever, for a number of the more coolly bloodthirsty had suffered the violent and the excited to make their way into the building, while they themselves remained without in order to watch their victims as they came forth into the Place de Grève, and then massacre them without mercy. The cry for hammers, however, had already sprung amongst them, and I found it a sort of watchword which, for a time, obtained a passage, though that passage was through the warm blood and amongst the quivering bodies of the unhappy men who had lately tenanted the town-house. Just as we were passing through the midst of the Place, one fierce and brutal wretch had got down the unhappy Ferron de Vavary, one of the councillors, and was coolly running a knife into his throat, notwithstanding all his cries and struggles, with the same reckless indifference with which a butcher kills a sheep. Starting up as we passed, the assassin shouted out, "More Mazarines! More Mazarines! Why do you let them go?" The people made a movement round us, and I saw that there was nothing for it but decision. Halting abruptly in the midst, I cried, with every appearance of fury and indignation that either my voice or features would take on, "He calls me a Mazarine! Me, a Mazarine! When he knows us both for officers of the Prince de Condé! Me, a Mazarine!" And without farther ceremony, seeing that the incarnate fiend, who, most probably, recognised Monsieur de Villadin, was about to retort upon me, I presented my musket, and at the same moment pulled the trigger. He fell directly, and the people, convinced by the boldness of the action that I was really a follower of the princes, who were then omnipotent amongst them, made way, shouting, "Vive les princes! Vive Condé!" Without giving time for those who had crowded round my fallen opponent to become interested in his cause, or to hear anything he might have to say in case he were only wounded, I hurried forward as fast as possible, directing my course away from the river, towards which Monsieur de Villadin seemed inclined to proceed. The fact was, however, that at the window of one of the houses in that part of the Grève, I saw the head of the Duc de Beaufort backed by the faces of several of his officers, and as I did not feel at all sure that he might not point us out for massacre as we passed, I thought it best to get out of his sight by the nearest road. When once we were fairly away from the Place and its immediate vicinity, where the fury of the people was blind and indiscriminate, the straw in our hats secured us a free passage, though the streets were everywhere thronged with rioters. But as Monsieur de Villadin might each moment be recognised by someone who had known him during his former residence in Paris, I made the best of my way to the house of an honest shoemaker, who had served the whole household of the Duke, and served them well. All the shops were by this time shut up, for fear of pillage, and long were we obliged to knock before the good man ventured to open his door and let us in. When he did so, however, he showed us every sort of kindness, and thanked Heaven 1,000 times for the escape of the Duke. Bringing us to a neat upper room, where we could lie concealed from anyone who might enter the lower part of the house, he pointed out to us the means of escaping over the roofs should it become necessary. But of this neither Monsieur de Villadin nor myself entertained the least apprehension, and while the good shoemaker went down to provide as far as possible for our comfort and security, we began to breathe more freely than we had done for some time, and to talk over the adventures of the last few hours. "A second time I have to thank you for life," said Monsieur de Villadin, after a few exclamations concerning the sort of insanity that had seized upon the Parisians. "A second time I have to thank you for life. Take care," he added with a faint smile, "take care, for you are causing me to accumulate debts which I shall never have the means of paying. But tell me, how came you here, and where have you been for the last 3 months? Several of your men declared they saw you killed in attempting to repulse the party who set fire to the château of Viremont. I need hardly tell you that I and Father Ferdinand have grieved for you, and Laura has wept for you ever since." "Thank God for that, at least," I replied. "Not for your grieving for me, my lord, but for the safety of Father Ferdinand and Mademoiselle de Villadin, in regard to both of whom I have been in a cruel state of anxiety ever since I last saw them." I then proceeded to detail, as briefly as possible, all the events that had occurred to me during the last 3 months, and I could see that Monsieur de Villadin, while rejoicing in my escape, was moved with no slight indignation both at the treatment I had received from Gaspard de Belleville, and at the fact of his former page having been the person to burn his house to the ground. "The villain," he said, "did not even know that my household and my child were not still within the building, for their escape was owing solely to the civility of the officer at the village, who sent up to warn them that he was about to march, and that other parties were coming up who might not be so well disposed towards them as himself. They took advantage of this information in time, and sought refuge in one of the cottages in the wood, otherwise they might have all been burned indiscriminately. For the first act that the enemy's soldiers were seen to commit was that of throwing a number of grenades into the open windows, by which means the whole house was fired in a few minutes. If I live 3 days longer," he added, after detailing these particulars, "I will represent the whole of that young villain's conduct to the Prince de Condé. He must not go any longer unpunished, whatever may be my reasons for not dealing severely with him hitherto." I knew well that Monsieur de Villadin's indignation would be infinitely increased when he heard all his other obligations to Gaspard de Belleville; but as I had no inclination to irritate him farther at this time, and as the tidings that I bore from Suzette required to be communicated gently, I determined to reserve them for another moment. "I will request you, my lord," I replied, "when you make your complaint against Gaspard de Belleville, to take the same opportunity of soliciting my liberation at the hands of the Prince de Condé, for of course, as I only came out of the sutlers in order to rescue you, I must still consider myself a prisoner upon parole." Fear not, De Juvigny," he replied. "You shall soon be liberated, either as a favour to myself or upon ransom, and you shall find, through my whole life, that I never forget, on any occasion, all the services with which you have contrived to load me in the short space of 5 or 6 years." We had still enough subjects of conversation undiscussed to give us plenty of employment for the rest of the evening, especially as our thoughts were every now and then diverted to other subjects by reports brought to us by our worthy host of all that was going on in the city. From him we soon learned that the Maréchal de l'Hôpital, on whose account Monsieur de Villadin had felt a good deal of anxiety, was in a place of safety, having effected his escape from the Hôtel de Ville by the means of the lad Noblet, whom we had seen speaking with him. About 10 o'clock at night we also received the welcome tidings that the mob had dispersed, and that large parties of the Garde Bourgeoise were patrolling the street in every direction, so that we might consider the sedition at an end. We remained in our concealment, however, during the whole of that night, but early the next morning, finding that tranquillity was perfectly restored, we ventured out, and after having seen Monsieur de Villadin on his road to the court, I turned my steps, as had been agreed upon between us, towards the camp of the Prince de Condé, in order to give myself up and redeem my parole. On inquiring farther, I found that the army of the princes was really on the other side of the river, and crossing over by the Cité, I made my way on foot towards the open grounds of St. Victor and the little river of Bièvre, between which and the Seine I soon perceived the forces of the Prince de Condé, entrenched in a position which might be considered perfectly impregnable, at least against any power that the court could bring against it. I gave myself up as a prisoner at the first outpost, but demanded to be conducted to the prince himself, if he were then in the camp. The reply, however, was that he was still in Paris, and I was consequently led to his maître de camp, who proved to be an officer to whom I was known, he having served with me during the siege of Bordeaux, and especially in defence of the demi-lune of the Porte d'Igot. From him I received every sort of kindness and attention till the prince himself returned to the camp, which did not take place for several hours. As soon as his arrival was known, I was conducted to his quarters, and was at once admitted to his presence. 2 lackeys were pulling off his boots and arranging his dress, while he was giving a number of orders to those around him, and at the same time signing 2 or 3 papers which different officers presented for his approval. "Ha, Monsieur de Juvigny!" he cried as soon as his keen eye fell upon me. "I am glad to see you. But stay a minute till I have dispatched all these affairs. I have a good deal to say to you, for Gourville has told me all about you." The minute which the prince desired me to stay extended itself to nearly an hour and a half, for no sooner was one application attended to than another was made from a different quarter, and as soon as one visitor left his presence another entered. "There, shut the door," he cried at length, as soon as he found that we were left alone, even for a moment. "Let anyone who comes wait without, till I am ready for them." The servant to whom he spoke instantly proceeded to put his commands in execution, and turning to me, the prince added, in the brief, frank, perhaps abrupt tone which he usually employed, "Well, Monsieur de Juvigny, I have not seen you since you were playing the garçon apothicare in the castle of Vincennes, and although our scheme did not succeed, and you have now, it seems, turned against me, yet I am not the less grateful for the extreme risk which you then ran in endeavouring to serve me. I hear from everybody the highest character of you. I myself have been a witness of your courage and dexterity. Such a person is now most needful to me, and what I wish to say to you is, that if you will consent to attach yourself to me, you shall find me a firm friend and an unfailing protector. I will advance you in the service, and whatever post about my person you will name shall be yours, unless it is already filled by some old and tried friend." The offer was not only a very tempting one, but it was difficult to refuse it without the chance of giving offence. At least those who did not know the Prince de Condé would have thought so. As it was perfectly impossible for me to comply, however, feeling, as I did, that he was absolutely in a state of rebellion against his king, and that I was even then bearing a commission in that monarch's service, I answered him boldly and straightforwardly, which I had always found to be the best way with men of his keen and rapid disposition. Nothing I should consider a higher honour, nothing I should feel to be a greater pleasure than that of serving your Highness, I replied, if your Highness's service were compatible with that of the king. But you must remember, my lord, that I have bound myself by oath to the cause of his Majesty. Pooh! cried the Prince de Condé. In these times no one minds such oaths as that. Why, there is not an officer in my service that does not come and go between my camp and the king's a dozen times in the year. And in truth I do not always very well know, when I meet a friend in the field, whether he is my own partisan for the time or not. All I can reply to your Highness, I answered, is that had I joined your forces I should of course have remained with them till war were over. And, such being my feelings, I am afraid that if I can obtain my freedom either by ransom or exchange, or the kindness of your Highness, I must still go back to the camp of the king, and undergo all the defeats which I doubt not you intend to inflict upon us. Think of it better, replied the prince. Your liberty you certainly shall have, and you shall choose whether you will take it at my hands, as a full acquittal of all I owe you, for endeavouring to deliver me from Vincennes, or whether, holding still your claim upon me from that service to be discharged by something more important hereafter, you will pay a light ransom to Master Gaspard de Belleville, who, to say the truth, is somewhat grasping and avaricious for so young a man. Of course I could not hesitate in regard to which I should choose, and therefore I replied at once, I will endeavour to pay whatever ransom your Highness may think proper to name, and will give an order for it instantly to Monsieur de Belleville, though he has no right to consider me as his prisoner. Nay, nay, not so fast, cried the prince. You must take some little time to think of my proposal. De Belleville is not in the camp just now, but he will be here to-morrow or the next day. In the meanwhile, seek out Gourville, whom you will find either with the army or at the Hôtel de Rochefoucauld in Paris. Bid him make much of you, and treat you well on my account, trying all he can to persuade you to remain with us. Nay, do not shake your head, but go and think over it better. As his last words implied an order to quit him, I immediately took my leave and withdrew, somewhat mortified at not being able to obtain my freedom as soon as I had expected, but fully determined not to flinch from my duty in the slightest degree, however long I might consequently be detained a prisoner. Almost immediately after quitting the Prince de Condé, my good fortune threw me in the way of Gourville, to whom I related all that had just passed. As far as treating me well, he certainly did follow the injunctions of his Highness, but in regard to persuading me that it would be better to join the party of the princes, he most assuredly did not do as Condé had directed him. He shook his head at the very thought, saying, No, no, let those who are attached to the party remain attached to it, for if no divisions existed amongst ourselves, we should do very well, and compel the court to take what measures we liked. But it would never do for you, who neither know all the intrigues that are going on, nor the men that are conducting them, and besides, the party of the court is, at all events, the most secure, for however long the struggle may be protracted, it will be the successful side in the end, depend upon it. By the assistance and attention of Gourville, everything that I could want was supplied to me, and by means of some of the bankers in Paris I obtained money upon an assignment of my rents in Normandy and Brittany. My first care was to repay Gourville the sum I had received from him at Stenay, which of course he did not affect to decline. My next step was to ascertain from him the amount which my liberation was likely to cost me. To my inquiries on this head he replied that he could hardly tell, but that when he was in prison at Sedan, it had cost his friends 6,000 livres to obtain his enlargement. This prospect rather frightened me, as such a sum would nearly exhaust my whole income for the year, but of course I was obliged to make up my mind to it, and there the matter dropped. The day following I caught a distant glance of Gaspard de Belleville riding through the streets of Paris, and I consequently begged Gourville to represent to the prince my extreme desire to be set at liberty. But either he thought it worth while to keep me for a day or two longer, in order to make me join his party, or he was too deeply engaged in more important affairs to attend to my request. At all events, I could obtain no answer, and remained that day and the next without hearing anything more upon the subject. End of chapter 27. Section 24 of The Little Ball of Fire by George Payne Rainsford James. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 28. Tired of delay, I at length resolved to apply once more to the prince in person, though Gorville shook his head, laughing, and told me that he could see very plainly that his Highness was determined to keep me some time longer. About noon I went out to the camp, but on arriving at the door of the house in which the Prince de Condé had taken up his quarters, and which was the tapestry manufactory, called Les Gobelins, then belonging to a private individual, I was agreeably surprised to find half a dozen of the grooms and attendants of Monsieur de Villadin. From them I learned that the Duke had obtained a safe conduct the preceding day, and had arrived on a visit to the Prince about an hour before. In the antechamber I found the officer who had brought me to Paris, and who, informing me that the messengers had already been sent to seek me, directed one of the attendants to let the Prince know that I had arrived. The next moment I was admitted to his Highness's presence, and found him seated with Monsieur de Villadin, while Gaspard de Belleville stood before them with a sullen and downcast countenance, on which I plainly read the workings of reproof and correction upon a stubborn and an evil heart. The sound of my step instantly called upon me a glance from my adversary as quick as lightning, and full of rage and hatred. Condé, however, took no notice of my approach, and continued the interrogation of his officer, which had previously commenced. "Pray, sir," he said, "how came you to fire the château at all, when the general order was given to keep silence, and conduct the advance with as much secrecy as possible?" "I caused the house to be burned, your Highness, by order of the Duke of Nemours," replied Gaspard. "But the Duke tells me," rejoined the Prince, "that the order was given at your suggestion. How was that, sir? Speak." "My reason for proposing it, my lord," replied the officer, "was, that I thought the regiment of La Tour might miss its way without some signal from us, and by that time the Englishman there had discovered our march and lighted a beacon on the hill." "For which your Highness owes him no great thanks," said Monsieur de Villadin with a smile, "for the tidings we received from him enabled us to keep you in check the next day." "He did his duty, and he did it well, my good friend," answered the Prince. "I would to God that my officers would do the same. As for you, sir," he continued, addressing Gaspard de Belleville, "it is quite sufficiently evident that your motives were not the best in burning the château of Virmont, and still more evident that your conduct towards your prisoner afterwards was unworthy and ungenerous. In regard to the first, you have certainly taken care to shelter yourself under an order from the Duke of Nemours, but as you suggested that order, I shall dismiss you from every post about my person, though you keep your company. In regard to the treatment of your prisoner, of which Monsieur de Villadin has explained to me the cause, I can, of course, only reprove you for conduct unbecoming a French gentleman. There is no military law which enables me to punish such behaviour, except indeed by reducing the ransom which may be demanded for him, and which I fix at 400 crowns. Of course Gaspard de Belleville dared not reply to the severe terms of the Prince, but I saw his eye glare from my face to that of Monsieur de Villadin with an expression which would have boded neither of us any good had his means of injuring us been equal to his desire of doing so. Monsieur de Villadin declared that he would pay my ransom himself, and immediately gave an order for the sum, which Condé delivered into the hands of my adversary, and bade him retire. "I am obliged," said the Prince, in a sort of apologetic tone, as soon as we were left without other witnesses, "I am obliged to suffer these fellows to make as much of their trade as they can, or a great number of them would leave me. In other respects, the system of taking ransoms, which, thank God, is becoming less common, is by no means one I like. But, however, I have suffered you to escape at a cheap rate, Monsieur de Juvigny," he added, turning towards me, "and as I find you are determined not to stay with me, I suppose I must even let you go." As these words might be considered as a hint that our audience was at an end, Monsieur de Villadin rose and we took our leave, the Prince laying his hand familiarly on my arm as we were departing, and saying in a kind tone, "I shall not forget Vincennes." Without suffering me to return to Paris, Monsieur de Villadin made one of his servants give me up a horse, and we rode together at once to Saint Denis, where the court was then assembled. I now found that some interest had been excited concerning my fate amongst persons whom I had scarcely imagined to be acquainted with my existence. To Monsieur de Turenne, to the Queen, to the young King, and to the Cardinal, I was presented once more by Monsieur de Villadin on the occasion of my liberation, and I found that each had something to say to me upon my late adventures. Turenne told me, in his simple manner, that he was very much obliged to me for thinking of the beacons, as the speedy information communicated to him of the march of the Prince de Condé had most likely saved the royal army at Briare. The Queen said that she remembered seeing me at Poitiers, and added that a long imprisonment must be a more beneficial thing than was generally supposed, as my appearance was very much improved. The Cardinal said something with a strong Italian accent. I saw that it was intended to be witty and pointed, and though I did not very well understand it, I smiled, which did quite as well. The young King thanked me gracefully for my services and attachment to his cause, and added, "I trust that means will occur, ere long, of rewarding your exertions and compensating your sufferings in our cause." All this promised well for my future success in life, and though at that time my ambition was cooped within very narrow limits, I must own that I felt a good deal of joy at the prospect of rising to some station where I might distinguish myself in the profession of arms. The pleasure, however, of being free and of meeting applause where I most desired it, was indeed a little alloyed by the necessity of communicating to Monsieur de Villadin the confession, for such in fact it was, of Suzette. I knew not what effect it might ultimately have upon his mind, whether good or bad, whether the knowledge of having injured some innocent and virtuous woman who had loved him dearly, and was passionately loved by him, might not send the sting of remorse still deeper into his heart, especially if the fearful suspicions which I entertained were just, or whether, on the other hand, the discovery that he had been worked upon and deceived by designing people and an artful scheme, that he had been cheated into all the acts he had committed, and almost driven mad himself by a plot which he could hardly have divined, might not take away some portion of the responsibility which now weighed so heavily upon him, and cast a part of the load of culpability upon other shoulders. At all events, I knew that the very renewal of a subject which had never been mentioned for several years would reawaken a world of painful memories, some of which I trusted now slept; and I shrunk from the task I had undertaken, hoping from day to day that something would occur to render its execution less difficult. Monsieur de Villadin, however, seemed also to avoid the subject altogether, and although he knew I had seen Suzette several times, and must in his own mind have connected her name with the memory of his unhappy wife, yet he never mentioned the circumstance after our arrival at Saint Denis, and seemed purposely to turn from any reference to Gaspard de Belleville and his wife. The matter was thus rendered more difficult to me, and as I could not but remark that the gloom which I have before noticed had taken a deeper hold of Monsieur de Villadin than ever, as, the moment that any active exertion was over, all energy seemed to abandon his mind, and as it pained me to think of increasing the deep and bitter melancholy in which he passed all his solitary hours, I still, as I have said, put off the task from day to day, till at length the army was ordered to march, and I had scarcely time to attend to anything else than the military duties in which I was now employed. On my return to the regiment, I found that the troop which I commanded before my imprisonment had been nearly annihilated by the crossfire into which I had so rashly led them at Virmont. Not above 20 men, indeed, had escaped of those of whom it was originally composed. Monsieur de Villadin, however, had recruited it by the addition of about 40 more, and while we stayed at Saint-Denis, I did all that I could to gain volunteers. Thus, when we marched for Compiègne, the troop amounted to about 80 men, but I must confess that it was altogether in a much better state than when I had left it, for the number of marches, skirmishes, and manoeuvres which it had since taken part in, under the command of Turenne, had done it far more to render the men expert, veteran, and well disciplined, than all the drilling we could give them before. It was very necessary, indeed, that our troops should be of the best quality, for at this time, with less than 10,000 men, we had to make head against the Spanish army and the Duke of Lorraine on the frontiers of Flanders, while the force of the princes was in our rear. Not sufficiently powerful, indeed, to meet us in the open field, but quite sufficiently so to render any check that we might receive from the superior numbers of the Spaniards utterly fatal to the royal cause. It is unnecessary to relate the events that immediately succeeded, for there are few people in the present day who are not well acquainted with the skilful manoeuvres by which Turenne, without striking a stroke, compelled the Spanish army to evacuate the French territory, and it would be only wearisome in this place to detail the means which he employed to arrive at such a fortunate result. Thus having been effected, however, we returned to Gonesse, in order to watch the movements of the Prince de Condé, who remained in the neighbourhood of Paris for the purpose of keeping his party in the capital from the ruin which it was continually threatened by the dissensions of the leaders. We were soon again in activity, for the Duke of Lorraine, having once more entered France with a force of 16,000 men, marched forward on the side of Champagne to effect his junction with the Prince de Condé. At the same time, the prince decamped from under the walls of Paris to meet him, while Turenne hastened to pass the Marne at Lagny, and advanced with extraordinary rapidity upon Brie contre Robert, where we first encountered the troops of the Duke of Lorraine. Finding that we were not strong enough to contest that post with him, we turned and hastened towards Villeneuve-Saint-Georges, but here again the troops of Lorraine were before us, the town in their possession, and the bridge, as well as the heights which command it, already occupied by 2 companies of infantry and 4 pieces of artillery. For the purpose of proceeding with greater speed, our own infantry and artillery had both been left to follow, and when he first discovered that this post also was in possession of the enemy, Turenne had only with him 3 regiments of cavalry. We had all halted, while the Maréchal rode forward to ascertain the facts with his own eyes, but in a minute or 2 after he cantered back to the head of Monsieur de Villadin's regiment, and spoke a few words to him in a kindly and smiling manner, and, as I was not far off, I heard him say in reply to something which the Duke had observed, "Oh no, my friend, 1 troop can dislodge them, and then with our fresh forces we can keep possession of the ground till the artillery comes up." What Monsieur de Villadin replied I did not hear, but Turenne immediately answered, "We will give him the opportunity at all events," and I instantly received an order to draw out from the little wood that covered us, and charge the company that occupied the heights. An injunction was added not to follow the enemy too far, but to satisfy myself with dislodging them from their present post. I found no difficulty in executing these commands. The enemy reserved their fire till we were within about 50 yards, and then received us with a general discharge. 6 men and horses went over at once, and we were by this time in the very heat of the charge, and not one man who was capable of going forward tightened his rein. The enemy, who had expected to see us waver, took fright at our approach, and after a very faint resistance were driven down the hill with considerable slaughter. Their guns and ammunition were left behind, and when, after some difficulty, I could halt my men and bring them back to the heights, I found the ground already occupied by Monsieur de Turenne, and the cannon which we had taken turned against the bridge. The Duke of Lorraine, however, not being aware that our infantry and artillery had been left behind, imagined that Turenne occupied the heights in force, and knowing the town to be untenable under such circumstances, instantly decamped and took post upon the Seine, about a league farther up. No more skirmishing therefore occurred, and without being obliged to fire upon either the bridge or the town, we remained in tranquil possession of our position till the rest of the forces came up, and rendered it completely secure. Monsieur de Turenne made no observation at the moment upon the manner in which I had executed his commands, nor did I expect him to do so, for I knew that I had not performed my duty ill, but yet felt quite conscious that I had done no more than my duty. Towards 6 o'clock in the evening, however, I was called to his tent, and found him just concluding a dispatch, giving notice to the court of the different manoeuvres that had taken place. As soon as I entered, he looked up, with one of his calm, intelligent smiles, saying merely, "You performed so well what I commanded you this morning, that I am going to send you away from me. You must carry this dispatch to Pontoise, or to whatever other town his Majesty may now be in, and I doubt not that he will appreciate the services of an officer who does gallantly and skilfully that which he is commanded, without overstepping the line that is prescribed to him." A number of superior officers were present at the moment, and it may be well conceived that such words from such a man made my cheek glow with unexpected pleasure. Monsieur de Villadin, who was also in the tent, followed me out, and told me that, while my horses were preparing, he would write a brief note to his cousin, Monsieur le Tellier, one of the king's ministers, who might teach me how to turn to some account the favourable terms in which Monsieur de Turenne had mentioned me in his dispatch. As speed is in all these cases a great object, and the first bearer of good tidings is always likely to be better received than those who follow after, I neither spared myself nor my horses till I reached Pontoise, which I accomplished without the slightest interruption in the course of the following day. Great was the joy which my arrival spread, for neither king, nor queen, nor ministers had felt themselves at all easy under the prospect of a junction between the Prince de Condé and the Duke of Lorraine, in the immediate vicinity of Paris. And, as Turenne now gave them the most positive assurance that he would be able to keep both those generals in check for at least a month, while the court negotiated with the Parisians, and raised new troops, it may be conceived that his dispatch proved a very agreeable relief to the minds of all. It luckily so happened also that one of the persons most interested in the tidings which I brought was precisely in the situation which best enabled him to make my journey as satisfactory to myself as it had proved to him. Cardinal Mazarin, having by this time been forced once more to quit France, had left his whole interest in the hands of his friend Monsieur le Tellier, and that minister, who knew that the first reverse on the part of the court would induce the Parliament to pronounce the cardinal's banishment eternal, was perhaps more overjoyed than any one at the tidings that I brought. I found him out immediately after my arrival, and communicated the intelligence to him before he had received it from any other person. At the first intelligence he took me into his arms, and hugged me as if I had been his own son, and then making me sit down to dinner with him, at which meal he had been engaged when I entered, he asked me a multitude of questions, seeking evidently a confirmation of the hopes which Monsieur de Turenne had held out. I anticipated no immediate reward, however, and as I was very anxious to see the rest of the campaign, I determined to depart the next day or the one following, if I could obtain leave to do so; and therefore on the morning following my arrival I again visited the minister, in order to request that he would solicit for me the king's permission to that effect. Without making me any reply, he took me by the hand and led me, followed by a secretary with his portfolio, to the presence of the young monarch and his mother, who were listening to some news from Paris, not quite so agreeable in their nature as my tidings had proved. "This young gentleman, sire," said Monsieur le Tellier, "is all eagerness to return to the camp in order to serve your Majesty in the field, but I think you said that you had some commands for him ere his departure." "You are right," replied the monarch. "Are the letters drawn up?" Le Tellier instantly took a parchment from the portfolio which was carried by his secretary, and placed it in the hands of the young king, who ran his eye hastily over it. Louis then addressed me, in a tone and manner so dignified and king-like, that I could not but perceive that a great change had wrought itself in his mind since I was first presented to him at Saumur, though I little anticipated at the time that the alteration which I marked would go on progressively but rapidly, till the careless and somewhat indolent boy became the greatest monarch of his age. "Monsieur de Juvigny," he said, "we are informed by the Maréchal de Turenne that, when we held our court at Guisnes, by the prompt and skilful measures which your own judgment suggested, for conveying immediate information to our generals of the advance of the Prince de Condé, you saved us all from very imminent danger. He also informs us, in his dispatch received yesterday, that you have again highly distinguished yourself in dislodging a superior body of the enemy from the heights above Villeneuve Saint Georges, and he recommends you strongly to our notice and favour. We ourselves have not forgotten that you have once been severely wounded, and have suffered a long and cruel imprisonment for your attachment to our cause, and your opposition to the rebels now in arms against us. Monsieur le Tellier also, upon the authority of Monsieur de Villardin, informs us that in your native country your father and mother were both of gentle blood, but, at all events, it is the prerogative of royalty to ennoble, and therefore it is that we have caused these letters to be drawn up, not only for the purpose of expressing our thanks to you for the services you have performed, but also as a proof to all others that no one will ever serve us without meeting due honour and recompense." He then gave me the parchment that he had received from Le Tellier, and though I knew not what it contained, I bent my knee and kissed his Majesty's hand, with every token of gratitude. I then withdrew, in company with the minister, who, as soon as we were in another apartment, bade me open the letters and read the contents. I did so immediately, and found that the parchment contained letters patent, conferring on me the rank and title of Baron de Juvigny, and adding what seemed to me the more solid recompense of a pension of 3,000 crowns per annum, chargeable upon the receipts of the Duchy of Brittany, till such time, so the letters ran, till such time as his Majesty thought fit to assign me an estate of equal value. Monsieur le Tellier laid his left hand upon my shoulder as I read, and pointing with his right hand to the words concerning the pension, he repeated, 3,000 crowns! That is, when you can get them, my young friend. And laughing gaily, he added, which will not be till the country is quiet, and these rebels put down. So go, and do your best against them, and God send that we may soon be delivered from their company altogether. Amen, replied I, and I doubt not that Monsieur le Tellier devoutly believed that it was the prospect of my 3,000 crowns which gave such fervency to my aspirations. But it was perhaps that I was heartily tired of civil wars, having seen little else ever since I was born. And I certainly did long to be in one good stricken field, between nations of different tongues and dwelling places, if it were but for a change. I said nothing, however, to undeceive the minister, but taking my leave, with many thanks for honours and rewards, which I felt very sure had been obtained for me fully as much by interest as by merit, I withdrew with the letters patent of a barony in my pocket, but very little else besides. End of chapter 28. Section 25 of The Little Ball of Fire by George Payne, Rainsford, James. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 29. It was with great difficulty that I made my way back to the army, for by this time Condé had effected his junction with the Duke of Lorraine, and Turenne had encamped between Limaye and the Yser river, resting on the Seine on one side and on a thick wood on the other. The enemy's force, amounting to 3 times his own, straitened the marshal's camp in every direction, and shut in the angle formed by the confluence of the Seine and the Yser, there seemed no possibility of escape for Turenne and his army. I know not to the present day if this position was or was not taken up through an oversight on the part of Turenne, and I am rather inclined to think it was, as at the time there were not provisions in the camp for 4 days, and the horses were almost entirely without forage. But if it was a fault, it was one of those glorious ones which sometimes to a man of genius prove more advantageous than the best laid plan. The result is well known. Turenne planted himself there between the enemy and Paris, threw bridges across the Seine, opened a communication with the neighbouring country, obtained provisions and forage notwithstanding all the efforts of his adversaries to prevent him, and kept a force of treble the number of his own army at bay during 6 weeks. It was about the 4th day after the camp was formed that I returned from the court, but as the whole open country was at that time in the hands of the enemy, I had very nearly been taken by a strong party on the return from foraging. Strange to say, also, I had well nigh again fallen into the hands of Gaspard de Belleville, who commanded the escort, having been at one time within 200 yards of him. Nothing but my horse's speed saved me, for being close pursued by some cravats attached to the foragers, I was obliged to swim the river, which, however, was done with ease, and I found myself in security on the other bank. Monsieur de Villadin welcomed me with every sign of joy, and immediately asked what Monsieur le Tellier had done for me. He smiled when I told him, saying that he had hoped the court would have shown me some more substantial mark of favour. However, he added, the king no doubt gave you the barony, which cost nothing but parchment and wax, because he had nothing else to give. As to the pension of 3,000 crowns, as I know there has not been such a sum in the royal treasury for many months, you must not calculate upon that. On examining our camp, I found that Monsieur de Villadin, who kept the open field, though some of the officers had been fortunate enough to obtain quarters in the little hamlets, had caused his tent to be divided into 4 small apartments, of which he assigned me one; and as our time passed very dully, without any event of importance to occupy our attention, I had no excuse even to myself for delaying longer the communication which I had promised Suzette to make. The Duke behaved to me not only as a father, but as a kind and affectionate one, and whenever we were not engaged in some military duty, we were either sitting together in the division of the tent which he called his saloon, or walking along the banks of the rivers, mingling various subjects of conversation with observations upon the enemy's movements, of which we caught a sight from time to time. I thus had plenty of opportunities for telling my tale, had I been able to make up my mind to do so; but the more my affection for Monsieur de Villadin increased, the more proofs of tenderness and regard he gave me, the less willing I became to wring his heart by all the long details of so painful a theme. Thus again I let day after day slip by, till one morning, as we were walking slowly along towards Château Ablon, which Turenne had taken some time before by a coup de main, the Duke afforded me himself an opportunity of introducing the subject, which I felt must not be longer neglected, if I ever intended to perform my task. "Do you know, de Juvigny," he said, addressing me by the name which he always now gave me, "I have taken a sort of thirst lately to see my little Laura. She will be a good deal changed by this time since I last saw her. Did you not think," he added, in a sort of undertone, "did you not think that she was growing up very like her mother?" "I think she was, my lord," I replied, "and God grant that she may have both her mother's virtues and her mother's beauty." "Without her sorrows," said Monsieur de Villadin, in the same low tone, raising his eyes towards the sky, and adding, what from the moving of his lips I thought a prayer, Without her sorrows, he again repeated louder, and oh, without any of her father's faults. Forgive me, my lord, I said, feeling that now was the moment, if ever. Forgive me if I do a bold thing and attempt to offer you consolation upon your private sorrows. He shook his head with a bitter and melancholy smile, replying, Consolation, my dear boy, is in vain. I have sought it in every source, religion, philosophy, time, activity, danger, and I have never found it. It is the alchemist's elixir of life, a specious name, which can only be believed by those who have never tried it. Nevertheless, my lord, I persevered in saying, I think you may find consolation in some facts which I have to tell you, especially if, as your words just now implied, a part of your grief proceeds from the memory of some faults which you imagine to have existed in your conduct towards your deceased lady. All, cried the Duke, all proceeds from those fatal memories, and I am afraid, de Juvigny, that you can in no degree assuage the burning of a heart whose thoughts you cannot see. Still, I must entreat you to listen to me, I rejoined, for a man can scarcely be considered guilty for having committed actions which he was urged on to perform by the basest conspiracy to deceive him and to mislead his better judgment, and when such evidence was adduced to make him think the innocent guilty, as might well create suspicion against an angel of heaven. My words at once showed him that I had something more to communicate than mere ordinary topics of ineffectual consolation, which fall upon the dull ear, but never reach the heart, and he soon became more eager to hear than I was to tell. Turning round quickly, he paused and gazed at me as if he would have searched my very soul, to gather at once what I was about to relate, and then exclaimed, Speak, 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 young man, in a tone and with a manner that almost made me fear the effect which Suzette's confession might have upon his reason. I pointed, however, to the sentinels close by, who were gazing with some sort of wonder at his vehemence, and recovering command over himself, he walked on with me, with his eyes bent upon the ground, while I proceeded in a low and calm voice, in order that the tidings I had to give might be fully understood, without irritating his imagination by all the adjuncts of emphasis and gesture. You remember, my lord, I said, that I told you, when we were together in Paris, on the day of the massacre at the Hôtel de Ville, that I had been saved and well treated by Suzette, who is now the wife of Gaspard de Belleville. I told you, too, that he behaves to her in the most brutal manner, but I have not found an opportunity of telling you, till this moment, that she related to me the whole scheme by which she and her base husband contrived to deceive you and render you miserable, from a feeling partly of remorse, partly, I believe, of hatred to her present tyrant, and partly in consequence of a vow which she made to her confessor. She charged me to detail the whole to you, word for word, and she gave me this billet in order to make you yield full credit to the whole I have to tell. I have preserved that billet through everything, I added, putting it into his hands, though I do not think you would have doubted my word even had I not possessed it. Monsieur de Villadin took it eagerly out of my hand and read it over with a straining eye, but instantly turning to me, he exclaimed, It tells me nothing. Speak on, speak on. I would believe you, of course, without that. Speak on. He had become deadly pale, however, and I paused, apprehensive of more painful consequences if I proceeded, saying, Had I not better wait, my lord, till you are more calm? The subject is too painful to you. Had I not better wait? Perhaps you had, replied Monsieur de Villadin, who felt how much he was shaken. Perhaps you had. I will soon recover from this, my dear boy, and when I can lend my rational senses to the consideration of what you have to tell me, instead of my passions, which are now engaged, I will tell you, perhaps to-night. Now, give me your arm. And with a slow step he turned back to his tent, where, shutting himself up in the inner division, he remained for some time alone. At night, however, after returning from some other occupation, I found him much more calm, for the constant struggles he had long been obliged to maintain against his own feelings had given him the power of quelling their most turbulent efforts, after a short space given to reflection. "Now, De Juvigny," he said, almost as I entered the tent, "now I am capable of listening to your tidings, whatever they may be, so speak on. I can hear you like a rational being now." As I saw he was really prepared, I proceeded more boldly, and related to him, word for word, as far as my memory served me, the account which had been given to me by Suzette. This I was permitted to do uninterrupted, for, with his head leaning upon his arm, and his hand shading his eyes, he listened, without question or comment of any kind whatsoever, till I had finished all that I had to say. Even for some minutes afterwards he remained still buried in deep thought, though the words "fiends, incarnate fiends," which once or twice broke from his lips, showed that his mind was busy with the tale of deceit and villainy which I had just related. "You have, indeed," he said at length, "given me consolation, or perhaps, as I had better call it, you have afforded me the means of palliating, to my own mind, the errors that I have committed. I had but one palliation before, the consciousness," and he lowered his voice as he spoke, "the consciousness of having acted under mental aberration. It was consolatory to me to know that I had been a madman, and now," he continued with a bitter smile, "it is still more consolatory to me to know that I was a fool, a gross and egregious fool. What must be the state of man's heart when such convictions can be such a relief?" "I think, my lord," I replied, willing to do all that I could to soften the sting, "I think that any one might have been deceived by such a base and deep-laid scheme as that by which you were betrayed. Nay, nay," he added, "I was a fool, a consummate fool in everything, and in none less than in thinking that my feelings and my designs and my weaknesses were all hidden within my own bosom, when they seem to have been as plain to yourself and to those two false and cruel wretches as they were to the eyes of heaven. Do not strive to persuade me that I was not blind and foolish. It is, I tell you, it is a consolation to me to know that I was so. Deep, eternal, everlasting regret will still continue my portion throughout life. Every unkind word, every harsh look, every ungenerous and cruel action, with which I afflicted the heart of her who is now a saint in heaven, will rise up night after night, and day after day, before my memory, and render the sky that overhangs me, and the world around, dark and gloomy for ever. Each action, each look, each word, each smile of her who is now no more, will be remembered with sad and inconsolable regret. But nevertheless that I was myself deceived, that my own wild and mad suspicions were not at all, that I was fooled and played upon, and made to act a part my better nature disavows. This I acknowledge, presses part of the poison out of the wound, and softens the sting of remorse. I thank you for your tidings, De Juvigny," he added, laying his hand kindly upon my arm. "I thank you from my very heart. Your voice always brings me comfort, and your arm always renders me service." He paused for a moment or two again, and then asked me one or two questions concerning Suzette, to which I replied as clearly but as briefly as I could, for I thought it better to change the painful subject for some other as fast as possible, and having administered the medicine, to let time work out its effect in silence. He seemed, however, to take a pleasure himself in dwelling upon the theme, now that it had once been spoken of between us. "Her whole story," he added, alluding to Suzette, "is so minutely consistent with every circumstance which I remember, that I cannot doubt it in the least. To confess one weakness more, I acknowledge that it is no small comfort to my mind to find every circumstance that deceived me susceptible of a clear and satisfactory explanation, to see every cloud of doubt wafted away from the remembrance of one who now will live for ever enshrined in my heart, not the less loved, not the less adored, that bitter sorrow for her fate, and deep contrition for my faults, embalm her memory and wash her tomb with tears. I was delighted to find that what I told produced such an effect, for, to say the truth, I had been like an unskilful physician, and knew not at the time that I administered it, whether the cup which I had presented to Monsieur de Villadin would prove a poison or an antidote. It had evidently become the latter, and I doubted not that every hour which passed would increase its power. I saw, too, that, in some degree, Suzette had shrewdly divined the true state of Monsieur de Villadin's feelings, and that, however much he might be convinced before that he had deeply wronged his wife, his mind would never have rested satisfied till all the mysterious circumstances which at first aroused his suspicions had been explained as clearly as they were at present. From the first effect of the tidings I had given, I was led to expect more beneficial results than they afterwards produced. Monsieur de Villadin certainly was calmer from that day forward. The sting of remorse was, as he had said, softened. A part of the load was off his head, but still the deep and bitter melancholy continued. I could see a slight difference, a shade less in the darkness of the gloom that oppressed him, but that was all. He was not so often found sitting alone, immersed in sad and frowning thought. I saw him more frequently with a book in his hand, and events of less importance than heretofore would rouse him into activity and exertion. Yet he was never what can be called cheerful. Despondency remained the general character of his mind, and he still seemed to find that relief in moments of danger and excitement which showed that calm thought was little less painful than heretofore. 3 weeks of almost perfect inactivity, however, succeeded, and, with the exception of an occasional unimportant skirmish with the enemy, we passed our time in idleness in the camp. In the meanwhile, events were in preparation which were destined to change the aspect of political affairs. A schism had taken place between the Prince de Condé and the leaders of the Fronde. The Duke of Nemours had been killed by his brother-in-law, the Duke of Beaufort, in a duel. The Parisians were gradually becoming heartily sick of turbulence and faction, which they found only served, as turbulence and faction always do, to promote the views of a few intriguing individuals at the sacrifice of commerce, industry, and the public good. And the court, negotiating with all parties, had by this time obtained such a preponderance that it seemed likely to be received with open arms in Paris, if the army of Turenne could, by any means, be extricated from its present position, and brought nearer to the capital. At length an express order arrived for Turenne to endeavour, on the very first favourable opportunity, to decamp and join the court, and that great general, knowing that his movements were no longer watched by the keen eye of Condé, who had gone back in person to Paris, in the belief that the royal army could not escape, determined to attempt his retreat at once. On the morning of the 4th of October, orders were sent to the officer who commanded in the town of Corbeil to raise some redoubts on the heights near that place, and bridges having been thrown across the river, we waited till night, and then began our march in silence. We hastened on as fast as possible till we got between the Seine and the forest of Senart, when, both our flanks being covered, we could advance in security. From this point we proceeded more slowly, still looking out, however, for the enemy, who never appeared, and, to tell the truth, we might have marched in any direction we liked, for we had arrived at Corbeil and were safe in our new position long before the Duke of Lorraine even perceived that we had quitted our former camp. A longer and more difficult march, however, was before us, for we had now to join the court at Mantes, and to cross a great extent of country in presence of an infinitely superior force. Whether the Duke of Lorraine was deceived in regard to our movements, or whether he did not choose to act in the absence of the Prince de Condé, I cannot tell; but certain it is that we were suffered to proceed without interruption, and arrived in the neighbourhood of Senlis without having to fire a shot. The presence of the army and the safety of its troops were not the greatest advantages which the court derived from this extraordinary retreat. The mismanagement of the Duke of Lorraine, and the absence of the Prince de Condé from his army, at a moment when his presence was so much required, ruined entirely the already sinking reputation of the faction opposed to the court. The Parisians, who had long begun to hate it, now added contempt to detestation, and we heard at Mantes that Condé himself had been actually hooted in the streets of the capital before he quitted it to rejoin his troops. Tremendous autumnal rains had now succeeded. Both provisions and forage had by this time been exhausted in the neighbourhood of the prince's camp, and, after one of the most inglorious campaigns that he ever made, Condé found himself obliged to retreat upon Laon, passing within a few miles of our forces at Senlis. All was now joy and satisfaction for the moment, but as neither officers nor men had received any pay for a considerable time, it became probable that, should the expectations which they entertained of receiving their arrears from the court be disappointed, they would speedily drop away and leave the king without the means of defence. Under these circumstances it became absolutely necessary that the court should venture to return to the capital, but it was not without long discussions and persuasions that Turenne induced the queen and her ministers to comply. At the time that this was proposed, M. de Villadin and myself had just reached Mantes, and for a day or two all was uncertainty and confusion. Different reports spreading through the town every hour, now that we were to set off directly, now that the queen had positively refused to trust herself in Paris, now that we were to wait for messengers from the capital ere any plan could be finally adopted. At length, however, the order to prepare for the journey was given, and shortly after the king, the queen, the ministers, with a long train of ladies and gentlemen, set out in carriages which had once been splendid, but were so no longer, while guards, officers, attendants, and courtiers on horseback made up a procession of nearly a mile in length. In this order we reached Saint-Germain, when again uncertainty seized upon all our movements, and for 3 days I do not think any one had the slightest idea whether the next day would see us on our road forward to Paris or back to Mantes. The bolder counsels of Turenne, however, prevailed, and on the 4th day we once more began our march, with the addition of a great number of the inhabitants of Saint-Germain on foot, who swelled the cortège without increasing its splendour, for, to say the truth, such was the poverty of the court and all about it, such was the difficulty which every nobleman experienced in procuring remittances from his estates, however near or however distant, and such was the battered and travel-soiled equipage of all the officers and military followers, that it was very difficult to say which was the shabbiest in appearance, the rabble of carriages, of horsemen, or of pedestrians. We wound on, however, towards the capital, contrary to the opinion of many who were obliged to form part of the cavalcade, till we arrived within a few miles of Paris. But, in the midst of the Bois de Boulogne, we were met by a party of cavaliers from the city, who came up at full gallop, and calling to the front horsemen to stop, approached respectfully to the side of the Queen's carriage. They now besought her Majesty and the ministers to think well what they were doing before they brought the young King into the capital. They represented in strong terms the troubled state of the city, and they assured their hearers that the Duke of Orleans, who had been declared by the Parliament Lieutenant General of the kingdom, was actually arranging a plan for seizing upon the monarch's person and causing a general revolt in the metropolis. Of course, such tidings spread terror and dismay amongst the greater part of those who formed the royal procession; but upon examination it was found that the messengers who bore this threatening intelligence, several of whom were known, might be reasonably suspected as belonging generally to the party of the Fronde, which had everything to apprehend from the reception of the court in Paris. Nevertheless, the risk was certainly great. An instant order was now given for the procession to halt, and for all persons, except the ministers and a few of the general officers, to withdraw to a certain distance from the royal carriage. This was immediately done, and the Queen held a sort of council in the midst of the Bois de Boulogne. I heard afterwards that the voices of all, generals and ministers alike, with the exception of Turenne and M. de Villadin, were given in favour of an immediate return to Saint-Germain. Those 2 officers, however, so strongly exposed all the weakness and folly of such a step, that the Queen herself and the young King both declared their resolution to proceed, suspecting, what I believe really was the case, that the augurs of evil, by whom we had been joined, had been sent out on purpose to terrify the court, if possible, and prevent it from taking a step which would be ruinous to the party of the Fronde. As soon as this was decided, we once more commenced our march, and ere long were within sight of the gates of Paris. An immense multitude of all ages, classes, and descriptions were at that very moment streaming forth from the city, and I could see as I rode along more than one anxious face protruded from the carriages to examine the crowd which we were now rapidly approaching. I dare say that the memory of the massacre at the Hôtel de Ville was at that very moment strong in the minds of all. We advanced with apparent boldness, however, into the very midst of the crowd. Several stragglers, it seems, had found their way forward, and had informed the people that an attempt had been made to prevent the king from entering Paris, but that he had determined to trust himself in the hands of his subjects. Nevertheless, for a moment or two as we came up, there was a dead silence, which, I confess, appeared to me somewhat ominous, till the royal carriage was in the heart of a multitude consisting of certainly not less than 100,000 persons. But at that instant a loud and universal shout of "Vive le roi!" burst from every tongue, and doubt and apprehension were all at an end for ever. End of chapter 29. Section 26 of The Little Ball of Fire by George Payne Rainsford James. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 30. Never, perhaps, had turbulence and disorder worked its own cure more completely than in Paris. The general ruin which had overtaken every sort of art and trade had disgusted all those classes which in times of tranquillity are so potent to do good, and in times of disturbance are so potent to do evil. And they who had been the foremost in supporting faction were now the loudest in their outcry for general submission. Unhappily, nations almost always pass from one extreme to the other, and now yielding too much to the royal authority, where they had before conceded too little, the Parliament again verified every edict of the Crown, and the people only murmured that the Parliament pretended to deliberate in obeying the will of the King. In one word, the faction of the Fronde was at an end, and though a general indemnity was granted to all those who submitted within 15 days, yet the rebel leaders were banished from the capital, and the Cardinal de Retz, the chief mover of every tumult and every intrigue, was arrested in the antechamber of the Queen, and confined in the castle of Vincennes. The greater part of these scenes, however, passed after I had quitted Paris. For 2 days subsequent to the return of the court of the capital, I once more followed Monsieur de Villadin to the camp. Turenne soon again joined the army, but his forces were now placed upon a different footing from that on which they had hitherto stood. New regiments joined us each day. Those that were already collected were speedily recruited, and in taking the field to force the Prince de Condé to evacuate France, Turenne found himself at the head of a superior rather than an inferior force. Through the whole of the events that succeeded, I continued to serve in the regiment of Monsieur de Villadin, but nothing of any interest occurred in my private history till the end of the campaign, when, after the capture of Bar-le-Duc, Château-Porcien, and Vervins, Turenne dispersed his army in winter quarters, and returned to Paris with the greater part of his officers. Monsieur de Villadin now at once took up his abode in his hotel in the capital, which had escaped all the outrages that had occurred, although not a few of the best houses in the town had been pillaged at one time or another during the civil wars. His intention was to remain for 2 or 3 weeks in Paris, and then proceed to Dumont, to which place, as I before said, Mademoiselle de Villadin and Father Ferdinand had been sent after the burning of the château of Virmont. Ere we had been in the capital 3 days, however, a messenger arrived from Brittany, bearing the sad tidings that Laura had been attacked by a violent fever, which left but little hope of her life. We were preparing to go out in the evening when Monsieur de Villadin received the letter communicating this bitter intelligence, and clasping his hands together with agitation he could not master, he exclaimed, "She will die! Of course she will die! It is part of my punishment." I tried to raise his hopes, but in vain, and as the next best thing was to force him into activity, I proposed that we should instantly set out for Dumont. He caught eagerly at the idea, and as we could not depart without permission, which was not to be obtained till the next morning, a servant was dispatched as an avant courier, both to order relays of horses to be ready at certain hours upon the road, and to give notice of our coming at the château. As soon as the royal leave was obtained the next morning, we mounted our horses and began our journey. No time was lost upon the road, and in a very short space, considering the distance, we arrived at the spot which had been the scene of so many painful events. It was lucky, perhaps, that Monsieur de Villadin had other matter of deep interest to occupy his mind, and call it from all the associations with which the place was connected. Yet, though eagerness to hear whether his child was yet in life was certainly predominant, I could see plainly that his whole frame was shaken, and his very soul moved, as we rode through the park to the château. The sound of our horses' feet had brought Father Ferdinand to the terrace, and there was a bland smile upon his lip, which told us at once that he had good tidings in store for our welcome. "She is better, my brother, she is better," he said, taking Monsieur de Villadin's hand as he dismounted. "I trust that the danger is over." "Thank God!" cried the Duke, and without staying to ask more, he strode on towards his daughter's apartments. I looked after him with no small feelings of interest, and, to tell the truth, I would fain have accompanied him to see the dear little girl who had twined herself round my heart by so many strange ties. As I gazed, however, towards the great staircase, down which from a high window the sun was shining so strongly as almost to dazzle my eyes, I suddenly thought I saw a beautiful boy of 4 or 5 years of age cross the end of the staircase and disappear in the passages beyond. Father Ferdinand was standing beside me, asking me a number of kindly questions concerning myself and Monsieur de Villadin, and I turned to him with some surprise as the boy passed across, but he seemed to have seen nothing, and doubting my senses, I answered his questions without taking any farther notice, quite sure that if such a being as I fancied I had beheld was in the château, I should soon see him again. I had many a question to ask in return, and he repaid the account I gave of all my adventures by a fuller detail of what had occurred at Viremont than I had yet received, and by a sketch of the quiet life he had been passing at Dumont with his young charge, of whom he spoke in terms of the most unmingled affection and tenderness. In about an hour the good priest was called to Monsieur de Villadin, and although I was somewhat fatigued, I proceeded to visit all my old haunts about the house, with feelings which, I suppose, every one must have experienced on returning after a long absence to scenes in which the events of deep and lasting interest had taken place. Everything, however, was exactly as I had left it. The very furniture seemed standing in the same places, and as I went from room to room, nothing would have told me that I had been absent more than 5 days, instead of 5 years, from Dumont, except the many changes in my own bosom, which formed a strange contrast with the unaltered situation of everything around me. As almost all the old servants had accompanied us to Viremont, it was not so long since I had seen them, but I was glad to find that even the time I had been absent had only served to make them welcome my return with the greater pleasure, and, from the kind and yet respectful manner in which they crowded round me, and inquired after my health and happiness, I could almost have fancied myself the young heir returning to his father's house, after some long and perilous expedition. My old friend Jerome seemed particularly delighted, and related, with tears in his eyes, how all the household had been affected when they heard that I had been killed on the terrace of Viremont. In reply to my questions concerning his nephew, he informed me, with joy and pride, that good Jacques Marlot had fully justified me in saving him from the gallows, and had made a happy transition from the state of an indifferent printer to that of a steady, wealthy, respectable farmer. He would be delighted to see me, he added, and to show me all the thriving children with which the good-tempered brunette he had taken to his bosom had blessed his fireside since last I saw him. Promising to go down and pay him a visit the next day, I left the good old man and returned to the library, intending to wait there for Monsieur de Villadin. I found him there, however, already, and as he was in conversation with Father Ferdinand, I was immediately about to withdraw, when he beckoned me into the room, saying with a smile, "A fair lady has been asking for you, de Juvigny, and will not be satisfied till you pay her a visit. Your playfellow has not forgotten you, I can assure you." I expressed, of course, how delighted I should be to see her, and the Duke immediately led me up to Laura's apartments, where I found her stretched upon a sofa, a good deal changed, it is true, and pale and languid from the illness she had lately undergone. She was still, however, a lively, sweet girl, of little more than 12 years old, and, with the same affectionate familiarity in which we had always lived, she put her arms round me whenever I approached, and kissed my cheek as I bent over her. Monsieur de Villadin smiled. "You see, Laura," he said, "as I told you, he has grown a great man since you saw him, and you must now call him Monsieur le Baron de Juvigny." "No, no," replied she, half angrily. "He shall never be anything but John Hall with me, the same John Hall who saved my life, and who saved your life, papa." "He has saved it again, my dear child," replied Monsieur de Villadin, "and conferred many another benefit on me besides." "Thank you, thank you," cried she, holding out her hand to me. "And pray always do be near papa, and take care of him, for you know I have no one else to love in the world but him and you and good Father Ferdinand, now that mamma is dead." Monsieur de Villadin burst into tears and quitted the apartment, while our good friend Lys, who had now become Mademoiselle de Villadin's chief attendant, chid her for mentioning her mother to Monsieur de Villadin, saying, "You know, Mademoiselle Laura, he is so grieved for her that it is painful for him even to hear her named." "So am I grieved for her," replied Laura, "yet I always love to think of her, and hope that I shall never forget her." After speaking a few words of greeting to Lys and a few more to Mademoiselle de Villadin, seeing that she was far too weak to bear much conversation, I left her, and retiring to my own apartments, lay down to rest. The next morning early I set out to visit good Jacques Marlot, taking the intendant's house by the way, as I had full 3 years' arrears of rent to receive from him, and it had become necessary for me to put my own little establishment upon rather a better footing than it had been during the war. One of the soldiers of Monsieur de Villadin's regiment had served me for both groom and valet de chambre, and as I now looked upon myself as a very wealthy and prosperous personage, I had resolved that my horses at least should have the advantage of a personal attendant, though I required one but little myself. I found the intendant quite ready to settle accounts with me, though in his cool, shrewd manner he cited a good many deductions, which were to be made from the gross sum that I had to receive, some of which I suffered to pass, but some of which I contested successfully, and by so doing raised myself, I am convinced, several steps higher in the opinion of the intendant, who thought the acme of human judgment and discretion consisted in the nice calculation of livres, parisis, and tournois. From his dwelling I proceeded immediately to my own house of Juvigny, which I found so much improved under the care and taste of good Jacques Marlot, that I could not help blessing my stars for having sent me such a tenant, although he paid no rent for the dwelling. I soon after found, however, that in addition to the farm of the good Ursulines, which he continued to manage with great care, he rented from his wife's uncle, the intendant, my farm of Juvigny also, which was prospering in a remarkable degree, and in fact the affairs of good Jacques Marlot seemed to have taken a turn at the gallows foot, and to have gone on in constant success ever since. The servant who had been sent on to Dumont before Monsieur de Villadin and myself had, amongst other pieces of news, communicated to the whole household my new dignity as Baron de Juvigny, and as soon as Jacques Marlot beheld me, he made me a lowly reverence in compliment to my new dignity, though with the solemnity which pervaded his salutation there was mixed a certain touch of droll humour, which showed that he had not quite forgot the John Marston Hall whom he had formerly known. Laughing at the Monseigneur with which he addressed me, I told him to wait a few years, and if my fortunes went on as prosperously as they had begun, he should have cause to give me that epithet. After the first salutations he led me into his dwelling, and I found Madame Marlowe settled down completely into a pretty, bustling farmer's wife, skilled in poultry and butter, and all the particulars appertaining to her calling, while 3 rosy children, in gradual ascent from the infant in arms to the red-cheeked riotous boy, afforded sufficient employment for all her leisure time. This seemed the extent of her family, but before I had been 10 minutes in the house I heard a step running across the room above, and at the moment after the same beautiful boy, of whom I had caught a momentary glance at the chateau, burst into the room, and stood gazing at me with some surprise. "What, another, mon cher philosophe?" I cried. "What, 4 since I left you?" "No, no," replied Jacques Marlowe, laughing. "That is no son of mine, though he could not be a better boy if he were. He is the child of a poor gentleman who was killed in the late wars, and whom we have to take care of." There was something in the poor boy's fate so similar to my own that, though Jacques Marlowe did not enter into further details at that time, I could not but feel interested in him. And perhaps, for there are, I believe, few people on whom personal appearance has no effect, I might be somewhat influenced too by his fine countenance and noble mien, which were extraordinary in a child of his age. Calling him to me, I set him on my knee, and was soon high in his good graces. He admired the tassels of my cloak, played with the hilt of my sword, and was speedily in a full career of questions, which, with childish rapidity, he scarcely waited to hear answered. I found afterwards from Jacques Marlowe that both his father and mother were dead, and that he had none but some very distant relations living in one of the far provinces of France. Everything I saw and everything I heard of him increased the interest I felt more and more, and at length, remarking that he had acquired a strong Breton accent, I asked the Yverdon printer how he, who knew better, could suffer the child to speak such a patois, adding, "You had better give him to me, and let me make him my page." "Are you serious?" demanded Jacques Marlowe. "If you are, I dare say the matter might easily be managed, but of course I must have the consent of his friends." Although I had no idea at the time that I did make the proposal, that there was any chance of its being accepted, and although the boy was in reality too young to be of any service to me as a page, yet the having once said it, together perhaps with a slight touch of romance in my own disposition, and a real interest in the poor boy's situation, made me adhere to my offer, and after saying that I was serious, I asked who the boy's friends were, and what was their real station in life. "Oh, as to his rank," replied Jacques Marlowe, "he is of as noble blood as any in the land, though poor enough, I believe. But, however, as it was Father Ferdinand, the good confessor at the château, who put him under my care, I must of course speak with him before I can consent to anything." Whenever he mentioned the name of Father Ferdinand, it struck me that there was a likeness between the boy and the priest, which might have made me suspect some nearer relationship between them than a vow of celibacy would have admitted, had not the character of Father Ferdinand been of that pure and simple cast, severe upon himself, yet lenient to others, which set all suspicion at defiance. "I will speak with the good father myself," I said. "What is your name, my boy?" "Clément de la Marque," he replied. "And will you go and be my page?" I asked. "Yes, that I will," he answered, "if you will let me come and see Maître Jacques and the ladies of St. Ursula, whom he takes me to visit." "Ay, and who kiss you and give you sweetmeats too, Clément," added the good farmer. "You see he knows how to make conditions already, Monsieur le Baron." "He is very right," replied I, rising to depart. "But, however, I will speak with Father Ferdinand, and if he consent he shall come up and be my page at the château." "Oh, I shall be so glad of that," cried the boy, for then I shall see Mademoiselle Laura every day, and they told me yesterday that I should not see her again for a long time. I took upon me to promise that in this desire at least he should be gratified, and mounting my horse, after some further conversation with Maître Jacques, I rode back fully resolved to speak with Father Ferdinand upon the subject of the boy, and if he consented on his part, and Monsieur de Villadin had no objection, to take little Clement and breed him up for a soldier, as I had been bred up myself. However, as I rode on, my romance cooled a little. I recollected that I had seen the child but twice, and that the good father might well accuse me of boyish romance, and treat my request as the offspring of a mere idle whim, and feeling somewhat ashamed to speak to him upon the subject, I let the day pass without doing so. The next morning, accusing myself of irresolution, I descended early, intending to make the proposal. On going to the confessor's apartments, however, I found that he was out, and when he returned, about an hour afterwards, he came himself to seek me. He then told me that, on going down to the convent on the other side of the water, he had met Jacques Marlot, who had informed him of my offer. "I will take 2 days, my son," he said, "to consider of what you propose, but you must fully understand the boy's situation before you take upon yourself what I conceive to be a heavy responsibility. You must remember that his family is noble, and I must also tell you that, though he does not possess at present above 3,000 livres a year to pay all his expenses, yet on the death of some distant relations there is a probability of his succeeding to a very large estate. His education, therefore, must fit him for a change of station, while it may be as well not to let him know that such an event is even possible." "In regard to his education, my good father," I replied, "all I can give him, I am afraid, will be a military one; but as I trust that you and I will never again be separated so long as we have lately been, you must take upon you to supply all that which I am incompetent to afford." "Willingly, willingly," replied Father Ferdinand, "and I think upon those conditions there can be no other difficulty. Yet still I should like to consider of the matter for at least 2 days, and in the meanwhile you can ask Monsieur de Villadin's approbation of these arrangements." "Oh, I am sure he will consent," replied I, "if you on your part have power to consent for young Clement de la Marque, which I suppose you have," I added with a smile, "for he is so like you that there must be some relationship." "It is very extraordinary," replied Father Ferdinand, "but there certainly is a likeness strong enough to be visible to my own eyes, and yet he has nearer relations than myself living, to whom his resemblance is not so great." 2 days after this conversation I informed Father Ferdinand that Monsieur de Villadin had consented to my making any arrangement of the kind that I liked. He, on his part, signified his full approbation, and on the subsequent evening little Clement de la Marque was removed to the château. So engaging were his manners, and so amiable his disposition, that though Monsieur de Villadin smiled at the diminutive size of my page, I myself remained very well satisfied with the transaction, and fortunately, soon after, I procured a burly Breton as a groom, who made up in size for all that little Clement wanted. End of chapter 30. Section 27 of The Little Ball of Fire by George Payne Rainsford James. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 31. The convalescence of Laura de Villadin proceeded rapidly, and she was soon able to take the air in the huge lumbering coach of those times, which was a very different sort of machine from the gay and gilded equipage of the present day. I was always selected to carry her from her couch to the carriage, and no one suspecting that our feelings would ever become dangerous to our own peace, our childish partiality only excited a smile on the part of Monsieur de Villadin, and was the source of no small pleasure to ourselves. As she acquired strength, it was decided by her physician that exercise on horseback would complete her recovery, and I sought and obtained the task both of breaking a horse for her service and teaching her to ride. She was then as sweet a girl as ever I beheld, and each day was adding new graces to her person and to her mind. Her heart was as gentle and as kind as that of Madame de Villardin, and she had a degree of the same graceful playfulness which I had observed in her mother when first I saw her, mingled with the deeper, more intense feelings which, misguided and abused, had been the cause of misery in her father's bosom. The hours fled in great happiness for nearly 3 months, but at length the time for renewing the military operations against the Spaniards approached, and messengers from the court warned Monsieur Villardin that his presence was required at headquarters. It was necessary, of course, to obey the summons, and all our preparations were speedily concluded. Laura and the whole household were removed to the Pré-Valais before our departure, in order that masters might be obtained from Rennes to instruct Mademoiselle de Villardin in all those accomplishments which were required in society, from a person of her rank. And as my little page, Clément de la Marque, was too young to accompany me to the tented field, I left him under the care of Father Ferdinand, in order that he might derive every advantage from the same facility of procuring instruction. Before we quitted Dumont, however, Monsieur de Villardin, who never left any service I did him unrequited, proposed to give me in exchange for the very uncertain pension which the government had bestowed upon me, a farm which lay contiguous to Jouvigny, and which certainly rendered my baronial lands of a very respectable extent. I pointed out to the Duke that the present rents of the farm were far more than the amount of the pension, and that it was likely to yield still more, but he insisted upon the arrangement, and I clearly saw that he wished to recompense the assistance I had afforded him at the Hôtel de Ville, without rendering his gift burdensome, by bestowing it in the shape of a reward. As I knew well that fully 1/2 of his income remained unemployed, and had long learned to look upon him as a father, his benefits had nothing galling in them to any of the weaknesses of my nature, and I willingly accepted his offer. The necessary papers were drawn up and signed ere we set out for the army, and I need hardly say that the benefit conferred did not excite the less gratitude in my bosom, because the donation was delicately veiled under the semblance of an exchange. It will be unnecessary to follow the armies of France through the campaign that ensued, or to trace my own individual career in the service, which was simply that of a young officer, possessed of considerable interest, who rose more by fortunate circumstances and the exertions of a few indefatigable friends than by any particular credit of his own. It is true that I was active and vigilant, and did not want courage, but at the same time I cannot but acknowledge that both Monsieur de Villardin and Monsieur du Turenne made more of those qualities in my person than they deserved. After having followed the royal army through all its marches and countermarches, after having done what I could to distinguish myself at the siege of Rethel and of Mousson, and after having taken part in the deliverance of Rocroi, I returned to Brittany with Monsieur de Villardin at the end of the campaign, considerably richer in honour than I had set out. Everything at the Pré-Valais was as we left it, or so nearly so that it seemed as if part of the world had stood still, while we had been hurried through so many different scenes and events. Father Ferdinand appeared hardly changed in the least, and though Laura had grown taller, she was still a girl. My little page, indeed, had greatly improved, and in the couple of months that we spent at the château, wound himself not only round my heart, but also round that of Monsieur de Villardin himself, and when at our departure he petitioned earnestly to be taken with us, I thought that the Duke himself seemed inclined to second his request. Judging it better for himself, however, I left him for another year, and proceeded with Monsieur de Villardin to attend the coronation of the young king, a summons to which ceremony had curtailed our stay in Brittany. During the festivities that succeeded, Monsieur de Villardin became first acquainted with the Count de Laval, of whom I shall have more to speak hereafter. He was, as every one knows, wealthy and powerful, and though he was cold and somewhat haughty, yet he was, I believe, a man of generous feelings and a noble disposition, of which I had ultimately an extraordinary proof. He paid considerable attention to Monsieur Villardin, and it struck me from the first that he had some motive with which I was not aware, in the advances that he made towards the Duke. To myself he always showed himself polite, though distant, and I was glad to find, as his acquaintance with Monsieur de Villardin advanced, that he was not inclined to assume a degree of superiority in his manners towards me, which I might not have been disposed to tolerate. He was, as I have said, somewhat haughty in his manners to everyone, but certainly not more so towards myself than towards others. Soon after the coronation we again quitted the court and joined the army, which began its operation by the siege of Stenay. The Prince de Condé and the Spanish troops having attempted to draw us away, by the attack of Arras, Monsieur de Turenne marched to its relief, leaving Monsieur de Faber to carry on the works against Stenay. I remained with the army of the latter till the capitulation of the place, after which we rejoined Turenne. No sooner was the junction of the two armies effected than it was determined to attack the lines before Arras, which was accordingly done, and notwithstanding the cabals of several of our own officers and the gallantry and skill of Condé, the Spanish entrenchments were forced at several points, and the enemy obliged to retire precipitately to Cambrai. The campaign then proceeded with uninterrupted success. Several frontier towns were taken, and at length, after a year of glory, Turenne dispersed his troops in winter quarters, and Monsieur de Villardin returned to Brittany. For my own part, I was rewarded for any little services that I might have performed, by receiving the government of the small town of Binche, and took possession of my new command with no small pride and pleasure. The duties, however, thus imposed upon me, of course prevented my usual journey into Brittany, and although in the midst of the winter I obtained leave to visit Paris, and spent several pleasant days with my friend and benefactor, Lord Masterton, yet when I came to resume my command it began to seem tiresome and irksome, and I soon found that I would a great deal rather have been in Brittany than at Binche. I longed to see Laura and Father Ferdinand and my little page, and all the old familiar faces of the château, to spend the days of winter and spring in the sports of the field and the busy idleness of country occupations, and the evenings in reading or in conversation with those whose thoughts and feelings flowed habitually in the same current with my own. Instead of all this I had nothing but the petty state and dull routine which follows the governor of a small town, and all I could do to amuse myself was comprised in keeping a continual watch upon the enemy's frontier, and making such little expeditions as the nature of my command permitted. In these enterprises I occasionally met with some adventures that afforded me entertainment, but the only event worth relating perhaps was the capture of two persons whom I have had occasion to mention more than once. A truce of a few weeks had been concluded in the early part of spring, and I did all that I could to secure to the inhabitants of the frontier lands even a short space of tranquillity. But I soon found that the inactivity of both armies was seized by the hordes of marauders, which a long war had called into being, as an opportunity for pillage and exaction. I was instructed, if possible, to punish some of these bands of plunderers, and having heard of some movements on the part of the enemy, although the truce was not yet at an end, I sent out a party to reconnoitre, who fell in with a body of Spaniards and Germans, and in a charge took about half a dozen officers and soldiers, amongst whom were the two leaders of the adverse troop. The prisoners were immediately brought to Binche, followed by a crowd of the peasantry of the neighbouring villages, who charged them loudly with being mere plunderers and assassins, and accused them of a number of acts certainly not very honourable to the military character. All this was reported to me by the officer who took them, and who at the same time laid before me a number of articles of a very miscellaneous description, which had been found upon their persons, or amongst their baggage, and which tended strongly to confirm the charges made by the peasantry. Learning upon inquiry that the two leaders were Frenchmen, and knowing, as I have mentioned, that, under the pretext of the war, a most disgraceful system of rapine and robbery was carried on upon the frontier, which system I had been commanded to put down by the most severe measures, I determined sternly to hang one of these gentlemen before the gate of the town, an act which I was authorised to perform by my own instructions, and which had more than once been executed by the Spanish officers under similar circumstances. Resolving to make them draw lots for the fate to which I destined one of them, I ordered them to be brought before me, but my purpose was suddenly changed when I beheld in the two culprits my old acquaintances Gaspard de Belleville and his good brother-in-law, Captain Hubert, who seemed to have thoroughly initiated his sister's husband into the mystery of appropriating the property of other people. What were the peculiar bonds that united them so strongly together I never inquired, although as I knew that their connection by means of Suzette was not likely to be a very inseparable link, I judged that a similarity of tastes and pursuits, as well as interests and necessities, made them cooperate with the friendly zeal which seemed to actuate them. Of course, from what I knew of the characters of both, I was the more inclined to give implicit credence to the charges brought against the prisoners, but at the same time I saw that if I proceeded as I had at first intended, the many causes of enmity that existed between myself and Gaspard de Belleville might give the act of justice, which I had proposed to perform, the aspect of a base and cowardly piece of revenge. I had by this time learned that it is not sufficient for any man only to do right. He must seem to do right also, in justice to his own character and in deference to the opinion of that great earthly judge, mankind. And I consequently resolved to waive my right of punishing the plunderers myself, lest the example should lose half its effect by being attributed to wrong motives. I caused, however, the whole evidence to be recapitulated in their presence, and turning to Gaspard de Belleville, I said, "You hear, sir, the charge against you, and before seeing you I had determined that you should expiate the crimes you have committed by the sacrifice of your life. As, however, there are various circumstances which have occurred at different times between you and me which might give such an act the colouring of revenge, I shall send you and your companion there back in chains to the Prince de Condé with a full statement of the case, and will then trust to his Highness's sense of justice to punish you as you deserve." Gaspard de Belleville turned deadly pale at the first part of my speech, and he attempted to curl his lip into a sneer as I concluded, but the effort was not successful, and only ended in a grimace, wherein the expression of apprehension was still greatly predominant over that of contempt. As to his worthy brother-in-law, his bold bearing remained unquelled, and remembering me perfectly, though many years had now passed since our first meeting in the forest, he boldly claimed acquaintance with me, evidently more from a spirit of daring than from any other feeling, and replied that he was sure I would never have the heart to hang an old friend in his situation. He spoke with a sort of impudent smile, but holding the command that I did in the town, I did not choose to bandy jests with him in presence of all toy officers, and ordering him and his companion to be removed, I caused the testimony of the peasants to be put down and properly attested, and sent the culprits in irons, accompanied by a flag of truce, to the Prince de Condé, who was at that time in the neighbourhood of Mons. At the same time I informed his Highness by letter not only of the facts which accompanied the capture of the prisoners, but of the motives which induced me to act as I did, stating simply and sincerely, without fear or reservation, the determination I had originally formed, and my reasons for not putting it in execution. I felt sure that such conduct would be appreciated by the Prince, nor was I deceived, for though in a letter which I received from his Highness in reply, he said in a gay tone that he had too few friends to hang any of them himself, yet he assured me that he would immediately dismiss from his service 2 men who had so disgraced the cause to which they had attached themselves. This the officer who had carried them to his quarters informed me he had executed in presence of all his staff, and had at the same time expressed the highest approbation of my conduct throughout the affair. Though in my progress through life I had lost a great deal of that taste for bitter enmities with which I had set out in my boyhood, yet I confess I did not feel the least apprehension from a knowledge that two men who viewed me with mortal hatred had been turned loose upon the world, although the officer added that before quitting the presence of the Prince de Condé they had expressed the most resolute determination to find means of avenging themselves upon me. This little incident, which possessed some degree of interest while it lasted, was soon forgotten, and all the weariness of my command began to return, but, without knowing it, my governorship of Binche was drawing towards a close. About a fortnight after the capture of Gaspard and his companions, I received a letter from Monsieur le Tellier, which, from its very cordial and friendly commencement, very different in style and form from the generality of official communications, I clearly saw was destined, ere its close, to demand some service or to require some sacrifice. I was not disappointed, for after a number of high commendations and promises of future advancement, the worthy minister went on to inform me that there was a young protégé of the cardinal greatly in want of some appointment, and that, if I were inclined to resign my government in his favour, it would be immediately beneficial to him, and ultimately beneficial to myself. To render what the minister believed would be a bitter draught more palatable, he added an immense quantity of the universal sweetener, flattery, telling me that the cardinal had the less hesitation in making this request, as it would be impossible for the king to suffer so distinguished an officer as myself to remain in the inactivity of a small government after the armies were called into the field for the next campaign, and as a more substantial inducement, he offered to grant me immediately a higher grade in the army, upon my resignation of the governorship of Binche. I took very good care, as it may be easily conceived, not to let the minister know, by my reply, how tired I was of the post I occupied, and how desirous I was of returning to Brittany for the 2 months that were yet likely to elapse before the opening of the campaign. On the contrary, I quietly pointed out how inadequately the new rank offered me was, when viewed as an equivalent to the governorship, but at the same time I expressed my perfect willingness to do anything which could oblige or give pleasure to the Cardinal Prime Minister, and I ended by assuring Monsieur le Tellier that, as soon as I received the commission giving the rank he promised, I would send him my resignation of the government in favour of the gentleman he pointed out. This reply speedily produced a rejoinder, enclosing my commission, thanking me repeatedly for my prompt acquiescence, and promising great things for the future. Extremely well pleased with the whole affair, though very well convinced that the cardinal would soon find means of forgetting all his promises, I drew up my resignation in due form, and presented it with my own hands to Monsieur le Tellier. My successor was instantly sent to Binche, and without lingering in Paris a moment more than was necessary, I set out for Brittany alone, leaving my servants and baggage to follow, preferring still above all things the sort of rapid and independent mode of proceeding to which I had been accustomed before state or rank or fortune entitled, enabled, or required me to burden myself with followers or attendants. My journey, as I rode my own horse, was less rapid than many of those which I had previously made to and from the same spot, but it was a far more pleasant one. Looking upon the house of Monsieur de Villadin as my home, and upon his household as my family, I experienced fully as much pleasure in the prospect of rejoining him as if his blood had flowed in my veins. I felt greatly relieved, too, by the resignation of an irksome office, and with the sensation of liberty and independence which I had never known while chained, as it were, to the walls of Binche, I rode on through a rich and varying country, which, throughout the whole of my journey, was lighted up by the sweet fresh sunshine of the spring, and which at every step afforded new and beautiful traces of the cessation of anarchy and civil war, and the return of industry and security. It was evening when I reached Rennes, but there still wanted an hour or two of night, and as my horse was extremely tired, I left him at the auberge and walked on by the bank of the stream towards the Pré-Valais. The calm, sweet meadows, the magnificent woods that surrounded them, the still, silvery river that wandered through the midst, all seemed more tranquilly solemn than usual. A feeling of soft repose pervaded the whole scene, while the beams of the setting sun, pouring between the boles of the giant trees, and streaming amidst the green transparent leaves of the very spring, cheered away every trace of gloom, and left it all still and peaceful, though anything but gay. Although I was going to those I loved, and delighted in the thought of seeing them again, yet the many feelings of my heart, the memories of the past, the hopes of the future, the enjoyment of the present, all perhaps tended to make me linger as I wandered on through a scene that seemed to blend and harmonise with every mingled emotion of my bosom. I had passed the second and third sweep of trees, had crossed the fourth savannah, and had entered the fourth grove, when I heard someone speaking, and, looking forward, I saw two female figures under one of the trees which bordered the meadow I was just about to cross. They were evidently enjoying the evening sunshine, the one standing with her arm leaning against the old elm that overhung their heads, the other seated on a bench which had been placed at its foot. I had no difficulty in recognising in the first my old acquaintance, Lys, and the suivante of Mademoiselle de Villadin, but I could scarcely believe that the other was her young mistress. It seemed but a day since I had left her a mere child, at least so gradual had been the change up to the time of my last departure, that to me she seemed but little older than when I first knew her. Now, however, there was a change indeed. But before I saw her face, the full rounded contour of her whole form, the very fall of her figure, still replete with grace and beauty, but, oh, so different from the grace of childhood, prepared me for an alteration, or rather made me doubt that it could be herself. But when my step caught her ear and she turned towards me, I paused in surprise. It was certainly the face of Laura de Villadin. Every feature was there, but yet so splendidly changed. The full ruby lip, the dark bright eye, the long black lashes, the sunny cheek, were all before me, as I had known them for years. But there was a new soul in them all, a light, a feeling, that left them as different as it is possible to conceive, and yet the general expression too was the same, innocent, natural, playful. The features, however, had also become more formed. They had lost every remains of what may call the shapelessness of childhood, and had acquired all the chiselled symmetry of young maturity. As I have said, I could scarcely believe my eyes, and I paused, but I soon found that, however changed in form, she was in no degree changed in mind, or heart, or feelings. I was scarcely altered. She saw in me alone the dear companion of her childhood, the boy who had saved her own and her father's life, and as soon as her eyes rested on me, she started up, and cast herself into my arms, exactly as she had done when she was 7 years old. The same affection that she had felt through life beamed up in her eyes, the same joy to see me again, which she had always manifested, sparkled over her countenance, and the same endearing terms of unreserved regard and delighted welcome hung upon her lips. It is impossible to describe all that I felt, and indeed I did not stay to analyse it at the time. I pressed her to my heart as a sister, and, kissing her cheek, led her back to her seat. But as she sat down again and I took my place beside her, a growing blush seemed to tell that for the first time she remembered that she was no longer a child. It passed away again in a moment, and I was glad to find that, however she settled the matter in her own heart, she was determined to let the change be no change to me. My good friend Lys, too, was delighted to see me, and though 8 or 9 years had certainly made a considerable difference in her since I first saw her, she had lost none of her native kindness of heart or cheerfulness of disposition. She loaded me with 1,000 questions, admired my dress, declared that I was turning more handsome every year, and called upon Laura for an opinion in regard to my beauty, which roused Mademoiselle de Villadin from a deep reverie into which she had fallen, and which ended in another blush. It was now her turn to ask questions, and many did she put, though in a very different strain from those of Lys. They were all questions of affection and interest in my fate and happiness, without a touch of curiosity, and when she heard that I had resigned the petty government that I held, and was at liberty to remain with Monsieur de Villadin as before, I shall not easily forget the joy that beamed out of her beautiful eyes. It would make her father so very, very happy, she said, for he had often regretted my absence, and had never seemed so cheerful since I had been away. Often, too, she told me, he had blamed himself for advising me to accept the post I had taken, and which he declared was unworthy of my merits. And she added many another little trait from which she herself had divined, and which led me to believe also that Monsieur de Villadin had long been anxious for my return. Neither Laura nor myself, however, did anything to hasten our walk to the château, from which we were nearly a mile distant. The scene was so sweet and calm, and the evening so warm and fine, that it might well invite us to tarry, but there was a sensation of delight in our first conversation after so long a separation, which we were unwilling to cut short, and a feeling of happiness, too, in the most unwitnessed enjoyment of each other's society, which, as it might be long ere the same pleasure was renewed, we were both glad to prolong. At length, however, the purple hues that began to spread over the sky warned us that we must bend our steps homeward, and Lys, though she had no small touch of romance in her nature, declared that Monsieur would be anxious if Mademoiselle did not return. Laura rose, and, leaning on my arm, took the way along the river, whose glossy bosom was reflecting, bright but softened, the trees and the banks and the changing sky above. Our eyes now met, and now rested on the waters. Our conversation flew from subject to subject, like a butterfly in a flower garden, now poured on uninterrupted, now dropped altogether, and gave place to thought. She told me again and again how glad my return would make every one in the château, leaving me to include herself in the number, and I thought how beautiful she had grown, and remembered how dear and amiable she always had been. At length the grey turrets and slated roofs of the château rose over the nearest trees, and one of the sweetest and the happiest walks ended that I ever enjoyed through life. End of chapter 31. Section 28 of The Little Ball of Fire by George Payne Rainsford James. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 32. As my negotiations with Monsieur Letellier concerning the resignation of the governorship had been carried on too rapidly to admit of my writing to Monsieur de Villadin by any of the ordinary couriers, my arrival at the Pré-Valais was unexpected, and when from the windows of the library he beheld his daughter leaning on the arm of a young cavalier, whose face he could not distinguish in the grey of the evening as we crossed the terrace, his surprise was so great that he came out to the steps of the château to meet us. His pleasure appeared hardly less than his astonishment when he recognised me, and Lys having entered the house, the tidings soon spread through the household, so that, while Monsieur le Villadin was giving me a glad welcome, I had my little page Clément de la Marque, old Jérôme Laborde, and half a dozen of the ancient domestics turned out upon the terrace to greet my arrival, not knowing that Monsieur de Villadin himself had come forth to do me that honour. The Duke smiled when he saw them, and, still holding my hand, which he had taken at our first meeting, he led me in, saying, "You see what a favourite you are, my dear boy. But I will have my turn now, and indeed I am almost jealous of Laura for having forestalled me in giving you welcome." His manner was that of an affectionate father receiving a well-beloved son after a long absence, and as, notwithstanding the propensity of human nature to presume upon kindness, I never entirely forgot that I had been a friendless orphan, destitute and lonely, it may be easily imagined what feelings such tenderness inspired. When we had entered the library, Monsieur de Villadin seated himself at the table, with Laura by his side, and with his hand leaning on her shoulder, and they both gazed upon me so intently as I sat opposite to them, as almost to make me smile. "Well, well," said Monsieur de Villadin at length, "you are not much changed since I saw you, though a good deal, I dare say, in the eyes of Laura." Mademoiselle de Villadin, however, declared that I was not changed in the least, and indeed would fain have persuaded her father that I was exactly the same in appearance as when I had saved her from drowning at Dubon some 8 or 9 years before. "It has come upon you gradually, Laura," replied her father. "But now tell me, de Juvigny, how came you here, and in whose hands have you left your government?" I explained to him the whole particulars, which, as he well knew the grasping spirit of Mazarin, did not at all surprise him, nor did the arrangement, I believe, displease him at heart; for after a comment or two on the injustice of the proceeding, and a promise to use his influence in order to obtain for me something equivalent to that which I had lost, he added, "But I will take care that it shall be nothing that will separate us again, for your absence has been a loss to me, which I scarcely thought anything could now prove, at least in such a degree. That I should feel it deeply, however, is not at all astonishing, for I think, du Juvigny, it is now between 9 and 10 years since first we met, and during that time we have never before been separated for many months, except when you were in prison at Stenay. I think, too, that during that time you have accumulated upon my head more obligations than ever one man before conferred upon another. You have been my confidant, my adviser, my friend, and my constant companion, so that I may well feel your absence as a loss which the society of even my dear child can scarcely compensate." "There now, my dear brother," cried Laura, using an epithet which she often employed towards me, "have I not a right to be jealous of you? And indeed," she added, "I should almost be jealous of your little page too, who has completely supplanted both my father's other pages in his affection, were I not as fond of the dear boy myself." Almost as she spoke, Clement himself entered the library, bounding up to my knee with that sort of bold and undismayed step, which showed me clearly upon what very unceremonious terms he had established himself in the family of Monsieur de Villadin. He was greatly changed in his appearance since I had last seen him, though he was still as fine a boy as ever I beheld, and as tall, as strong, and as well proportioned as many boys of 11 or 12, although he could not be at that time so much as 9 years old. There was, too, in his whole appearance, an air of graceful ease, a sort of natural dignity, which was extraordinary in one so young, and I felt very sure, from his whole demeanour, that he had been informed by some one that his rank and station in society was equal to that of those with whom he was called to mix. The time he had spent at the Pré Ballet had certainly not been thrown away, for I soon found that my little page was already a more accomplished scholar than myself, and I easily perceived, from the manner in which he executed all that he had learned of military exercises, that he wanted but habit, discipline, and experience to become eventually one of the best soldiers of the day. I had always been kind to him during the few months we spent together every year, and looking upon him as a younger son of the same adventurous family with myself, I had treated him perhaps as a favourite brother. This had, of course, rendered him fond of me, and his manner towards me was everything that I could desire. There was no want of respect, though it was the respect of affection and esteem, and though he was frank and bold, telling me at once his thoughts, his opinions, and his wishes, yet it was done with that air of natural confidence and candour that rendered it infinitely pleasing, while at the same time he yielded to my wishes or my arguments, as if he felt a pleasure in doing what I bade him, and in giving up his mind to my direction. Whether the affection of my mind that he gained upon his side was vanity, self-love, or any more noble feeling, I cannot tell, but certainly he wound himself completely round my heart, though, to say the truth, during the 6 weeks that I remained at the Pré-Valais, I was very little with him. Other feelings and other pursuits gradually took possession of me altogether, feelings which I did not understand and would not examine, pursuits the tendency of which I did not perceive, and the result of which I dared not calculate. For some early prejudice, M. de Villadin had the utmost hatred at the very thought of a gouvernante for his daughter, and though for the form's sake he had often declared that he must procure one, though many of his female relations had reasoned with him upon the subject, and had held up before his eyes all the customs and respects of the world which require such a proceeding, yet no step had been taken to that effect, and Laura de Villadin, now in her 16th year, remained in her father's house with no other female attendants than Lise, her principal maid, and 2 or 3 ordinary tiring women. Masters for all sorts of accomplishments visited her from Rennes every morning, but from 2 o'clock to the hour of repose her time was all her own, and it was now divided between her father and myself. The vigour, however, of M. de Villadin was beginning to be impaired, and though he was still a strong and powerful man for his time of life, yet a degree of inactivity, when no great excitement prompted to exertion, showed that years began to lay as a burden upon him. Thus the walks and rides of Laura de Villadin before my arrival had often been taken alone, or only followed, when on horseback, by some servants, or when on foot by her attendant Lise. Now indeed the matter was changed, and I became her constant companion in the rambles which before might be considered as solitary. It never seemed to strike M. de Villadin that any feeling which might be dangerous to his other views, or to our peace, could spring out of such constant association. Doubtless he thought that, having grown up together from very early years, our feelings would ever remain those of a brother and sister, or perhaps he never thought about it at all. No impediment, however, did he ever throw in our way, but on the contrary, whenever he felt any indisposition himself, he was the first to send me with her on any excursion that she proposed to take, and more than once reminded me that, at a very early age, I had pledged myself to be her protector and defender throughout the years of youth. Thus it was that, during the 6 weeks that I now stayed at the Pré-Valais, I was for at least 1/2 of each day in the constant society of Laura de Villadin. A considerable proportion, indeed, of that time was spent in company with her father, but I may say no day passed without her being alone with me, either wandering with her arm in mine through the fair scenes around us, or reading together some tale of ancient lore, or sitting at the foot of some tree and enjoying the beautiful spring for at least 2 or 3 hours. It must not be thought that knowingly and wilfully I took advantage of these opportunities to steal the heart of the young heiress of such broad lands and splendid possessions. I have before said that I did not and would not examine what I was doing, or what was likely to be the result either with herself or me. There was no calculation in the business, no consideration, no forethought. The fascination was too strong for reflection. Her society was delightful to me, as it always had been, and I enjoyed it, as I had ever done, without knowing that it could become dangerous. The only thing, I am confident, that even for a moment could have caused a suspicion in either her bosom or mine, was what was really passing in our hearts, were the feelings which accompanied our first meetings in the mornings. It had always been her custom, a custom sanctioned by the universal habits of France, after turning from her father's salutation and embrace, to welcome me in the same manner, and whenever we had been in the same dwelling from our childhood up to that hour, not a day had passed without my lips being pressed upon her cheek, while her fair hand rested in mine, and her sweet voice gave me the good morrow. Now, however, I perhaps experienced feelings at the moment of our morning meeting which should have told me more. A thrill passed through me as her hand touched mine. My heart beat as our eyes met, and I ought to have felt that the kiss was no longer that of a brother. But it is wonderful how blind people become under such circumstances, and I say the truth, upon my honour, when I say that I did not know that deep and passionate love was growing up in my heart towards Laura de Villadin. If Monsieur de Villadin calculated at all upon the same feelings which had animated us in infancy, remaining still unchanged, he calculated not only most wrongly, but upon false grounds altogether. Such might have been the case had we never been separated, but now, at the same time that our youthful affection had prepared our hearts to receive gladly every new feeling that bound us together, we had been of late years absent from each other for so many months, that each renewal of our intercourse came with the freshness of a new acquaintance, and at length, when I returned after more prolonged separation still, I found the sweet girl, who was already so dear to me, sprung up into womanhood. I found her the most lovely and engaging creature I had ever beheld, while admiration was heightened and softened by 1,000 tender memories, and long habits of endearing intimacy. Still we neither of us knew how rapidly love was gaining on our hearts. Still neither of us made the slightest effort to resist his power, or to avoid his influence. Our lonely walks were the sweetest of our lives, and though we were very frequently accompanied by Lys, who probably divined more of our own feelings than we did ourselves, yet I must confess that she was the most discreet and friendly of suivances, and contrived to throw no restraint upon our conversations. What those conversations were, heaven knows. They were a whirl of bright things, a mixture of dreams and thoughts and feelings, the blendings of passion and imagination, which might altogether form many a page of wild but brilliant nonsense, if I could write down an exact transcript of all that passed. We were in love with the world and all that it contained, and from the bright feelings that had sprung up within us, everything around us seemed bright. Our whole sensations were a panegyric upon all that we beheld. The sunshine was gayer than ever sunshine had been before. The trees were greener, the fields more sweet and fresh. For us the breeze was loaded with perfume. For us each flower had some new beauty, some brighter grace. We found it inexhaustible to praise and to admire, for everything around offered us the reflex of that happiness which had so lately arisen in our own bosoms. Be it remarked, however, that, amongst all the subjects of conversation which we now enjoyed, and they were as varied as the shapes of summer clouds, that we never talked of love. We spoke of ancient tales and bright unexampled friendship, the arts and graces of Greece, the virtues and the might of Rome. We spoke of modern days, of gallant deeds in the field, of sad and tragic events, of stories of interest and of anecdotes of wit. We spoke of the beauties of nature, and of all the fair varieties of the world's face. We spoke of ourselves, and our interests, and our feelings, and our tastes. We spoke of our many associated memories in the past, and we looked forward to many a hope and pleasure together in the future, but still we never spoke of love. It might be a deep, hidden, eternal, unavowed consciousness, concealed from our own eyes, as well as from the rest of the world, that made us avoid, I must call it scrupulously, the most distant approach to that one subject, amongst all the rest of which we spoke. It might be that, by some sort of instinctive perception, we trod lightly, because we found that our feet were upon a volcano. The fire, however, went on within our hearts, though silently. We drank the intoxicating cup to the dregs without knowing that it was wine. There was none to open our eyes, there was none to warn us, and like all other persons in the same situation, we woke not from our dream till it was too late. Such might not have been the case had not the only member of the family who was likely to have given us warning and counsel, to have felt for all our feelings and foreseen all our danger, had he not been absent during the whole of my stay at the Pré-Valais. I allude to Father Ferdinand, who, only 2 days before my arrival, had set out for Dumont. He did not return as soon as had been expected, and I more than once proposed to ride over to Dumont to see him. and there was a fascination at the Pré-Valais which detained me with a power not to be resisted, and I put off my expedition from day to day, till at length an order arrived for M. de Villadin and myself to resume our military duties, and we were obliged to prepare for our departure. The summons came nearly a month sooner than we had expected, and of course caused no small bustle and confusion, especially as M. de Villadin, yielding to the degree of corporeal inactivity which, as I have before said, was creeping over him, determined to travel to Paris in his carriage, instead of on horseback, and consequently the time consumed on the journey was likely to be much greater than usual. I had on a former occasion promised little Clément de la Marque to take him with me in the next campaign, and although I now felt some scruple at exposing a boy of his tender age to all the dangers and fatigues of a camp, yet he pressed me so vehemently to keep my word with him, that I at length consented, remembering how much more severe had been the hardships that surrounded my own early youth, and believing that the hard school in which my education had commenced had been ultimately of infinite benefit to me through life. The day appointed for our departure speedily approached, and as it came nearer, the hours spent with Laura became doubly dear. Not indeed did she look less lovely, or less interesting, from a shade of melancholy that spread more and more over her fair face, as every minute that fled took something from the small space of time that we had yet to dream away in each other's society. She never loved parting from her friends, she said, and she knew not why, but she felt more apprehensive for her father than she had ever before done on his departure for the army. She besought me to be watchful of him, and to persuade him, as much as possible, to keep out of all unnecessary danger, but she said not a word of caution on my part. 1,000 little traits, however, let me feel that she was not indifferent to my safety either, and she took great pains to show me how ungenerous and unkind it was towards friends and relations for any soldier to expose himself rashly and carelessly. At length the day arrived, the horses were put into the carriage, and M. de Villadin, myself, and little Clément, one by one, took our leave of Laura, and departed. The tears streamed over her cheeks as she bade us adieu, but there was certainly nothing to point out that those tears flowed more painfully than her separation from her father, under such circumstances, might well justify. M. de Villadin took his seat in one corner of the coach, and I in the other, and little Clément placed himself in the portière, where he could more easily see what was passing around. 2 other pages accompanied us, and a few attendants on horseback followed, while a number of servants had been sent forward with our chargers, in order to reach the capital by easy journeys. The Duke, silent and grave as usual, soon fell into a fit of thought, which lasted uninterrupted during the greater part of the day. The 2 pages on the opposite side of the carriage were as mute as mice, and little Clément, in his portière, was too busily occupied with all the new objects that passed before his eyes to break in upon our silence by anything more than a casual exclamation of wonder or pleasure, or by some question which he generally answered himself, fully to his own satisfaction, before anyone else could reply. My thoughts were busy enough upon subjects which were destined to grow more and more painful under reflection. The first feelings to which I gave way were those of pure sorrow at parting with Laura de Villadin, and I felt for the first time in my life that faint sickness of heart which I suppose every one feels in separating from a being so dear, that sensation of a deprivation and a void, that oppressive sense of the uncertainty of fate, which may ever throw so many obstacles in our way, ere we can again behold those that we so deeply love. Such feelings are painful enough in themselves, but I soon began to inquire their cause. I had been longer negligent in examining my own heart, and in tracing the latent causes of all that was working in it, than I had been for many years. But the magic which had withheld my thoughts from every other subject, and which had cast a veil over every other sensation, was now lost, and my mind naturally turned to inquire what was the real cause of all those new and mingled feelings, which for 6 weeks had been a source of so much joy, and which now had left me full of sad thoughts and melancholy forebodings. The truth was no longer to be concealed. The very pain I felt at quitting Laura de Villadin told me that I loved her. The very depression of spirits, and distaste for the career before me, a career which had formerly occupied all my thoughts and wishes, now showed me where my hopes and pleasures all centred, and repeated in language that I could not doubt, that I loved, and loved too deeply ever to forget. Such a certainty under some circumstances might have so mingled hope and expectation with all the anxieties and apprehensions which follow every strong passion, that the whole would still have remained a pleasant dream to cheer me on upon the path of exertion and enterprise. But, situated as I was, the tardy discovery alone exposed to my sight a prospect of disappointment and despair. What could I hope? What could I expect? I, a poor adventurer, with but the two recommendations of personal courage and noble birth. I, whose whole possessions on earth were owing to the generosity of others, whose way to fame and distinction had been opened by their kind endeavours. Could I hope to win the heiress of one of the noblest houses and of the most splendid fortunes in all France? I, who had been her father's page, who owed him everything, fortune, station, and the means of gaining renown. Oh, what would I have given at that moment to have the power of changing her I loved into the daughter of some poor gentleman, who would have gladly bestowed her without a portion. Perhaps for a single instant one of the idle visions of hope broke in with a ray of light, as I remembered to what stations many young men situated precisely as myself had arisen by energy and good fortune, and especially when I thought of Mondejer, afterwards Maréchal de Schulenburg, whom I myself recollected an unnoticed page in the house of the Duc de Bouillon, and who by that time had become governor of the important city of Arras, and was in the road to the highest honours of France. But such dreams were speedily at an end, for every way I turned my eyes some new circumstance presented itself, to prove my situation more and more hopeless. The final stroke of all, however, was when I considered what would be the feelings of Monsieur de Villadin, if ever he discovered that I had dared to raise my hopes to the hand of his daughter, and still more if he were to find that I had attempted by any means to win her affection. Would he not have a right, I asked myself, to accuse me of the basest ingratitude? Would he not be entitled to charge me with deceit and hypocrisy? Had I not already in some degree betrayed his trust, unconsciously indeed, but still most foolishly? Ought I not to have looked into my own heart long before, and judging by what I felt myself, have taken every care to guard against the slightest attempt to inspire the same feelings in the daughter of my benefactor? I could not but acknowledge that if I had acted wisely or prudently, if I had been as watchful for his interests and for his peace as gratitude and affection ought to have made me, I should have played a very different part, and avoided the society of her that I loved. I trusted, however, that it was not too late to remedy my folly. Whatever I had inflicted on myself, however irremediable, was the state of disappointment and despair to which I had condemned my own heart. I hoped and believed that Laura's feelings had been less interested. If indeed there had been anything farther in her sentiments towards me than mere sisterly affection, I trusted that it would soon pass away, and I determined never to see her again till I could command my own demeanour, and behave to her in a very different manner from that in which I had conducted myself of late. I would try to conquer my passion, I thought, or die. I am afraid the idea of death was uppermost from the beginning, for before we had reached the end of our first day's journey, a dream of a bright but painful nature flitted frequently before my imagination. The path of glory and honour, I thought, was before me, and in the same path lay Death, who, with his icy hand, would soon cool all the feverish burning of my heart. How bright, then, would it not be, I asked myself, to outdo in the field all that man had ever done, and to have it told to Laura de Villadin that I had won immortal honour and died upon the bed of glory. She would weep for me, I fancied, and her father would weep, and if the love I bore her were ever discovered, it would then but serve to shed a brighter light upon my memory, rather than throw a shadow on my name. End of chapter 32. Section 29 of The Little Ball of Fire by George Payne Rainsford James. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 33. It may easily be conceived that such reveries as those which occupied me during the rest of the journey produced a sensible effect upon my external demeanour. Men may conceal great schemes and mighty designs, and all those enterprises in which the mind alone is concerned may be hidden by firmness or covered over by art, but the deep feelings and intense passions of the heart almost always betray their workings by some external sign. It was Clement de la Marque who first perceived the alteration, and hanging upon me affectionately, he inquired what made me so sad. Ere long it caught the attention of M. de Villadin himself, and without the slightest suspicion of its cause, he spoke of my unusual gravity as if it had arisen from disappointment in regard to the governorship of Binche, and tried to console me by promising to use every effort to obtain for me a just compensation. Each new instance of his kindness, far from giving me any relief, only served to make me feel more poignantly that even did no other circumstances exist to deprive my love of even a chance of success, gratitude to him should teach me to view it with despair. Every thought, every remembrance, showed me more and more strongly that my passion was hopeless, and yet every feeling assured me that that passion was unconquerable, and could never be forgotten. My buoyant heart, which I had thought nothing could overwhelm, completely sunk under the tide of sad thoughts and bitter feelings that overflowed in my bosom during our journey to Paris, and when we arrived in the capital I was as reckless a human being as ever despair drove to vice or to folly. What might have been the consequences I cannot tell, for no man should ever trust himself in such a state of mind, had it not been immediately necessary to join the army, and to quit a place in the debaucheries of which I might, perhaps, have sought relief from the agony that preyed upon my heart. We arrived in the capital in the morning, and while I remained at our hotel in a state of gloomy despondency, which seemed to crush all my energies, M. de Villadin proceeded to the court, and returned after an absence of 2 hours, with a countenance which plainly showed that he was highly gratified by the reception he had met with. He did not mention what had occurred, however, but merely told me that it would be necessary for me to accompany him to the royal presence the next morning, and as I cared but little what I did or what I left undone, I assented with the utmost indifference, and followed him when the time came. After having remained in waiting for a few minutes, we were admitted to the royal presence, and found the king, now grown into one of the handsomest young men I had ever seen, in company with his mother, Cardinal Mazarin, Le Tellier, and a number of other ministers and attendants, in the act of giving audience to a foreign ambassador who was taking leave ere his departure. Our reception was most gracious, and I soon found that the pliancy which I had shown in yielding at once to the wishes of the cardinal had established my favour not only with that minister, but with the royal family, on a basis which might have been very advantageous to me had I been disposed to profit by it. As there was no hope, however, of any turn of fortune taking place sufficiently miraculous in its nature to render a young English adventurer a fit match for the heiress of 2 noble houses, I was very indifferent to all the rest. I saw with more satisfaction, however, the marks of honour which the court bestowed upon M. de Villadin, and ere we took our leave was gratified by beholding the baton of field marshal placed in his hands by the young monarch, with a compliment on his fidelity and military skill, which must have doubled the pleasure that the distinction produced. After having expressed his thanks, M. de Villadin drew back a step, and presenting me anew to the king, he added, I think, sire, you were graciously pleased to intimate that you had some mark of your royal approbation to bestow upon my young friend, who will, I am sure, do his best to deserve it." "The commission has not yet received our signature," replied the king, "but it shall be sent to your hotel before your departure tomorrow. In the meantime, I doubt not, Monsieur le Maréchal, that you have informed the Baron de Juvigny of my intentions in his favour." "I did not presume, sire," replied Monsieur de Villadin, "to forestall the pleasure he would receive from hearing your royal goodness towards him expressed by your own lips." "You did well, sir," replied the king. "Monsieur de Juvigny, the honours we confer are always on account of past services, though we wish them to act as incitements to fresh exertion, by affording the certainty that, as far as Heaven grants us power of discrimination, merit of any kind shall never be left without its reward. Since we last had an opportunity of signifying our approbation, you have continued to do well, and in consequence thereof, as well as at the solicitation of your friend here present, it is our intention to bestow upon you the regiment which he himself raised, and in which you have hitherto exercised a subordinate command. The commission, as I said before, shall be sent to you ere your departure tomorrow." Long replies are never suitable to any expression of the royal will, and even thanks had better be brief as well as forcible. I had, therefore, no inducement, even if I had been disposed at the time, to be eloquent, and setting forth my gratitude as shortly but as pointedly as I could, I took my leave and drew back. Monsieur de Villadin also received permission immediately to retire, and re-entering his carriage, we drove homewards. If the new mark of royal favour I had received had in the slightest degree rekindled the spark of hope in my bosom, and I suppose that such is always, more or less, the tendency of some unexpected success, Monsieur de Villadin, as we returned to his hotel, unconsciously extinguished the light altogether. After congratulating me upon my good fortune, which he represented, and represented truly, as opening the way to the highest honours in the French army, he added, "You will be delighted, my dear boy, I am sure, as I know you take as much interest in my affairs as if you were my own son. You will be delighted, I say, to hear that I have found for my dear Laura the very best alliance, perhaps in all France. Yesterday, at the palace, I met with my good friend, the Count de Laval, whose fortune and family and high character place him amongst the first, in the first rank of our French nobility. He at once asked for my daughter's hand, and enhanced the compliment by telling me that he had determined upon that step 2 years before, and had only waited that I might become thoroughly acquainted both with his situation and disposition, before he ventured to propose the alliance. I need not tell you that I instantly accepted his proposal, and as we both agreed that Laura is still too young, the final arrangements must be delayed for 1.5 years. Luckily it happened that the carriage was at that moment passing through one of those dark narrow streets which leave many parts of Paris in a continual state of obscurity. Had it not been so, I am convinced that the agony which his words inflicted could not have escaped the eyes of Monsieur de Villadin. It is impossible to describe all I felt at what appeared to me to be a cold and heartless sacrifice of the girl I loved to a man whom she had never yet beheld. But little either could I reconcile such conduct with the deep and impassioned feelings which Monsieur de Villadin naturally possessed. Though such unfortunately was and is the universal method of arranging all transactions of the kind in France, and Laura's father perhaps never considered it possible that any other plan could be pursued to render his child more happy. Little did he know, indeed, what was passing in my heart as he spoke, or a new view of her situation must instantly have burst upon his sight, however impossible he might have felt it to break the engagement he had already formed. Nor did I attempt to alter his determination, well knowing that no change therein could work a benefit to myself. I replied nothing to his communication, except some incoherent words expressive of surprise, and after they had passed my lips I remained in dark and bitter silence, revolving acts of madness and folly which I hardly dare to think of, even at this moment. My feelings before had been all light and sunshiny, happiness itself compared to those which I now experienced. I cannot indeed say that I had forgot that Laura could become the bride of another, but even while I knew and felt that she could never be mine, the image of her I loved as another man's wife had never presented itself to my mind. Now that it did rise up before me, it was too painful to be endured, and from the sensations that I experienced during that day and the two that followed it, I gained my first full insight into those passions which had torn and distracted Monsieur de Villadin himself during the week that had preceded the death of his unhappy wife. To bring about my own death or that of Count de Laval were during that time the only thoughts continually present to my mind, and the idea of the latter was certainly predominant for some time. As hours passed away, however, I began to remember that, even were my own hand to rid me of the rival that had thus sprung up, I should be still as far from hope as ever, and that under whatever pretence I might seek a quarrel with him, and call him to the field, the act itself would be nothing short of murder in my own eyes, and the eyes of the Almighty, however the blind world might regard the deed. Such feelings occupied me during the whole of that evening and night with such intensity that I certainly forgot all form and ceremony. I remained silent, gloomy, abstracted, and both my little page and Monsieur de Villadin concluded that I was seriously ill. The next morning early I found a surgeon in my room, who, informing me that he had been sent for to attend me, felt my pulse and proposed to bleed me. Although I knew that the malady which affected me had nothing to do with my corporeal frame, and unless he could give medicine to my mind, the most skilful son of Aesculapius could effect no ultimate cure upon me, yet I suffered him to do his will, and perhaps did feel relieved, in some degree, from the sort of burning headache which I experienced, as the blood flowed from the vein, and my frame began to grow weaker from the loss of that fluid which had been flowing like liquid fire through every limb. As we were to set out for the army, however, at midday, I went in search of Monsieur de Villadin as soon as the operation was over, and notwithstanding all his remonstrances, insisted upon accompanying him, declaring that I felt better for the bleeding, and should soon be quite well. Not long after my commission arrived, and having by this time given up all thought of making the Count de Laval the victim of my disappointment, I set out for the camp with the stern and gloomy determination of never returning from the field alive. I will do my duty, I thought, in every respect, and by exposing myself on all occasions, wherever danger is to be found, I shall surely at length be enabled to gain that fate, which will set these warring passions at rest for ever. According to the rule which I have laid down for myself, I shall speak of the events of my military career as briefly as possible. Our regiment had been quartered in the neighbourhood of Senlis, and as the inferior officers were generally steady and experienced, we found it already in marching order when we arrived. By this time, Turenne had determined to open the campaign by an attack upon some of the enemy's towns in Flanders, and, being joined at Condé by Monsieur de Villadin, with our own regiment and 2 or 3 others, which were now united under his command, that great general first marched upon Tournay. Finding, however, that he had been deceived in regard to the state of preparation of that town, he instantly fell back upon Condé, and thence marched direct for Valenciennes, which was invested the night of his arrival. 2 redoubts were the only defences which obstructed our first approaches, and having volunteered to attack them, I here made my first essay in that headlong and incautious plan of action upon which I had determined as the means of winning both glory and the grave. However much the first object might be gained, I soon found that fate seemed capriciously resolved to disappoint me of the second. In forcing my way into the redoubts, through one of the most tremendous cross-fires that ever I beheld, 20 or 30 of my men fell around me in every direction. Scarcely one of the whole storming party escaped without some injury. But at the end of 5 minutes, I, who had been madly rash in every part of the action, found myself standing unhurt in the midst of the conquered redoubts, with nothing but death and destruction around me on every side. When the whole was settled, I returned towards the camp, and was immediately admitted to the presence of Monsieur de Turenne, who had watched the attack till the affair was decided, and who now, in the presence of his staff, gave me high praise for my conduct throughout the evening. The moment after, however, he added, "I wish to show you something, my young friend, which perhaps you can execute tomorrow morning. I will be back directly, gentlemen," he added, turning to the other officers, several of whom had risen to accompany him, but now paused at his intimation of his desire to go alone, and then taking his hat and cane, he led me to the little mound, at a short distance from his tent, where, being quite without witnesses, his whole aspect immediately changed, and he addressed me with a severe and frowning brow. "You have been rash, sir," he said, "extremely rash, and what is more, I perceive you know it. Remember, sir, that courage and temerity are as different as wit and impertinence, and that however much you may choose to expose your own person, you have no right to expose the troops of his Majesty." Thus saying, he turned upon his heel, and was leaving me, but the expression of bitter mortification which his words had produced upon my countenance touched him, and he came back. "Monsieur de Juvigny," he said, "I am angry with you because I know you can do better than you have done this day. I do not absolutely disapprove of a young man risking somewhat more than necessary in his own person, but I do strongly disapprove of his acting rashly when in command, such as that entrusted to you this evening. You may receive it as a mark of personal regard that I did not choose to blame you publicly, but, at the same time, do not let that circumstance deprive this admonition of any of its force, and take care to be more prudent for the future." Although the reproof I had received was certainly well merited, and sunk deep into my memory, I nevertheless resolved to expose my own person as much as ever, although at the same time I saw the necessity of being more careful of my troops. For many days time seemed to have no effect upon the bitter and painful feelings which had taken possession of my heart, and despair was my constant companion. Gloomy, melancholy, and reserved, I avoided the society of my fellow officers, and at night, when I was in my tent, I gave myself up to sombre meditations, which consumed in vain regrets the greater part of those hours which should have been devoted to sleep. Not that I did not court slumber with all my heart, for while I was asleep was the only time that I could feel happy, though it was but the happiness of inanition. In order, however, to gain such repose, I was obliged to labour throughout the whole day, and completely to exhaust the body before I could calm the mind. From morning till night I was either on horseback, or working as a volunteer in the trenches, or accompanied by little Clément de la Marque, visiting the different posts and endeavouring to give him a thorough and practical knowledge of the duties of a soldier. Wherever the thickest of the enemy's fire was directed, there I was still to be found, yet as I showed myself careful of my troops, my conduct now drew down upon me great praise, although the motive, I am afraid, was the same as before. My little page was indeed a great comfort to me, for quick, lively inquiring, while he was with me, he gave constant occupation to my mind, and from his prompt powers of apprehension pleased and delighted, while he furnished me with matter for indifferent thought, and filled the painful moments of leisure. The first 10 days, indeed, of the siege of Valenciennes, we were in no want of employment, for the garrison took every means which skill and resolution could suggest or execute to delay our progress or to compel us to abandon the attempt. As the force within the walls was but small, an effort was immediately made to throw a reinforcement into the place, and thus proving vain, means were taken to inundate a great part of the ground within our lines. To remedy this, the cavalry was constantly employed for several days in carrying fascines, for the purpose of forming both a floating bridge and a dyke across the inundation, which was not effected without infinite difficulty and loss of time. A worse result also ensued, in consequence of the extensive inundation which the enemy had been able to effect. A violent fever broke out in the camp, and one of the first persons attacked was my poor little page. I loved the boy most sincerely, and I had taken a sort of sad pleasure in winning his affection by every means, and in fancying that he at least would regret me bitterly when I was gone. I now, however, soon saw him reduced to the brink of the grave, and every moment that I could spare I passed by his bedside. The poor little fellow, restless and delirious, still retained all his gentleness and affection. He would receive his remedies from no hand but mine, and often in the night, when he saw me watching by him, he would beg me, in sentences confused and incoherent enough indeed, to lie down and take my rest without minding him. The time I spent with him was not lost to my mind, for whether there was something monitory in the sight of a fellow being fluttering for days upon the very verge of eternity, or whether my better feelings were themselves struggling up by their own strength, I cannot tell, but I began to reflect upon my late conduct, and to view it in a different light from that which I had done at first. Reason soon showed me that the rash purpose of courting danger which I had entertained was, in fact, but a specious kind of suicide, a crime for which I had both a great contempt and a great detestation, and after many a painful night of thought I arrived at the conclusion which I should have reached at first, if passion had not overpowered my understanding. I found that I was bound by every tie to conquer the love which had so mastered my judgment, to banish for ever the dream that had bewildered me, and if I could not succeed in crushing my own feelings, at least to conceal them most scrupulously. I went farther. I determined to act towards Laura and her father as if such sensations did not exist, neither to avoid their society, nor to let them discover by any means that a change had come over my heart. I knew and felt that the attempt would be most agonizing, but I fancied that the human mind could perform any task which it undertook, and thus, even with my better purposes, I was again led into error. I scarcely know whether I was not deceiving myself, and whether from the first there was not mingling with all my reasoning the latent desire of seeing, once more at least, the being that I most loved on earth. I scarcely know even now whether it was so, or whether my designs were purely good and firm. For of all the things that God has created, there is none so subtle as the human heart. At all events, this book is one of confessions as well as of memoirs, and the facts shall be told as they arose. Let others judge the motives, for no man yet in any point has judged himself justly. At the end of 9 or 10 days my young companion showed signs of amendment, and the surgeon strongly admonished me to turn my cares to my own health. It became necessary indeed that I should be more frequently absent from Clement's bedside, for duties of a different kind now called for constant exertions. By this time the Spanish army commanded by the Prince de Condé had approached within sight of our lines of circumvallation, and it was evident to all who knew that great general that an attack upon our camp would soon follow. At what point the assault would be made, of course, no one could tell, and with the small force at our command it was impossible to guard every part of the great extent of lines. Our infantry did not amount in all to above 12,000 men, and what with those employed in carrying on the 2 separate attacks which were going on against the town, and with those employed on other duty, a great part of our entrenchments were left exposed. Under these circumstances, and expecting every hour to see Condé attempt to force our camp, Turenne employed the cavalry to watch the lines continually, while 3 regiments of infantry were constantly held in readiness to march to whatever point should be ultimately assailed. All these precautions, however, were unavailing. The Maréchal de la Ferté, haughty, presumptuous, and jealous, neglected the warnings and counsels of Turenne, and Condé, well knowing which of the generals he was most likely to find unprepared, determined to attack the quarters of the former. My regiment had been on duty during the whole day, and after informing M. de Turenne that I had seen demonstrations on the part of the enemy of a determination to pass the Scheldt, and attack the Maréchal de la Ferté, I retired to my tent for the night. It was the first evening that Clement had risen from his bed, and after supper I went into his part of the tent, and sat with him for about half an hour, listening to all the gay visions which the prospect of returning health called up to his mind, when suddenly I heard a sharp discharge of musketry from the side of Azin. Well understanding what it meant, I rushed out, got my men under arms, and springing on horseback, rode towards the tent of M. de Turenne, while the flashes and the report both showed that the enemy were already in the quarters of M. de la Ferté. I found M. de Villadin with the general, and both as calm as if they had been going to their beds. Turenne was in the act of ordering 2 regiments of infantry to cross the dike and the bridge of the Fascines, and support the Maréchal de la Ferté, ere he, Turenne, could himself arrive with a stronger reinforcement. Monsieur de Villadin, he added, I beg that you will remain here and attend to the safety of the lines between the river Ruelle and the Chemin de Mont. Monsieur de Juvigny, His Highness the Prince de Condé, is not a man to make this attack without securing some diversion in his favour. Lead your regiment down to support the troops of Lorraine and the household forces, and bid them be upon the alert, for it would not surprise me if Don Juan or the Count de Marsin beat up their quarters. I lost no time in obeying the orders, which the continued fire from the Montazin showed me that the business was not yet concluded in that direction. Ere I had reached the quarters of Lorraine, however, a few straggling shots from the lines of the neighbourhood of the little river Ruelle showed me that Turenne had not been mistaken when he anticipated an attack on his side of the town likewise. I was at that moment within 500 yards of that part of the lines, and as there was a good open space before me for the manoeuvres of cavalry, I halted the regiment, and rode on to ascertain how matters went. The next instant I met a company of infantry hurrying up, but before they could reach the palisade it had been forced by the troops of the enemy at several points, and though the night was very dark, I could plainly perceive a strong body of Spanish infantry pushing forward by the side of the river. As the force already on the ground could offer no sufficient opposition to their progress, I felt it my duty to bring up the regiment, and make head against the enemy where first I met them. Our own company of foot gave them one discharge just as I was approaching at the full trot, and taking advantage of some small confusion which this produced, I charged, and with very little difficulty drove them once more beyond the lines. The adversary's force was at this point but small, and probably their object was more to occupy the troops of Turenne, and effect a diversion in favour of the attack of Condé, than really to attempt the relief of the town. By the time, however, that we had contrived to drive them back beyond the palisade, a regiment of infantry arrived to our support, and judging that the camp was now safe in that quarter, I proceeded to obey my first orders, and marched forward to join the household troops. As I rode on, I remarked that the firing had almost ceased in the quarters of M. de la Ferté, and I was led to hope that the adversary had also been repulsed there. A moment after, however, the sound of loud acclamations from the town, and a tremendous fire opened upon our trenches, which had been pushed to the edge of the fosse, showed me at once that the city had been relieved. Before I had proceeded 100 yards farther, I met M. de Turenne galloping back at the head of his guards, and he demanded somewhat hastily what had delayed me so long. I had never been famous for using many words, and I now replied in as few as possible that I had found the lines by the side of the lesser stream attacked and carried by the enemy, and that I had but paused to charge and drive them out. "You did right," replied the Marshal, with a smile. "Monsieur de la Ferté has been unfortunate. The town is relieved. We must retreat. But there is no danger," he added, in a louder tone, "if the men will but show the calm courage of true Frenchmen." I must confess that a good deal of confusion now succeeded. Turenne endeavoured instantly to withdraw his troops from the trenches, but notwithstanding all his skill and all his coolness, an immense number were lost. Condé and the forces from the town pressed upon us hard, but nevertheless we had sufficient time to evacuate the lines, and secure the principal part of our baggage and artillery, without any great annoyance from the enemy. My first care was to get poor little Clement upon a waggon, and to see him safely out of the camp, in which the panic and haste of a night engagement was spreading much more confusion than necessary. As soon as the baggage and artillery were secure, Turenne made no further attempt to maintain his position, but merely presenting a bold front to the enemy whenever he saw the likelihood of a renewed attack, he caused regiment after regiment to evacuate the lines, remaining himself till the last man had quitted them. When we were once out of the camp and in free and open ground, order and tranquillity were soon restored, and so skilfully did Turenne conduct his march, that the enemy, though now infinitely superior to ourselves in number, did not dare to attack us. The rest of the incidents of that campaign were certainly interesting enough to military men, but as it is my own history, and not the history of Europe, that I am writing, I must turn once more to the subject of self. There now existed a continual struggle in my mind in order to familiarise my thoughts with the idea of Laura de Villardin becoming the wife of another. I tried to impress upon my heart, as it was already impressed upon my understanding, that she never could be mine, and that her hand must be bestowed upon the Count de Laval. And I fancied that, by continually keeping this image before my eyes, while I daily exercised my resolution by the contemplation, I should be able to tranquillize the pain I suffered, and even to quell my love by the certainty of its hopelessness. In some degree I certainly succeeded, if indeed I may so call it, for the object that I attained was very different from that which I strove for. I did not remove one pang from my heart, but I learned to bear them. I did not in the least diminish my love, or for a moment forget her that inspired it, but I learned the means of concealing it within my own bosom and hiding its existence, in some sort, even from myself. What was, perhaps, worse than all, at least in its effect, I lulled myself in an imaginary security, fancied that I could command both my feelings and my actions, and determined that, however much I might suffer internally, I would behave in every respect as if no feelings but those of fraternal regard actuated me towards Laura de Villardin. The delusion was one which nothing but love could enable a man to practise on himself, especially after having marked with keen and interested eyes, in my early youth, the very same conduct pursued by Lord Masterton, and having seen how entirely it had failed. Nevertheless, the deception with myself was quite complete, and though perhaps I had that degree of apprehension in regard to my own resolutions which would have made me very willingly remain with the army, even in winter quarters, had such a thing been required, yet I had so taught myself to believe that it was absolutely necessary for me to act entirely as an indifferent person, that I took not the slightest step to obtain any of those small appointments which would have been granted me at once, and which would have afforded a fair excuse for absenting myself from a place so dangerous to my peace. It must not, however, be thought that on all days and at all times, during the 6 months we spent with the army, my feelings or resolutions remained in the same state. Quite the contrary. Though I have detailed what was the general result, yet my mood and my thoughts were in a continual state of fluctuation, and 1,000 trifles would occur from day to day to give a new course to my sentiments, in which they would remain for a few hours, and then, after calm reflection, would be overruled by my former determinations. Thus, many a time, a casual word from Monsieur de Villardin, or from little Clement de la Marque, concerning her I loved, her conduct during the past, or her prospects for the future, would throw me back into one of my fits of wild despair, and forgetting every better thought, I would rush into the very teeth of danger, and court death, like a madman, wherever he was to be found. Then again I would fall into deep and gloomy musings, which would occupy me for whole days, and then I would almost be tempted to commit a greater act of madness than all, and acknowledging my love and my despair, pour out my blood at her feet. All these paroxysms, however, lasted but their time, and still reflection restored to me my former determinations, which gradually became more and more fixed, as passing through the rest of the campaign I followed Turenne in all his brilliant movements and successful enterprises, till at length, in the end of November, the army re-entered France, was dispersed in winter quarters in Picardy, and I returned with M. de Villadin to Paris. End of chapter 33. Section 30 of The Little Ball of Fire by George Payne Rainsford James. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 34. It happened, perhaps fortunately, that M. de Villadin's new station in the army had prevented my being with him so continually during our former campaigns. Thus the great change that had taken place in my habits and my feelings had not been so constantly brought before him as it otherwise would have been. It had not, however, passed without remark, and the consequences were totally different from those which would most probably have followed, had he known the causes of the melancholy that oppressed me. The desire of keeping me near him, which he had expressed on my last return to Brittany, was now increased to a positive determination of not suffering me to be absent from him, and when I faintly proposed to remain behind him in Paris, and to see somewhat of the court, in which were now just bursting forth the dawnings of that full blaze of magnificence which it ultimately displayed, he laid his hand affectionately upon my arm, replying, "No, no, my dear Juvigny, you must come with me into the calm quiet of the country. You have overexerted both your mind and your body, and I see that you are always better and happier when you are with me in Brittany." I had not strength of mind to say no, and besides I had persuaded myself that neither danger nor harm could accrue from my following the course he pointed out. We returned, therefore, to Brittany after a very short stay in Paris. The journey seemed an eternity, and when once I was embarked in it, more than one misgiving as to my own resolution and firmness certainly did cross my heart. It was now, however, too late to retreat, and at length the carnage stopped before the grey towers of the Pré Valais. Our coming had been notified beforehand, and Laura instantly ran out to welcome her father. It seemed to me that every hour since I had left her had added some new charm to features that before had seemed perfection, had given some additional grace to a form which had before appeared in my eyes symmetry itself. From her father she turned to me, but I felt her hand tremble in mine, and her cheek burned as my lips touched it. Her eyes, too, sought the ground of the terrace, and her words of welcome were warm indeed, but faltering and low. Everything told me that the discovery which had taken place in my own heart had been made also by hers, and that, whether she could return my affection or not, she was no longer unconscious of my love. It is scarcely possible to explain what were my feelings at that moment. I was agitated, I was even pained, and yet the joy of seeing her again, and perhaps a fancy too that my affection was not without return, were sufficient to outweigh for the moment all the apprehensions and sorrows and anxieties which were cast into the other scale. Her first embarrassment wore away in an instant, and it was easy to see that, whatever she had discovered, none of the pains and sorrows which had become so familiar to my mind had, as yet, presented themselves to her eyes. While little Clement de la Marque was claiming his share of welcome, Monsieur de Villadin and I turned to meet Father Ferdinand, who was now coming out to receive us. I had not seen him for nearly 3 years, and that space of time seemed to have effected a greater change in him than in any of the rest of the party, with the exception indeed of Laura, who from a sweet graceful girl had grown into a beautiful woman. He was now certainly an old man, and a considerable inclination of his head, marked but not undignified, had taken near 2 inches from his height since last I saw him. He embraced me as a father would do a son, and asked me anxiously what was the cause of the sad change he remarked in my once robust and muscular frame. As he spoke, I saw Laura's eyes seek mine with an expression of anxiety and apprehension which was painfully sweet to my heart. She spoke not, however, and I replied to Father Ferdinand, attempting to smile gaily as I did so. "You must remember, my good father," I answered, "I am no longer a boy, and may well be expected to lose the plump, smooth-faced roundness of my youth. Besides, I have seen some hard service, and more than 18 years, which I have now spent, ever more or less in the tented field, may well be supposed to take away a great deal from one's youthful freshness." Laura sighed deeply, and Father Ferdinand gravely shook his head, and I could see distinctly that neither the one nor the other gave credit to the reasons I assigned for my altered appearance. No more questions, however, were asked, and all the bustle and the little tittle-tattle of a first arrival in the country carried us well and lightly over the evening. I dreaded, it is true, the coming of the next morning, for now that I was in the midst of the peril I had become apprehensive of myself. I felt that each night I should have to thank God if I had done nothing wrong. I felt that every day would bring a renewed struggle against myself. I felt that I should look to every sunrise with dread, lest I should fail in resolution during the coming day. Even the sweetest and dearest feelings of my heart were causes of apprehension. Every look, every word of Laura de Villadin was to me a subject of delight, so bright, so deep, that, conscious of all which was going on within my bosom, I feared the joy I felt in her society would each instant betray itself to others. But that fear was not all that embittered the enjoyment. I felt now but too keenly that I was nurturing a passion which must end in misery, and that the sweet, sweet draught which I was draining to the dregs was mingled with poison which must speedily take effect. Yet now that I grasped the cup, with the full knowledge of all that it contained, I would not have resigned it for a world till the last drop had been drained. I listened to the tones of her voice, I hung upon her every smile, and when, during the evening, with her fair arms thrown round little Clément de la Marque, she listened while the boy repeated enthusiastically how very, very kind I had been to him during his illness, I gazed upon her beaming countenance till she turned her eyes towards me with a look of sweet applause, and the feelings of my heart becoming too overpowering to be mastered, I quitted the room hastily, lest the mingled emotions should make a woman of me, and overflow at my eyes. How the night passed it were useless to relate. Agitation such as I felt, sleeps but little, and with the grey dawn I plunged into the woods and wandered on wildly, seeking to gain command over myself ere I encountered any of the family. For nearly 2 hours I pursued a varying and irregular path, avoiding the hamlets and scattered cottages that here and there sheltered themselves in the edges of the wood surrounding the Pré Vallée, and walking on, now quick, now slow, amongst the gloom of the old trees, and by the dim banks of the silent stream, bitter, bitter was my commune with my own heart, and little way did I make in the attempt to vanquish emotions that seemed to become more turbulent under reflection. Following solely as my guide the desire of avoiding a meeting with any human being, I scarcely knew which way I turned, till at length I found myself within a few yards of the grave of the unhappy Count de Mesnil. Some impulse, I do not well know what, whether there was a latent sympathy in my bosom with the love, however mad and vicious, which had been expiated by his death, or whether there was alone that thirst of calm repose, which was to be found nowhere but in a grave, I cannot tell, but some impulse caused me to cast myself down upon the turf that covered his remains, and giving way to all the bitterest feelings of my heart, I wept aloud, fervently wishing that I might soon find a quiet resting place like that. Ere I had been there a moment, I heard a flutter of female garments bending over me, and raising my eyes, I beheld Laura de Villadin, with her eyes full of tears at the suffering which she saw me endure without being able to account for. I started up, and in the agitation of the moment gazed upon her without salutation, while she exclaimed, "Oh, tell me, do tell me, dear Juvigny, what is it makes you so unhappy?" My firmness was gone before, my good resolution vanished, and pressing the hand that she held out to me to my lips and to my heart, I told her all, how deeply, how passionately I loved her. With the warm blood crimson over her cheek and forehead, she sank down in my arms and hid her face upon my bosom, while a tear or two sprang up in her eyes and shone like living diamonds amongst her long dark eyelashes. It was but for a moment that, yielding to woman's first impulse, she hid her face. But then, raising her look to mine, as, sitting on the very grave of de Menil, I held her circled in my arms, she asked, "And is that all? Do I not love you too?" The hardest and bitterest part of the task was still to come. I had to tell her how hopeless was our love, which her ignorance of the world had not suffered her to perceive, and though I thought I had no right to inform her that her father destined her for another, which I found he himself had not yet communicated, yet I had to explain to her that our union was quite impossible. "But are we not very happy as we are?" she asked. "Why make yourself wretched by thinking of what you acknowledge cannot be? Why not let us live on as we are now, loving each other more dearly than anything else in life, seeing each other every day, spending our whole days together? Why not let us live thus and be as happy as we have hitherto been?" I had to crush the bright bubble for ever. "But," I said, "when you are required to marry some other, Laura, what will then become of me?" "Oh, but I will never marry anyone else," she replied eagerly. "No, no, I love you, and if I cannot marry you, of course no one else shall ever have my hand." "But listen to me, dear Laura," I replied. "Suppose your father makes it a command, can you disobey? Suppose he comes to you and tells you that he has plighted his word and engaged his honour that you shall be the bride of some other man equal in fortune and station to yourself. Will you refuse to redeem his pledge? Will you offend him for ever, and bring upon him the imputation of breaking his word? Can you do it, Laura?" She wept bitterly, and I felt that those tears were a sufficient reply. I was gaining more firmness myself also from the very arguments I used, and I went on. "No, no, dear Laura, we must both try to do our duty. I love you beyond everything on earth, and it would nearly destroy me to see you the wife of another, but yet let us make up our minds to do that which cannot be avoided. We can never forget, we can never wholly cease to love each other, but we must make an effort to conquer our love, at least so far as to render it no longer dangerous or wrong. We must try to rule it by reason and by resolution, and to reduce it if possible to that affection which brother and sister may feel toward each other." "Then you must help me, then you must guide me, de Juvigny," she replied. "You must teach me that which is right to do, for I feel, indeed I feel, that I am incapable of guiding myself." "It is a terrible task, Laura, it is a terrible task," I replied, "for a heart that loves like mine to teach you how our love is to be conquered, and yet the very responsibility will, I trust, enable me to execute it well. But hark, I hear a step," and I started up. "It is only Lise," she replied. "I sent her back for a book, but she knows all about it. She first told me I loved you months ago." I wished no confidence to a passion so hopeless as ours, but ere I could think, Lise was too near us to avoid her, and Laura's eyes told too distinctly a part of our story to leave her ignorant of the remainder. She was a good and affectionate but somewhat romantic creature, and though the suivante would have been the last to counsel her mistress to anything that she believed to be wrong, yet she had too much knowledge of the human heart to believe that a deep-rooted passion could ever be eradicated by the means that we propose to employ, and her notions of what would be proper under such cases were likewise very different from ours. As soon as, by one means or another, she had made herself mistress of all that had passed, and had heard our difficulties and our resolutions, she shook her head, exclaiming, "That will never do. No, no, Monsieur de Juvigny, there is only one way for it. Such love as yours and mademoiselle's is not to be conquered as you think, and it must have its way, or worse will come of it. I have been thinking ever since you were here last of what would be best to do, for I very well saw the whole business then, and quite understood that Monsieur the Duke would never consent. However, I have a scheme for you. You must marry privately. I know a good priest at Rennes who will undertake to perform the ceremony, and then when it is found out, which it certainly will be in time, Monsieur de Villadin will be very angry at first, of course, and then he will soon forgive you, and it will be all settled." Laura was silent, and as her hand rested on my arm I could feel it tremble violently. For my part, I owned that, though poor Lys meant no harm, yet had she been the very fiend himself she could not have tempted me more dreadfully. Honour, however, overcame, and after a long painful pause I answered, "No, no, Lys, Monsieur de Villadin is my friend, my benefactor, my more than father, and I cannot betray his trust." "But is not mademoiselle here your friend, your love, and your more than sister?" answered Lys, laughing. "And will you not make her unhappy for ever? But never mind. I knew that you would talk a great deal of that kind of nonsense whenever I came to propose it. But you'll see you will both be of my opinion before a fortnight be over, and then it will be, 'Pray, good Lys, seek the priest,' and as I am the best creature in the world, I will seek the priest, and when you have made up your minds to do the only thing that can save you both from a great deal of unhappiness, let me know, and I will arrange all the rest." Thus saying, she turned away and walked a short distance towards the château, in order to leave Laura and myself time to speak alone together. As soon as she was gone, the dear girl raised her eyes to mine and said, "We must not do it, De Juvigny. We must not do it. It would be very happy, doubtless, to know that nothing could ever separate us, but it would be at the expense of your honour and my duty, and we must not do it. But hark! There is the breakfast hour striking. We must go back, separate. But you must indeed, you must tell me how I am to act, and what I am to do, to conquer all these feelings, and guard myself against wrong. We will walk out together to-morrow morning, as we used to do, and you shall give me my lesson." But consciousness had, as usual, taken from me my bold firmness. I was not certain that any step that I was taking was right, and therefore I dreaded that any one should discover all that was passing between myself and Laura. "It will be better, dear Laura," I replied, "for us to meet in some part of the woods, at all events till we have fully determined the line of conduct we are to pursue. Let us have time to think and judge for ourselves before any one else perceives our feelings towards each other, and assumes the right of judging for us. Where shall I meet you to-morrow?" "Since you have been away," she answered, "I have been much in the habit of coming out in the summer mornings to read under this tree. It is one of the finest round about, and if you remark, there is some kind of rise in the soft turf at its foot, which serves me for a seat." It was the grave of Monsieur de Mesnil to which she pointed, and certainly the memories connected with that spot did not render the feelings of my heart less sad. I replied, however, "Well, let us meet here. We are less likely to be disturbed here, perhaps, than elsewhere." "That was one of the reasons I used to love this place," replied Laura. "I never found any one here yet but Father Ferdinand, whom I one day saw kneeling at his beads beneath this tree. But it is almost always lonely, and I used to come here with a book, and sometimes read a little, but more often think of you and my father, and pray God to shield you both from all the dangers of the war. Let us part, however, now, for it is growing late, and I must wash my eyes before any one sees me." I pressed her to my heart, and I pressed my lips to hers. I acted very wrong in so doing, I know, but as I have said, this book is a confession, and therefore I tell all. I pressed her to my heart, and I pressed my lips to hers, and then we parted to meet again the next morning at the same spot. My next private interview was one with Father Ferdinand. I saw during breakfast that he was anxious to speak with me, but the feeling of consciousness to which I have before referred made me as desirous of avoiding any particular conversation with him now as I had formerly been willing and pleased to enjoy his society alone. As soon as the meal was over then, I turned as if to seek my own apartments, but in reality intending to take my hat and once more go out into the park. So well acquainted, however, was Father Ferdinand with the turns of the human heart, and the actions that all those various turns are likely to produce, that he met me at the gate at the very moment I was setting out, and laying his hand upon my arm, he said, "I am about to take my walk with you, my son." I had now no excuse for avoiding his society, and we walked on together, proceeding for the first few minutes in silence. He then began the conversation by telling me that he felt deeply and personally all the care and kindness that I had bestowed upon Clement de la Marque. "I have spoken with the little fellow long this morning," he said, "and from all that he has told me, I must say, had you been his own father or his brother, you could not have shown him more judicious kindness." I knew the good priest too well, and the exact proportion of kindly subtlety which tempered a disposition that was naturally candid, to believe that his sole object in thus forcing me, as it were, into a private interview with him, was to commend my behaviour to the little page. Nevertheless, though I understood all this very well, yet he went on so long and so skilfully speaking upon that subject, and the events of the campaign alone, that I was thrown off my guard and found myself detailing many of the occurrences that had taken place, more at large than I had intended, or perhaps desired. Observing me pause, as I found this to be the case, he replied quietly, "It seems to me, my son, that in the last campaign you have exposed yourself a great deal more than was at all necessary. And, indeed, Clement has told me that you did so to such a degree that it became a common observation amongst both officers and soldiers that you were seeking death. Tell me, my son," he added in a more emphatic tone, "tell me, if you love me, what is the cause of that deep despondency, which you cannot conceal from one who, like myself, has watched you with the affection of a father for many years." I felt that to deny the despondency was vain, and I did not choose to prevaricate concerning the cause. I replied therefore at once, "You must not ask me, my good father. At some time, and that ere long, I will tell you the whole, but rest satisfied at present with knowing that though perhaps, as it seems was too apparent, I did seek death wherever he was to be found, yet I have now learned to think better, and whatever I may suffer, will make such frantic attempts no more." "I trust that will be so," replied Father Ferdinand. "I trust that it will be so. As you tell me not the cause of your suffering, and I will not pretend to know it, I can of course offer you no spiritual consolation. Nevertheless, I can perhaps yield you some of the worldly kind. Therefore, let me beg you to remember, before you make yourself miserable about anything that this earth contains, that those things which seem the most hopeless are often, by a slight change of circumstances, brought within our reach. Let my own history be a warning to you. Born to a high rank and to a princely fortune, from an early disappointment I abjured station, wealth, and the world, concealed myself in the cells of a foreign monastery, and when, at the end of 20 years, I came forth again in the humble state in which you now see me, I discovered that had I but paused 3 months ere I rendered my fate irrevocable, every obstacle which lay in my way would have been removed, and that all I sought might have been mine. Let it be a lesson to you, young man, and learn never to despair. Now, farewell. When you are inclined to make me your confidant, you will always find that you have a sincere friend." Thus saying, he turned away and left me to pursue my walk alone. What he told me was, indeed, intended to produce a good effect, but nevertheless the consequences might have been very evil. He raised up again hopes that were better crushed. He conjured up dreams that were only calculated to mislead, and for the first half hour, believing that he had seen the real cause of all I suffered, and thought it right, from some other knowledge that I did not possess, to encourage my hopes, I gave myself up to visions of joy. Then, however, came the remembrance that Monsieur de Villadin had promised the hand of his daughter to the Count de Laval, and recollecting that he had not informed Laura herself of the fact, I saw clearly that he had not informed Father Ferdinand either. The good priest, then, I concluded, had seen our love, and not knowing the engagement which bound the Duke to another, had believed that he might be moved by our mutual affection. Thus fled once more all my brilliant dreams, for I was too thoroughly acquainted with Monsieur de Villadin's stern adherence to his word to believe that any circumstance would make him even think of withdrawing it. That day passed without any farther incident of note. The next morning I again met Laura de Villadin, and each day, during the whole week that followed, we failed not to spend at least 2 or 3 hours together. I may call it alone, for Lise, who accompanied her, generally left us till it was time to part. It must not be thought, however, that these clandestine meetings were devoted to thoughts or feelings that all the world might not have witnessed. They were foolish, I grant, and only served to nourish the passion that we believed we were taking means and laying schemes to overcome. The proposal that Lise had made of a private marriage was never again mentioned between us. We never encouraged each other with false hopes, but admitted to our own hearts in the fullest degree that no chance existed of our union. The delight of being together we certainly did possess, and it was doubtless the secret desire of retaining at least that blessing which blinded our eyes to the imprudence of our continual meetings. Our whole conversations were devoted to forming determinations of future firmness and resolution, mingled indeed with many a tear and many a caress, but certainly, however weak was our conduct, however much we suffered ourselves to be deceived by our own wishes, our intentions at least were good throughout the whole. Thus passed the time, as painfully as it could well be conceived, till one morning, as we were returning towards the château, while Laura, as we were still at some distance from the house, was hanging upon my arm, the form of Father Ferdinand appeared at a little distance in the alley before us. He saw us, beyond doubt, for he paused, turned out of the way he was pursuing, and left us to proceed to the house without speaking to us. What might be the event I knew not, but I saw him no more till supper, at which everything passed tranquilly, and we separated for the night. Chapter 34